fucking cut it. Are you kidding me? No! I just gotta keep it simple. Fuck. Okay, I'll make sure to increase the time rate. That like hasn't come up all season, so I just didn't even think about it.
All right. Yo, how's it going, guys? Damn, 6 lost. Crazy. How's it going, everyone? One moment, please. I'm just gonna put it out on the server that we're live. Okay. How are you guys doing today? Yes, yeah, one smart. What's good, Ben? I did read your Swornum, by the way. Oh, yeah. I recognize the name now. Just got less bored until I'm off to see the Mando movie in IMAX. What's Mando? What are we talking about? Seeing peak as I entered a stream. Nice. Yes, I did read the new Boruto chapter. It was kind of like a pace breaker for me. We are not eating beans today. Maybe you are, Keys Peeper. I am definitely not eating beans today. Until I got here. Damn. Then why are you here? Anyway. How's everybody doing today? I did read the last Boruto chapter. It was a bit of a pace breaker for me. I don't know. The whole conversation about, for those of you that may not know, Sarada overusing her Mangekyo Sharingan, Boruto kind of like yapping it up with Kashin Koji for a bit, and then the whole situation with like Code kind of showing up and leaving. It was... If you ask me that question, I swear to God I'm timing you out. If you ask me that fucking question, I swear to God I'm timing you out. Gonna have a nice tasty... Yeah, definitely not me. I don't know about you, but definitely not me. Alright, thanks to the uber-talented and ultra-competent Discaris, the World Hater Magic was sent packing crying for his mommy the whole way. Ice the Klutz. Nice. According to a new prophecy, we're supposed to go to the country of Bakugami and hunt human hater magics there. Do that and we'll find a new companion and help us save the world, or so it says. Go Discaris the Great and groupies and find your new companion. Wow, talk about your obviousness. Jeez. You sure this is the right one, Mugi? Yes, according to Master, there's only one confirmed human hater magic here. It stands to reason that this is one of the prophecy wants us to hunt. Origumo, it currently has 3 confirmed victims. It builds cages with its thick, sturdy silk, trapping its prey inside them until it's ready to devour them. Hunting it will get us a new companion? That's what the prophecy says. Right, let's get to it then. Down, boy. Listen, no charging in unprepared. No getting careless. No picking up sketchy stuff off the ground and eating it. Am I understood? Yeah. No, the correct answer is woof. Don't wanna. Say woof. Woof. No. Is it me or is something different between those two? I know that after Hoitaka, the two of them talked about something together. Ichi was kind and weird after that. Was kind of weird after that? Yeah. Hey, Kumugi. Be family with me. Come here, you duns. Master of the Scaras came and got him right away, but I wonder what he meant. We don't have to report saying someone acquired the Origumi yet, right? No? What? Stop. Enough. I give up. You win. You win. Okay, Joe, please stop. Who's that? A human? Hang on. Let me look it up. Why do you keep doing this? Why? Because I want to acquire you, duh. What a silly little magic. You are? Acquire it? Knock it off already. You're a man. Man can acquire magics. Is that so? Okay, eat. No. Stop. Don't. Stop, please. Synchro rate 10%. Ooh, I've used this word before in my thing. Forehead flicker. He attacked the magic. I knew it. Tall blue hair, armor of unknown type, and wrists and anklets. It really is him. He's on the Witches Association official dangerous persons list. According to the reports, he challenges magics, beats them to a pulp, and then leaves without acquiring them. They've named him Gokuraku the Brutalizer. Gokuraku. Okay. During the confirmation, some healing factors can't stop the MS side effect, which is interesting. Yeah. The Mandalorian and Grogu movie? Okay, cool. Love that. What manga is this? It is Ichi the Witch. Fishman Island arc better than it? Damn. It's a Star Wars movie? I imagine. Yeah, I agree. Tubular Vortex does have some potential, though. Boruto is one of the humanity's biggest mistakes. It's not that bad. Come on. I love this arc a lot. It's just all kinds of fun to me. Nice. You should watch Metal Sonic vs. Perfect Cell by Official Divine. I think I know the channel you're talking about. I'm good for now. His cousin series, Welcome to the Demon School of Ruma, is equally peak. The Boruto series would have been better if it followed his dad instead. You know what it should have followed? It should have been Boruto's grandfather. I would have loved the series about Boruto's grandfather. Brutalizer. Even if you clear my trial, men can't use magic. My trial was to destroy my cage and cut off my horn inside. You did that a dozen times, but you saw the horn keeps coming back. And you're magical. Find some way to make it work. How many times will it take before you get that you're kidding this human? He doesn't listen at all. Oh, I know. Maybe if I smear your brains over the walls another time or 3, that'll help you change your mind. Okay? I'll try beating you until you let me acquire you. Whoa. Inazuri? Shing? You. If you can't kill it, don't hunt it. That little idiot. Oh, shit. What are you doing? Isn't hunting. It's... Whoa. That was so cool. No way, that was magic. That was totally magic. I saw you use it. Boy, are you a witch? I guess. Oh, then men can be witches too if they acquire magic. What's your name? Ichi? Ichan, I need a favor. Make me into a male witch too, okay? Alright, I already like this guy. This guy's kind of crazy. Make me into a male witch too, Ichan. So, come with me a sec. We'll talk. What the... Tortle? Ah, nice. Like I'm letting you get away that easy. Kiss. Synchro rate 20%. Simple kick. What was that? Are you a witch too, girly? Ding dong. Okay, that takes care of that. Master Discaris. Ichi's in there too. Is that okay? That's fine. Anyway, I'll pack him up just like this, and then we'll cart off Gokuraku, is it? Back to the association. Huh? Through. Still alive, Ichan? I feel like a mole. You are? Good. What? Phew, something Greeks. What's this, goat poo? Oh, great. Whoopsie, sorry, we popped up right in the middle of your herd, didn't we? Yeah, we'll show ourselves off. Pay us no mind. Sorry for the bother. He attacked them, see? That's why I told you. Pay us no mind. Time to wash up and eat. The fuck is happening? I'm currently reading Boruto new chapters. Sakura looks abysmal. What the fuck is that creature? I agree. Boruto's art style is bad. I'm not the biggest fan of the Boruto art style. I will admit, it did take me a while to really get used to it. Them declining sales ain't helping. What declining sales? What declining sales for what? After how many years? Anything before the time skip is pure buns. Alright. I love Gokuraku so much. He and Ichi are cute together. I will never like Boruto for making Naruto a failure of Hokage and a father. Absolute dog shit. I know, Memento. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change your mind. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Because it's not Kishimoto who's drawing it. Oh, no, I mean, yeah, we know that. If I have to choose between marrying you, Unk, or Boruto getting erased from the face of the earth, I'll just pick Boruto. You know what? I think that's a bit crazy, but sure. I mean, it's fine. I was planning on potentially marrying a future girlfriend, or my current girlfriend, or whomever, you know? Most likely my girlfriend, but anyway. It gets good after this half the series. Alright. Imagine whining for 700 chapters for not having parents and then being a deadbeat when you can't make more than 1,000 clones. Sakura looks great. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I mean, yeah, entitled to our opinions. I will say, though, The whole like deadbeat dad thing. He's not a deadbeat dad. He didn't run out on his kids. He just works a lot. And if I had to be honest with you, like, okay, like really honest, you can't really blame Naruto for not being a good parent when he doesn't know what having good parents is really like. Like, you could maybe say Iruka Sensei, because he did have him as his dad for the wedding, but like, Iruka was emotionally a dad, but he wasn't there for Naruto all the time, right? He didn't have parents at home. He had someone to overlook him, to feed him, to take care of him when he needed help, when he needed someone to talk to, but that was it. He didn't do all the other parent stuff, right? He not as a W parent, though. Yeah, she's fine parent. Her kids honestly turned out well. By the way, Minato is having an anime or story or something. I mean, it does have a side story. Sakura in the last chapter looks awful. Who is that? I don't know about... Okay, I don't know about awful. I don't think she looks great, but I don't think she looks awful either. Not the design on paper, just the art. No, I know what you mean by the art. I know what you mean by the art. Listen, Ikemoto's art style is just not for everybody. Hearing, I'm planning to marry my future girl. Yeah, don't worry about that. I know that she pulled up on stream... I know she told me at least that she pulled up on stream like yesterday after I got out. I didn't know. She said that she got on around midday, like lunchtime, so you know. Yeah. And there, okay, let's dunk you good. And there, cleaner. I feel like laundry. Great. Okay, I'll catch us some fish. You're back. You're clearly human, but what else are you? Oh, this? I built this. You did? You know how much, you know much about magic items? Nope. Let me explain simply, then. I messed my body a whole bunch so I could touch magics as a man. An anti-magic augmented human is what you could call me. There's this one guy I really want to punch, there is. Anyway, forget that. I'm way more curious about you, Ichan. How do you do that? You're a man, but you can use magic and acquire magics. I've never seen anyone like you. How'd you do it, huh? How'd you make it work? If I do the same thing, will I be a witch too? Come on, tell me. You gotta tell me. First, let me dress that goat. Once the heart stops, the blood will coagulate. That makes it harder to butcher them. Oh, you're doing that fast. You made a clean cut. It died in an instant without feeling pain. Now, if we eat it, it'll be a proper hunt. You're weirder than I thought. I get that a lot. For riverfish, you start along with the spine, then nice and easy. These branches will burn better. So when you hunted this Ororo critter... so when you done this, it made you a witch? Interesting. What is it with you attracting weirdos, huh? Feral loony. Do you exude some kind of weird pheromones or something? And I thought I told you I'm not talking to you anymore. Huh? Damn it, hey, damn it, you. Gross. Are you insane? What'd you do that for? I thought ingesting you might get me a little closer to being a witch. It'll just make you sick. Lucky I wish I had a Roro and a Roro too. Why? He's mean and annoying and generally the worst ever. Hey. Man, isn't there some way for me to be a witch too? Hey. The guy you said you wanted to punch, is that? He's asleep. Seriously, what is up with this human? Psst. Hey, brutalizer. You want to be a witch, right? I'll make you a deal. First, all you gotta do is kill this kid. Ooh. Let's begin with Ichi the Witch. He acquired Aurora, the king magic that became the world's first male witch. He proceeded to acquire the Raiko magic, Inazuri, and the Hisame magic, Uruwashi. In short order. The other day, during the Hoitaka incident, he even engaged in battle with the World Hater magic itself, saving the village from being warped out. And then who could forget the lauded, most powerful witch in the world, Master Discaris, the Abyssal Witch, making tactical use of her vast array of skills and spells. And with the aid of Master Togeise, Clumsy Eyes, she forced the World Hater magic into a retreat. Presently, we're dealing with an unexpected encounter. Gokuraku, the Brutalizer, designated a dangerous person by the Mental Witches Association. We happened across him during torturing a magic. Believe it or not, he kidnapped Ichi and escaped. We have to find him fast. Ichi, please be okay. And this is all for my report. Alright. How much you planning to read? I'm going to read I'm going to read the end of chapter 25 and then we'll move on, alright? Naruto could force his clones to work and spend all his time with his family. No reason to send a clone to your daughter's birthday. Bum, missing his daughter's birthday. They ruined him. Sure, I guess. I mean, I don't have a rule of defense for that. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. That wasn't a good choice. The boys ended. It was above average, but not great. I like the ending. I like the ending. I like how it turned out. I think the way things went out with Homelander was a bit a little easier than I thought it would be. Just a tad bit easier than I thought it would be, but you know what? It's fine. It had to end some way. They did it. I started rewatching the series with my girlfriend, so I don't know. He made it time for 3 kids. What were the 3 kids? I like the boys ending more than how the comic went. Yeah. From my understanding of how the comic went, I do like this a lot more. I do think it was a lot better. Character assassination. I question anyone who actually likes Boruto, given how much they hurt Naruto as a whole. The issue is that they tease so much, but didn't deliver. The ending itself isn't bad, but it gets dragged down by the weird decision and plot points that never pay off. For what? The boys? Let's not spoil too much, though. But I get what you guys mean. Wait, the boys finally finish. Kill the kid and I'll be free. Then you can acquire me yourself. Do that and you'll be a witch. Who's sticking around for that? I'm booking it. With the feral brat dead, I'll be free. Not only that, but that annoyance Descaro will die too. We're talking a grand slam level of miracle coming back win. I just have to dupe this guy. Holy shit, jerk. What's your problem, huh? That's your one way of becoming a witch. I don't know, I can't put my finger on exactly why, but there's something about you. You remind me of this one bastard magic that I know all too well. It's an egotistical errant pest who looks down on humans and only ever thinks of itself. Let me guess. You were gonna trick me and run, right? That was a lame little plot you had cooking in your skull. Ah. Thinking about that damn magic killed my mood. Now I'm ticked. That bastard, that absolute, utter, total, complete piece of shit. I'm gonna crush it literally. Spill all of its innards across the floor. I'll crack open its skull, stumping its brain into mush. Strangle it with its own guts. Damn it. Too worked up now. Let me splatter you another time or 3. What's that bastard magic like? Tell me about it. Oh, what a pretty place. Bakugami Mines, residential district, the joyous country, Bakugami. It's just what you'd expect from a famous tourist spot. Okay. First, we have to report our acquisition of the Origumo magic, and then we'll collect info on Ichi sightings. It'll all work out. Cheer up, Master Descaras. It's over. I let him get away. I'm so dead. Literally. Why? I'm sure it'll be okay. Okay, calm down. Ho, 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 you there. Ladies from the Mental Witches Association, I presume? We were informed you would come. An investigation into potential human hater magic, correct? Yes? Potential, but we already acquired Origumo. Yeah, but, you know, the prophecy specifically said a slumbering magic. Origumo doesn't exactly fit the bill. Then it was talking about some other human hater magic. That's the feeling I get. Yeah, goodness. A human magic hater in our country. What a terrifying thought. If only they could all be like Lord Bakugami, a peaceful magic who does nothing but grant humans blessings and joy. Lord Bakugami, this is... Please, offer your greetings. Allow me to introduce the honored, most revered, blessed slumber magic. The great Lord Bakugami, blessed slumber, a slumbering magic, a blessed slumber magic also called Lord Bakugami. To the people of the country of Bakugami, it wasn't merely their guardian deity, it was a crucial pillar of emotional support. Lord Bakugami is our sacred magic and the one which guides our hearts to joy. It is both our god and our precious family. Lord Bakugami saved us all. Okay, but what if someone tries to acquire Lord Bakugami? Oh, that's easy. They'd be executed. To harm Lord Bakugami is to harm Bakugami as a whole. That's treason. They'd be beheaded on sight. We had been suffering deep within our hearts, but then our holy magic came and rescued us. In other words, Bakugami is our most revered savior, the worst parasite. It's not the savior everyone makes it out to be. Yeah, it looks cute on the outside, but on the inside, that thing is a cutely wrapped bundle of concentrated feces. Ichan, please help me acquire Bakugami, even if it means making an enemy of a whole country. Almost, it's almost time, Lord World Hater. My god, my deity of destruction. In short time, I'll be able to massacre this whole country. Then, I hope you'll praise me. Lord World Hater. Cool. Alright. That was sick. If you had to cosplay one anime character, who would it be? I don't know. I don't know who I look like enough to want to do it. I know you don't have to look like the character, but cosplay never doesn't really interest me in the slightest bit. And to me personally, I don't think I could cosplay. I find the act of myself cosplaying to be a little cringe. I don't know, the poses, the stuff, it's like, I'll just leave that stuff for the fictional characters. I don't know. I'm not saying that I think it's cringe for other people, just that me personally, I don't think I could do it. It's never interested me, and I don't know if and with the amount of money that I've spent on card games, on video games, etc., I don't think getting into a hobby as expensive as, you know, cosplay is just something I would be that interested in. Alright, I'm not trying to fly off. Des needs head pats. Yeah, the boys, I give the ending a crude 7. I don't know if a crude 7 is a bad thing. I don't know if a crude 7 is necessarily, like, a terrible fucking thing. Like, 7 is literally above average. I would say it's, like, good. Because it's just between mediocre or mid at a 5 and basically a 10. You know what I mean? It's, like, right in between. I don't know. They also tease the scorched earth, but Homelander doesn't do anything. The marketing showed a nuke planet or and such. I got hyped for nothing to snap, but yeah, I mean, I get what you mean. What do you think of this manga? Is it good? I think it's really good. I like it. Bakugan is a better show than Pokemon. Depending on the season, I agree. Depending on the season, I will agree. A Lucy cosplay, I would not cosplay Lucy. He didn't hesitate here at Herogasm. He had no reason to do so here. Pokemon Negs. I don't know about Pokemon negging. I think Bakugan was kind of great. I'm not gonna lie. Bakugan was really fucking good. Is it sleep aid? That's crazy. Is high complex multiversal? I disagree entirely. Now I do want to hear any Homelander versus Superman shit again. Let him get him past Wesker is crazy. At least there was a fundamental story, not a plot again and again and again. Masquerade versus Dan alone is better than anything Pokemon ever. All right, I don't know about anything Pokemon ever. Like, come on now, we're talking like, what about Ash? What about Charizard's? What about Charizard's seismic toss? Come on now. What about seismic toss? What about Charizard versus Blaziken or versus Blastoise? Come on, man. What about Pikachu versus Latios? Sceptile versus fucking Darkrai? Like, come on. What about in Pokemon Advance when Pikachu and Swellow did the Thunder Armor mode? You guys, I'm sure you guys can easily tell that I'm the type of guy that didn't watch Pokemon past like season 5. I think I stopped almost around Diamond and Pearl. Some Pokemon movies are peak. Yeah, some Pokemon movies are pretty fucking peak. When did a 7 be considered a bad rating? That's above average. That's what I'm saying. Like, 7 isn't bad. I didn't say it was terrible. It's just disappointing. But you said it was crude. But crude 7 means somewhere between a 6.5 or 7 for me? Okay, that's fair then. I don't know. I think like a 7 is fine. It's more disappointing. Yeah, I could see if you felt like it was disappointing. I didn't really pay attention to any of the promotional stuff though, me personally. I just said, fuck it. I'm just gonna watch it whenever I get along with it. I didn't really pay attention to any of like the spoilers, memes, or whatever that was coming out for the boys. I didn't know what the fuck half the context for all this shit was, so I was like, whatever. But I did like it. Homelander got what he deserved. Yeah, the way that he went out was kind of what you'd expect from someone like him, that essentially only had his ego because of his powers. I do like this take on Billy Butcher. I did like the take on Billy Butcher towards the end. And, I'm just happy we got a happy ending. MM, everything, Kimiko, all that stuff. Like, I'm happy. I'm happy that we got the ending that we got, Like, I wasn't expecting the most. Is not Rebecca. Alright. What about gold fighting red at the top of a mountain? Dude. Okay, gold fighting red at the top of a mountain? Yeah, that shit was pretty fucking big. Homelander was in space hovering over a literal scorched earth in the ads. He did, yeah, that would fuck up a person's perspective. You can argue Kaguya scales to an ETSO because of the Ten Tails amped all chakra for the Shinobi Alliance. Kaguya was the original Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and there's more chakra than it. Scales to the ETSO because the Ten Tails amped all chakra for the Shinobi Alliance. They didn't amp their chakra. That's not true. And then Kaguya was the original Jinchuriki. No, she wouldn't be a Jinchuriki. She was just the first Otsutsuki in being that could manipulate chakra. I wouldn't say that she's the original Jinchuriki because that would mean that the Ten Tails is inside of her. No, she is the Ten Tails. I once saw someone on Amino about Charizard against Jasper, Steven Universe. Never been the same again. Couldn't wrap my head around what made it a fitting matchup. Still befuddled to this day. Yeah, the issue is more so that they setup didn't pay off rather than it was what they had was bad. It's not a bad ending, but it's also not a. I think it's not a bad ending, more so a great ending. She was the Ten Tails, actually. Yes, she was the Ten Tails. I know, I said that. Renamon bad though? Alright. Alright. I would not say Pokemon's better overall than Digimon. I would say Digimon has a more telling story based on the themes, especially all the way far back in the original Digimon season, where you can even see like the effects of divorce had on some of the tamers. I don't know. OG Yu-Gi-Oh clears all of them. OG Yu-Gi-Oh as in like season 1, like Duelist Kingdom was terrible from a writing perspective, because essentially they were doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. Everything else after that was alright. I do think that OG Yu-Gi-Oh was okay, but I will say also, it gives you a completely fucked perspective. Like, if you wanna... Here's the thing about early Yu-Gi-Oh! If you ever wanted to actually play or learn how to play early Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Duelist City was peak. But if you ever wanted to actually learn how to play early Yu-Gi-Oh! And you wanted to know like what cards were powerful, you just could not watch the show. The show quite literally lies to you as a potential player about what is and isn't good within the context of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Mirror Force, fantastic card. Monster Reborn, fantastic card. Pot of Greed, fantastic card. Everything else, dog shit. Panther Warrior, dog shit. Blue Eyes White Dragon, dog shit. Every single card that we saw from like all those seasons, or all the characters used, all dog shit. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like Magical Cylinder, it was all funny and stuff. Oh, you can get a win off a Magical Cylinder if you time it right. Now that shit was so ass, dude. Merrick, Pegasus, Bakura, they were good villains. Though Bakura always felt like one of those like villains that was like in the background that like, for whatever reason, he just didn't feel like he mattered all that much until like the final. Not too much on the GOAT's Celtic Guardian. I mean, listen, Celtic Guardian wasn't a bad... Celtic Guardian was a bad card. I don't know, man. Like, I look at it from like a competitive perspective, maybe. Maybe that's where I'm wrong, but like, when I look at like what cards are good and what cards are bad, I feel like what the animes usually did was just always go out of their way to like try to promote the bad cards as good, and I feel like it gave a lot of people like this weird perception of like how good some cards were. I remember talking to one of my friends about this, where they were talking about like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and how like good Jaden's deck was, and I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, dude, Jaden's deck was dog shit. It was a bunch of fucking one-ofs and a bunch of like 1,000 attack point vanilla monsters. I'm sorry, that shit was so ass. I was watching a couple clips and they were talking about how it's how you use the card, not the power of the card, and I'm like, yeah, but you could also have a powerful card that you also use well. I don't know. I love Elemental Hero Avion and Burstinatrix, but those cards are bad. Those cards are objectively bad. It's just mostly a brute force fest, but also it was a past card game, 2 parts D&D, which is why the Millennium World is peak as hell. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Duelist Kingdom specifically. Blue Eyes dog shit, but the aura. Oh no, it had tons of aura. That is true. It had tons of aura. Tons and tons and tons of it. Although I will say, Seto Kaiba was a bitch for trying to unalive himself if Yugi didn't let him win. The more I look at that scene as an adult, I'm just like, listen, I get why he does it, right? If you watched OG Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know why Seto Kaiba was gonna throw himself off a cliff just to beat Yugi. And you know what? Sure, fine, whatever. But like, are we really gonna sit here and say like, at least as an adult, that like, bro's taking this little children's card game a little just too seriously? Yeah, he was a bitch and trying to save his brother. Listen, yeah, that's the thing. He was trying to save his brother, but again, I don't know, man. Saying, yo, if you don't let me win, I'm gonna off myself is absolutely fucking it's deplorable. What do you want me to tell you? It's fucking insane. Like, bro, it's just a game. Relax. I don't know, man. That shit was crazy to me. That shit was absolutely crazy to me. Yeah, Kaiba was the funniest part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Out here, literally calling people a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck and then telling Mokuba, make sure Wheeler doesn't get to sign up. I will say, during the Darts arc, I will say this. During the Waking the Dragons arc, just before like the anime only season, during that arc, I always wondered why we never got the Eye of Timaeus, the Claw of Hermos, or the Fang of Critias as actual cards until like 10 years too late. The part that like really got me, or the part that really made me laugh was when like Seto Kaiba got inside a fucking Corvette or a Ferrari or some shit. The guy was like, "Sir, you can't take this car out. What are you guys doing here?" And Seto Kaiba, as he's yapping, Seto Kaiba literally pulls out his checkbook, right with the smoothest fucking pen twist, writes that shit down, and then gives him, and then tells him, fill in the check. That shit was crazy. Keep the change. I'm like, yo. Seto Kaiba was on some shit, bro. Bro was high-end balling, bro. Seto Kaiba. You know what? Let's just check out some funny moments real quick. I'm on this shit right now. Oh no, my PlayStation controller. It fell. Ah, damn it. If Yu-Gi-Oh would be real and the characters acted the way in real life, it would be corny as fuck. Yeah, that's...
That's the puniest monster with the lowest attack points in all of duel monsters. I've never known a serious duelist to even... Looks like someone screwed up at registration. I'll deal with you later. Come on, Mokuba. We've wasted enough time here.
Tristan, I think I feel a challenge coming on here.
Maybe you should save Kaiba for the finals, Joey.
Kaiba, you want a piece of me?
Joey?
Think this.
Nobody disses me in front of my friends.
Joey, you're an okay duelist and all, but playing against you would be a complete waste of my big brother's time.
This won't take long.
Huh?
Let's rock and roll.
You fool. Looks like I'll... Mokuba, let's bring in his car.
What do you think we're doing? We're buying it.
What? I don't have time to play games, young man. I think this...
Look at the way bro pulls out the check. Look at the way the bro pulls out the checkbook.
What? I don't have time to play games, young man. I think this should cover it. Keep the change. Get back here. Jump.
Bro said $500,000. I'm fucking crying. Or 500,000 yen. Which is still a lot. Actually, wouldn't that just be like $5,000? That's crazy. Okay, anyway. Oh, Kaiba boy. Yugi boy. Oh. Oh, that little Joey boy. By the way, I have seen a lot of people saying that Kaguya is stronger than Shibai, who is stronger than Zeno, and Kaguya is one of the strongest characters. Yeah. Seto Kaiba went either back in time or into the afterlife. Yeah, so you're right about this. If you guys didn't know this, but in the movies, Seto Kaiba, in the last Yu-Gi-Oh movie, Seto Kaiba went out of his way to build a machine that sent him into the afterlife just to duel the soul of the pharaoh. Bro could have solved world hunger and every single issue that occurred on the planet and said, no, fuck all of that. I'm going to go out of my way to devise a machine to send me into the Mind you, the machine was probably just a fucking gas chamber. That motherfucker probably just gassed himself to death, and then he just fucking went up to heaven and said, yo, Pharaoh, it's time to fucking duel. There is no way of him getting back. Do you understand the level of salty pettiness that you need to have over an ancient Egyptian spirit in order to devise a machine that can send you to the exact location that you can find him in just to have a go at it at a children's card game? Yeah, no. Wallahi, playing cards is not that serious. I agree. Was getting another plate? What are we doing? You're insane. Imagine if it was real life, bro would get clowned online for being a cornball. That's what I'm saying. He's so extra, I love him. No, the dollar sign, not a yen. Yeah. That was a dollar sign? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Man, every time I try to look up some Naruto Scaling Light, every single form is filled with fans just saying solar system, etc. I literally cannot get a factual fact on Google. Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? That's why I tell people learn to scale on your own. Don't listen. At the end of the day, everyone's gonna have some different line of scaling. Even people who agree with me would still try to debate certain specific points on anything. I think it's completely fine. If you want to learn, if you want to do scaling yourself, if you want to scale Naruto, just read the story. Just read Naruto, write things down, just take notes, take any panels that you might like. But yeah, don't rely on other people's scaling. One thing I can promise you is, if you try to rely on another person scaling your AI, they're not going to know the entire line of logic itself, or you're probably just going to be saying some random bullshit that the person probably just made up. I aspire to be as petty as Kaiba. No, you do not. Do not aspire to be as petty as Kaiba. If magic is real, I can definitely believe he punched himself in the afterlife, because this is Seto fucking Kaiba. Aura over cancer treatment. That's what I'm saying, bruh. That's why Inazumi 11 makes more sense. Have you ever played card games with your life on the line? No, I haven't. Eon talking about Sasuke's pink C-Rack. That's what I'm saying, bro. Sasuke's... Ooh, I think the final title for the weekend is gonna be before the weekend is gonna be Sasuke's used fleshlight. Sasuke's baby mama, some shit like that. Question. Is the whole Naruto lightspeed assumption just because Madara won Storm Release Jutsu that got glazed by a databook? I don't know if it got glazed by a databook. If anything, you could argue that the databook downplayed it, but yeah. And as far as like Naruto goes, as far as Naruto goes, why are we talking about Sakura? I don't know. Somebody, I think, oh yeah, Sailor Diamond. They just gave me a W for the name of the stream. Sasuke's Delulu's stalker? Nah, I wouldn't call her a stalker. 5Ds is a world built by Kaiba. No one can stop you if you're a better duelist. That is true. 5Ds was crazy. Buddha is about to get banned from the server again. What's going on in the server? He paid the dealer 60 to 80 million yen if we're going by US dollars, and a car only costs 2 million. That's insane. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Text debates. What, Aster, what? Okay. Okay. There's a conversation here, like, what are we doing? Okay. Well, if it gets to that, ahoy, what you typing? You love BBC and you have a bubble butt and you agreed to it? Who the fuck is making these? What the fuck is this? Why do I keep saying... No, you're the one with the bubble butt. I think it does. S equals D over team. Speed equals distance over time. Gojo's infinity infinitely slows you down and attack. Okay. Every poo-poo time is pee-pee time, but not every pee-pee time is poo-poo time. Ever think about that one, Mr. Batman? Alright. What the fuck are these? So there's like a bot or something that makes these? There's a conversation in memes. That's where you want to look. Ah. Alright, what happened here? Somebody tagged me on, like, where this shit starts. What the fuck? Alright. Just tag me on where it starts. Just tag me on where it starts. We just banned Bora. Go check out what happened. The reason is in DMs. Thank you, Lapis. Thank you so much. Alright. Oh, you're a woman? By the way, you misspelled you are. That's why you forgot. Research says women are twice as likely to forget trauma. Yeah. Yeah. Dude. Burra. Silky. We spoke about this already. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Listen. It's one thing to, like, listen, it's one thing to, like, say some shit. It's one thing to, like, say some sexist-ass shit, which, to be honest, this is just completely sexist. There's, besides, like, I guess you could say genitalia and physical strength, there's really no difference between men and women, dude. What the fuck are we talking about? Why, it's not even the fact that you're saying some sexist shit, dude. It's not even the fact that you said some sexist shit, dude. It's the fact that, like, You said some sexist shit. Literally a day? Yeah, no, we're not. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. It's not even like the fact that you said some like that. It's the fact that you said it. Plus you said it like a day after I had a conversation with you. What were they antagonizing? What did I do? Okay. Burrow was 100% appealing to evidence unironically. What the fuck is happening here? All right. What is this? So are you here to complain in the... Tell me about an hour timeout. Just unmute me. I did nothing wrong. This mob vigilantism is wrong. Oh, do you even know what vigilantism is? I enforce the rules like all the other mods. If the server means so much to you, wait your 1 hour and don't insult people. Where did I though? They really didn't like the idea of Kaido beating Whitebeard. So you're acting like you don't know. I think you read your own messages and see where you did wrong. But I will say I highly recommend not speaking to me anymore unless the punishment goes from 1 hour to infinite hours. Who do you think you are? Honestly, don't tell me what I did. General punishment. Okay, infinite hours. Okay, are you being fair though? The fact's so hard to swallow. They get crushed in an endless battle between ego and righteousness. I mean, if you can describe losing a debate, then sure. I don't recall losing. I always lay down the facts, but can you unban me here? You can recall lose. This isn't a case. He doesn't lose his immortality when certain attacks. He's immortal with the president. If he gets hit with his own attack, he will die. He would be Hockey. Why would Hockey be interchangeable with his own attacks? That makes no logical sense. If you keep spouting the same disingenuous argument, but slightly altered, I'm just gonna get a judge and conclude. I'm not banning you. I'm not unbanning you. We're rightfully banned. Okay, what did I do? I cooked you last time I remembered, Salty. Okay, so now you're just going into it. This is probably the worst thing you could do. I'm sorry. And for that, heaven shuns you. Uncrustable, fruit by the foot, too. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. This will probably end in a message or two recently typing in the Constitution. Okay, pending destruction. Okay, can we also please not use Glazer? Come on now. I tamed the shark, though. You're far from taming Thine. Can't tell if this is rage bait or actual pride problem, son. I don't know if you can feel in the kitchen, ready to look up how emoji'd his own message. Read my last comment. The picture I sort of got, he was coping, big circulatory. Find our previous debates. Look, you're probably right, but again, I don't know anything about Naruto to judge. You mean they're called people, where you call people Admiral Tards? Literally never talked to you prior to today, so you likely don't remember anything or are delusional. I've never spoken to you except for today. We have You're generally making shit up to the point where you having skimmed over several other debates. You lack the capacity to provide your own evidence, and when evidence is contradictory to your own assertion, you were dismissive and falling back to people, glazers, or anything to discredit them without actually addressing the point. If anything, your lack of debates and cooking shows desperately deserves education in the field for both. It literally showed you everything I have ever done, and you only in the last day had come up on my radar. I believe I saw you on a stream once. However, I engaged with the host and never talked to you. I typically do not talk about One Piece inverse, nor a lot of cross-verse outside of an occasional explanation. Yeah, that is true. Thine doesn't really do that. Please seek help, probably from a memory improvement game. Like, get diffed. Okay, literally talked to you prior to the day. Never spoken to you before. Wow, just wow. Nah. Did diffed is... Neg diffed is, holy shit. Making a call. This probably seek help, probably improve memory, like Leopold. Let me reach now. Address me or hold the dignity actually away. Was I wrong? I've improved myself. Burrow got the Saturn treatment. Wow, I confirmed wrongly and probably, so hard for you to lose memory. Don't worry, I didn't steal your role. Pass. Kind Fowler, this is insulting, not gonna lie. Bro's a bit so you remotely keep track of anything. That's a bit, you've lost your brain privilege. You know, the shame of admitting that you're wrong. I say that. Burden, hold up, don't let me do that. I was banned. Just bited. Dementia was banned last night. Messages, Burrow got messages. You lost. I don't remember. Don't insult people. Bro gets memory cutting slash into... Oh, yeah. Let's not do that. They are not... We followed all the conversation. Never interacted with Thine. Thanks, champ. You won the crying competition. No. I'm saying you lost, Bora. Tell them who has a memory problem. Well, technically, these are fictional peoples I'm using to describe a scenario. This isn't your username. You may want to go online. This isn't technically. Not only that, on my side, as champ. Bro, you lost. You as in Bora. Bora, after his wife's boyfriend allows him to stay up past... Okay. Like, let's not fucking do this. Yo, why are we antagonizing people? What the fuck? You're annoying. Champ told you. Okay, I need to have a conversation. Okay. Not gonna lie, I'd lose 2 mites. Miracle, synapses, capacity to fire from your brain so you can wipe your own ass. Come on, why are we doing... I need to just have a conversation with the mods. I need to have a conversation with the mods about this, dude. I don't like this either. He has Alzheimer's, bro. Alright, that's not the topic thing tonight. Did he ever spoke to me? But thanks for your judgment. I was debating thing. Thank you was debating thine in one. You are literally seeing ghost disability or not equal justice. Imagine getting the gender wrong when you spoke to me. This is with thine. Yeah, you recall the debates. You had Aristotle's in one. You had Plato's be nice, son. You debated thine. She never even talked to you. Thick skull. You are not my father, I believe. So you are. Thine would honest to nuke the. I will be honest. Would nuke the entire server collectively together in a debate. I do not mean this lightly. Oh, your woman forgot. All right. Okay. Okay. No, I'm gonna say this. Differences, but he did. But saying a woman can't do research, no, it's complete sexism. This has got nothing to do with biology, unless I misread that. No, it's got nothing to do with biology. All right, so I'm gonna say this: Six is in the wrong, Bora's in the wrong, Thine is in the wrong. Like, you guys are all in the fucking wrong. I don't see anyone here being in the right. You guys shouldn't have even remotely kept antagonizing this guy. You guys should have just let it be. Just told him. You guys should have just let it be. You guys honestly should have just let it be. If you know that he's wrong, if you've all told him that he absolutely has never spoken a Thine before, you should have just left it at that. You guys shouldn't be egging this guy on. You guys shouldn't be trying to argue back at this point. Just leave the guy be. If he's kicked off the server or whatever, if you guys need to mute him, blah, 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 blah. You guys already explained the whole thing to him. You guys were antagonizing this guy. You guys were entirely antagonizing this guy. But on the same hand, dude, Silly Brook, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. You are absolutely... You are... I get the whole thing of, like, you trying to defend yourself. I get that. There was no need for you to make a sexist fucking remark, dude. There was absolutely no... Yeah, no. Here's the thing. You keep engaging. The problem with the internet is that people can't help but engage with things that they probably shouldn't need to. I'm not trying to make this a baby safe space where, like, people can't say shit to each other, or people can't, like, have an actual conversation, or tell somebody, like, listen, you are being wrong, blah, 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 blah. Like, get over yourself. I'm fine with that. And I get that you guys... I get that you're trying to make it as, like, a lighthearted joke, but come on, dude. Even in general, trying to say that, oh, your wife's boyfriend is letting you do blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it. I get you're not trying to be, like, the most offensive with it, but still, dude, it's not necessary to even add that shit on. Yes, there are also women in this chat, bro. There are also women in this chat. Like, power scaling does it, like, first of all, power scaling, research, all this stuff, bro. Like, none of that has to do with you either being a man or a woman. If you're actually being honest here, more women are even graduating out of college than men are, bro. So it's not even a fucking research thing. But besides that fucking point, it's the fact that people can't just seem to let something go and just say, you know what? You know what? This is not a conversation worth having. This is honestly not a fucking conversation worth having. If you feel like they're coming at you, then you have to, might be at some point, look introspectively. That means look into yourself and see, what am I doing? Read what I said about women, please. Oh, you're a woman. That's why you forgot. Research says women are twice as likely to forget trauma. Dude, I don't fuck with that kind of shit regardless. I don't care if it's some lighthearted jab. I don't care if it's you just trying to say, well, it's not me saying that women are stupid or women can't do research or blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying it's anything like that, but what I am saying is that it literally goes against the fucking rules of the server, bro. I'll have a talk with the fucking moderators after this shit. Don't get me wrong. I'll have a fucking conversation with the moderators. But at the end, because they should not also be egging you on. They should be at least, or they should at least try to be mature enough to be like, okay, you know what, guys, leave the conversation as it is. But, okay, they didn't do that. That's whatever. I'll talk to them separately. You, on the other hand, bro, I'm not going to let you back in because of the 2 times that I've had you in the server, you've gotten kicked out basically right away, dude. Like, that's a problem. Like, I need you to understand that is a problem. You gotta look it towards yourself and say, like, okay, if people are telling you you've never spoke to Thine before that day, if Thine is telling you I've never spoken to you before this, and you keep saying that you have, that's a problem as well. I'm just saying. They were saying I have Alzheimer's. They shouldn't be saying that, but to be fair, why are you keep egging on this idea that you had multiple debates or whatever with Thine when you hadn't? No, I know you're not defending him, but, like, I don't care what the reason is. You guys are... It's not even supposed to be, like, that deep of a thing, but I don't know, man. Like, listen, you know what? I'm over this. I'm over this. People just need to grow the fuck up, dude. People just need to grow the fuck up. It was long ago? Can you prove it? Can you prove that? If you cannot... And how is CLC bypassing infinity without verse equalization? I don't know. Yeah. The anime fan base is surprisingly sexist. They make women feel like they shouldn't be anime fans. It's so bad. Yeah, I don't like that. What the fuck? We can have cool, awesome female characters throughout anime, but we can't have women just take a part in the conversation and just, you know, be fans as well? It's always some weird shit. It's like, oh, if a girl likes anime, either she doesn't actually like the anime, she isn't a real fan, answer me, name every single character in the series, or, oh my god, you like anime? Please have my fucking children. Like, it's one or the other, bro. Jesus Christ, I could only imagine what it's like for a girl to fucking try to be in any kind of anime space in a community, dude. Especially when you even have, like, these slight jabs at ya, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? I don't know. That was our debate, not the one you had with Thine. It doesn't matter what the debate was. Just leave it be. Just leave it be. You guys know he hasn't... If you guys know he hasn't spoken to Thine before, just leave it be. Just let him be wrong. That's it. Not everything needs to be a conversation that pushes through to another extent. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Jackson, I have to deal with this fucking shit. Oh my god, let it go. Lapis. If you have to drive from Charleston to Jacksonville, that is fine. You don't deal with this shit, Lapis. Just let it go yourself. Just stop inviting or entertaining the conversation. A conversation can't move on. A conversation, an argument can't move on if you guys are not engaging in it. You can't have a conversation with just one person. You can't have an argument with just one person. Guys, just leave it be, please. I trust you guys as my mods to at least be able to do that little bit, man. Come on. Yes, if the message... yeah. Sorry, I just got a little slightly irritated because he lied on God's name. Anyway, I'm out. If that irritates you, I understand that. If that genuinely does irritate you, Six, I understand that. But part of maturing and growing up is also just turning the other cheek and just letting a person say whatever the fuck they want at the end of the day. I think they have a crush on Thine. No, they do not, dude. They're just backing up what Thine says because Thine literally says they had never spoken to you before. Yes, if the message are there, but it got deleted and they banned me. Six gave me an old screenshot from the other day. I don't know, man. Alright. I don't know, man. Kind of over it. Can you check it? Check what? What do you want me to check? Literal superhuman, by the way. Yeah, Thine is great, but still. The old messages. What old messages, my guy? I'm not going to scroll up. I don't care, dude. I'm not going to scroll up all the way past to try and find some random shit in one of these fucking channels that people are talking and there's hundreds of messages in them. I'm not going to do that shit, dude. What old messages are we talking about? What old messages are we talking about, my guy? We were debating about hockey and immortality. What server? What point in the server? I'm not just going to search up what day. I need something. I'm not just going to randomly scroll up for you. That's a waste of my time and energy, dude. Ichi versus Deku? I don't know. I haven't seen enough from Ichi yet, but probably Deku Blitz is right. Alright, I'm leaving it at that. I'm done with this conversation. I am done with this conversation. I don't care. Burra, listen, you've gotten banned from the fucking thing twice, 2 days back to back. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, you can still be part of the stream chat. You can still be here. I'm not going to try to kick you out of here, but come on. If the Rinnegan can bypass Infinity... Can you run me by your, like... You saying that you wonder, right? Let's look through the abilities of the Rinnegan, right? There's the soul absorption thing. There's the soul absorption ability, but it has to make physical contact. You have to probably argue about the soul absorption dragon, which Nagato only pulls out by making the Ghetto Mazo come out. Let's leave that one on the back burner for now. Asuropath can't do it. Asuropath has none of its attacks can do it. Unless you think that a laser beam can. The laser cannon can. The Animal Path's giant summons wouldn't really be able to do it. The Predapath shouldn't be able to absorb it. The Narakapath with the King of Hell, I don't know how that's supposed to interact with its tongues and shit, with its, like, tongue mouths, tongue hands, I don't know what the fuck it was. And so then there's the Devapath, which sends out a shockwave forward. I don't know if the shockwave from Almighty Push could be stopped. You know what I mean? I don't know. It can create portals? When the fuck does the Rinnegan create portals? You're talking about Sasuke's? Are you talking about Sasuke's Rinnegan? The Narakapath? The Narakapath is the one that summons the King of Hell. It's the one that essentially brings out, like, that giant mouth thing that, like, has hands for... that has, like, hand tongues. That thing, I don't know if that thing can pass it. I don't know if it's an ethereal construct. I don't know if it has mass or if it's, like, a physical object. Like, I honestly can't answer that one. But it does seem to grab people's tongues out, so maybe. Maybe not. Good stance on that, Beef. Happy to see a reasonable handling of that stuff. My thing is just, if you are getting to a point where you're having a conversation, and mind you, I'm not perfect at this either. You guys have seen this happen earlier this week. I'm not perfect at this myself, but to some extent, I have to sit here as someone who doesn't even really give a shit about the conversation and say, all right, they're not in the right, but you're also not in the right either. If you got kicked out, it's because you said something you weren't supposed to say. Just tagged you so you can prove the old messages are still there after the ban. Bruh, strongest creature is actually the strongest creature. 99%, yes, exact reason or cross-verse, everything clears. The story has objective truths and feats. Your opinion is not biased, though. Extreme Death with Whitebeard. Just yapping, strongest creature, no Kaido lost to Joy Boy, literally got Roger above Runbeard. This is just a conversation from yesterday. This is just a conversation from yesterday. Like, yeah, they didn't get erased or anything. Oh, yeah, that stuff. Alright, I don't care, dude. I'm over it. It was way older than that. I don't know, man. The Rinnegan powers literally is whatever the plot needs it to be and have. Yeah. I just got back. What are we talking about? We're getting back into One Piece. By the way, since that little thing just happened, since that little thing just happened right there, I'm going to do the following, right? I'm going to inform you guys about next week. I don't have anything big planned for next week. But I'm not streaming next week. Just as a heads up, I'm not streaming next week. Reason. If I can't finish Sabaody Archipelago by Friday, then I basically won't be able to finish the of the video process anytime soon. So it won't come out for a few months. I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case. Next week, I will be researching on my own, offline, so that way I can compare how much without chat. Unfortunately, this it's gonna be a hit to like the income I'll be earning. It's definitely gonna be a hit towards the income I'll be earning for like the next couple of weeks, maybe. But like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Next week, I'm just gonna stay off of streaming. I'm not gonna stream. I'm not gonna do much. I am simply going to work on my own time. State of play today? Anyone expecting anything? Probably just something on the new Wolverine game. Probably some gameplay, but that's it. So you guys, we distract Eon too much, then complain for him not getting work done. Either way we behave, he cuts down his streams. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I can't get all the work that I want to do done. I can't get all the work that I want to do done. It feels like I'm never gonna get this done because remember, we're only on chapter 496 after 3 fucking months, dude. After like 4 months, not even 3 months. After 4 months, I'm on chapter 496, dude. I still have 700 chapters to go. I still have almost 700 chapters to go. I'm never going to be... Apparently, some of the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games are canon. They're not canon. Kishimoto simply worked on one of them. I don't count that as actual canon of the series. It's not. I'm not going to count that as canon to the manga. If it has writing or if it has feats that kind of directly contradict what is shown in the manga, I just don't care. Anyway. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to get this done. I'm not going to be able to finish this anytime soon. I want to, trust me, nobody wants me to finish this more than I do. I genuinely just want to be done with this whole fuck-ass conversation as well. So I'm kind of being left with, like, next to no choice on the following matter. It's either I don't do any work, it's either I just make the video, fuck all the research, and just start making the video right now, or I go out of my way to research everything on my own time, away from you guys. Telling myself to make an index to save time. Constantly rereading is a massive waste of time. I would still have to read it through it to make the index anyway. Regardless. Listen, I'm gonna try to get. I'm probably just gonna do till the end of post pre-time skip. I know post time skip well enough. I'll as I'm writing through the script, I'll probably just start talking about post time skip in comparison, and then once I get to the end of One Piece, I'll watch the Naruto, the Boruto movie, and I'll just start writing down every feat as I'm watching it on a piece of paper or whatever. I'm gonna do it like that. If you guys have an issue with that, not really my problem. I'm going to just probably just take this thing, because I really do want to just end this up, and I really do want to get this video out within the next month or two. I think I had a conversation with my mom recently. She said that she wants to do my grandma. Basically, I'll just give you guys, nothing is planned for now. Nothing is being planned for now. I don't have anything crazy, but my grandma is old. She is sick, but she says that she wants to go to Spain for for like a month. I told my mom I can't do that. I can't afford that, but apparently because my some of our family, some of our in-laws technically are from Spain, they can get us an Airbnb or whatever that's like way fucking cheaper, making the whole trip like way less expensive. My grandma says she wants to do that like around September. That's around my birthday time, so I might go there for like a week or two. So I want to be done with this video by then. but it's definitely going to be over an hour or so. So I'm going to at least need like a month or so. So that's just like a little bit of a life update for you guys. No, you're fine. Grandma has been sick, but her health has also been getting better. Yes. Ain't no way. How old is she? When the fuck? She turned 80 when I was like... I think I was just graduating from college when she turned 80. I don't fucking know, dude. My point with this is... Grandma has been good. Hopefully her condition continues to be good. But she wants to just basically go to Spain, just sit by a terrace, just have a nice little apartment where she can just stay by, watch the terrace, watch the sunset, watch the people walk by, do all that stuff. Mom is going to be going with her. They offered me to go with. Hope Abuela is good, but get an editor for this video? Yeah. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save up the next couple of... I've been thinking about it. With the money I'm gonna earn from this upcoming month is gonna be basically all go into the Nintendo Switch 2 to pay off my credit card, which is fine. That's not an issue. I'll probably see what I can do what I can earn within the next month. Maybe I'll even pop out a video real quick. But I'll likely just do if I can finish off the Marineford saga, or at least get deep enough within the next week. I'll probably just start work on the video. I'll probably just start typing it up. I'll just cross-reference everything that I can with Naruto and One Piece up until the end of pre-time skip. Then from there, what I'll do is that for post-time skip, when I'm comparing Naruto to Luffy for post-time skip end, I'll just do the research on the side as I'm typing through the fucking script. And then for the actual video in and of itself, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, I might not even do an editor for this one. I might not even do an editor, because the more I think about it, a video that's going to be this big and this long, all things considered, I don't know how I'm supposed to give them all of the images and then give them I feel like the amount of effort that it'll take to give them all the images and then write down every single one of like the panels that need to go into what image or whatever, I can just do that myself at that point. I don't know. That just seems like a lot more of a hassle than just doing the work myself. But I want to get this video done by the end of August so that I can at least attempt to see if I can spend at least a week with Grandma, because I also don't plan on going for like anything longer than maybe 2 weeks. But yeah. Anyway, that's just a heads up for you guys about potential future. I get if you don't like relying on other people, but I could take up an arc like Impel Down and send you what I get from a reread. It's no, it's fine. I can do it myself. I can 100% do it myself. I do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. The effort that you guys have already done, including you, Aura, with all the scans that you've sent me, with the 3D2Y stuff, like, that is more than I could have asked for in the first place. I don't like being a burden to people. I don't like having to, I guess, it's more of a me just wanting to do things in a way that I feel like I can just get it done on my own. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't know if you would call it like a pride thing or not. I don't know, but like, it's one of these things that I do want to work on my own, because I feel like this is like my baby to kind of do. The work that everyone has already done help me out is appreciated from the genuine bottom of my heart. But with that aside, I do want to get this video done, and in order to do so, I am going to probably start doing the research on my own time. Being a good grandson is way more important than entertaining strangers. I wouldn't be losing time for anything else, just something to do. Nothing else I'm working on. But yeah, it's all up to you. I got you. No, I appreciate it. You know, get your own content out. You know, do whatever it is that you need to do, or just do life stuff. You know, work on mental health, whatever it is that you need, man. I genuinely do appreciate the kind offer, though. I really, really do. But with that being said, next week there'll probably be no streams. I'll probably do a stream on Friday or during the weekend just to make up for it. But we'll play some Donkey Kong Bonanza. We'll just have some fun. We'll fuck around. I'll even show you guys what I had written down so far. But with that being said, this is basically it. I am going to get as much done as possible. I'm probably just going to finish up to the pre-time skip, and then I'll just start working from there. I want June, July, and August to essentially just be... No, of course, I'm not going to forget about the Bleach video, but the Bleach video is not going to come out until I'm probably back from that trip. So with that being said, if I can finish Sabaody Archipelago within the next 2 days, it'll at least convince me not to... It'll at least convince me not to go so insane as far as, like, you know, just saying fuck stream, fuck chat, just work on this until it's done, right? It could probably be more efficient, but at the end of the day, I do like interacting with you guys. Whether it's the people here that come in here and, you know, spill whatever bullshit they want about Naruto solos, multi-universal level or whatever, I don't care. Or One Piece's wall level. I again, even if it's with those things, I don't really care. Like, I do enjoy interacting with you guys. I do enjoy talking with you guys. It makes part of this really worth it. By then, Bleach will be nearly done when you return. Yeah. And it'll give me a chance to also look through the 1,000-Year Blood War as I go. Besides, I thought about it. I'm like, I'm going to have to probably just look through Bleach one more time. Not read through, but at least, like, go through Bleach again just to see, like, exactly what my issues were. Because, dude, it's been months. At this point, I'm just forgetting straight up shit that happened in Bleach. Anyway, what's going on? Bubbles keep drifting up one after the other. Soap bubbles are coming from the island. Who's blowing them? The island makes them the island. Okay, none of this matters. Do you know what mangroves are? The tree roots are underwater depending on the tides. Roots are always above water. Here the roots are always above water. Sabaody Archipelago is a collection of the world's largest mangroves, the Yarukima mangroves. They sound manly. Let's go there. There are a total of 79 trees. Each tree has a town or some facilities. The Sabaody Islands have 79 trees, each having a town or some facilities. The islands are 99. They're called the Sabaody Travelers. Stop here on their way to the New World. That's World 49 in the entrance, so let's talk further back. The roots are big up close. Alright, the roots are even bigger than the Thousand Sunny. The roots are even bigger than the Sunny. Bro, I might be right. I think I found a conversation between him and Thine. Do you want to check? Sure. I don't want to distract you, but this seems important. Sure, let me see it. Tag me in it. I do NBA versus NBA research. Here. Okay. This was from the 3rd of the month. Fujitoro overall Stern Ritter. Strength over hacks. No, it depends on the hacks. Literally not so given how some hacks are. I don't care about this matchup particularly, but in general, you need an answer for a hacks. What would you need an answer for a hacks? It doesn't have enough respect that doesn't have enough respect to have a question in its own verse. True, but that's why strength over hacks for Bleach. Bro, are you talking about strength over hacks in relation to Bleach or One Piece case specific? Because if not, you'd be willing to explain it to me. Not only for One Piece, but in general, hacks are null in Bleach most of the time. Okay, so One Piece and Bleach, my statement was more expansive, as some series do not care about strength of an individual if certain hacks is shown. Okay, so they did speak. So they did speak beforehand. Okay, so fuck. So Burrow wasn't wrong. Okay, so Silky Brook wasn't wrong about... He wasn't wrong about already interacting with Thine from days beforehand. Okay, I believe you now. Thank you so much, and Aster, thank you so much for checking this up. I appreciate you for that. I always get this weird High School of the Dead ad on YouTube. No, I've never gotten a High School of the Dead ad on YouTube. Okay. Listen. Yeah. Burrow, then let me say this then. Let me say this then, Burrow. On behalf of my community, on behalf of my mods, whether or not they agree with it, I do want to apologize to you. They shouldn't have been calling you an Alzheimer, or they shouldn't have been saying that you had Alzheimer or whatever for saying that you had a conversation, that you already had spoken with Thine. If you... Excuse me, let me get some water. I do see now that you defending yourself was, if anything, in the right. However, I cannot sit here and also say that you were in the right for also saying that whole comment about women. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I will have a conversation with my chat. With my mods. I'm going to have a conversation with them. I'm going to make sure that this doesn't happen again, but at the same time, dude, if you want to stick around and chat, that's fine. For the sake of just keeping things as with the least amount of a headache as possible. I'm not going to let you back into the server because of the comment, but I still want you to stick around for the streams. I still want you to stick around for the community. Maybe in the future, give it a bit of time. Maybe in the future, I'll add you back. No worries. But as far as things go, I do want to apologize to you for behalf of the fucking mods, dude. They shouldn't have done any of that shit. That was wrong on them. I will be having a conversation with them by the end of the day. I'm really sorry, dude. I'm really fucking sorry. What is Luffy's AP and speed scaling? Far beyond Continental and way into FTL ranges. Way into it. If you don't want to use a multiplier or whatever, just very deep into it. I only said that to her because she forgot. I don't want back because they banned me again. Cook though, Eon. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for not thanks for not taking it too to heart, man. I'm really sorry. Yeah. No, thank you, man. I thank you for being so level-headed with me. I'm really sorry that happened. In the future, I don't know, month, maybe 2 months from now, 3 months from now, I don't know, some point, I'll if anything, just ask me again. I'll let you back into the server. But I will say, if I do that, just let go of a conversation. Just please let go of the conversation. If something like that happens, dude, sometimes it's just not worth it. Okay. Are bigger than the Sunny. I mean, except for the comment of women, nothing else seems wrong. I think it was kind of rage baited, and even then, I think there are many comments were in the corners of the server, I think. If you guys can find me other comments like that, if you change the mods in the future, I'll come back. Sure. As far as some of the stuff that I was seeing, listen, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Maybe this is negligent on my end, and if you call it that, so be it. Dude, I don't have the energy to read through the entirety of the server to find every little thing. To be honest, I think you guys know this by now, I don't even really use Discord myself. I use it for, like, I don't even use any of these fucking servers, dude. I joined the Simple Flips one just because he put it on his channel. I was trying to learn Yuri from SF6. I haven't really played Digimon, what's its face? The Digimon TCG app, and I don't even really go to, like, the whole, like, Yu-Gi-Oh thing, man. I don't know. Do I have permission to ban Burrow on streams? They have done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong on stream. No. No. I'm not doing that. Whoa, bubble came up. How does it work? I can write it. The roots of the mangrove secrete a special natural resin. It's sticky. Don't wipe it on me. When the roots breathe, it inflates resin, making it... Gojo likes Digimon? Yeah, Gojo does like Digimon. That's why he's my goat. You were learning Jury. I see you're a cultured, my brother. Yeah, I do have SF6, but I'm absolutely dog shit at fighting games, so it just never became anything for me. I don't know. Having to learn an entire character's, like, moveset and what moves are good just felt like too much, and I could never get the button down, or I could never remember it. But yes, the moment I saw Jury on Street Fighter 6, I was like, yes, I'm playing her. And no, I was never good. I don't know. Characters, if a character's like way too technical, especially like and I'm talking about like a 3 and up, the real reason nobody's us is because she plays Brawl instead of Ultimate. Reasonable. You play Mortal Kombat. Wait, play Mortal Kombat 1? I'm not a fan of Mortal Kombat. I tried it. I played Mortal Kombat 1 at my girlfriend's, I think, my girlfriend's cousin's house. I played a game of Mortal Kombat. It was slow. MK1, yeah, it was slow as fuck. I just didn't like it. I was trying to figure out, like, the movement of it. I was trying to, like, move back and forth. It felt like I was moving through molasses. I didn't like it. Should I go watch Yu-Gi-Oh? If you want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh, if you want to watch it, I'd say, yeah, just give it a try, but you're never going to learn how to actually play the game from watching the show. Guilty Gear is peak. I've heard Guilty Gear was pretty good, was pretty fun. Maybe I'll get it in the future if it's, like, on, like, a massive sale. If I could get, like, the game for, like, $10, I'd probably get it. I can see an amusement park, so let's ride the Ferris wheel. Guilty Gear is kind of hard, though. I think that's, like, my one thing with it. It's, like, very hard fighting game. Should have added the GOAT A-Train instead of Homelander. Nah, Homelander was fine. Ferris wheels are great. They're deemed. Yeah, I know. Special coat. Yeah. It's the only way to get to Fishman Islands. It's tricky, but if the coding isn't done right, the ship will be crushed underwater. There's a specialist I trust. I'll take him to you. Ma, you really are a good man. I mean, a good octopus. But in return, you want to promise me one thing sure. The world nobles will be walking about in about town. Who are they? The residents of the sacred land of Mary Joie. So what about them? No matter what happens, you promise me you won't defy the world nobles, even if they kill someone right in front of you. Pretend you didn't see a thing. Okay, I feel sick. I wonder if he died. The Navy took him away. He's a pirate, even if he lived. Yeah. It's probably with the guy. If you harm a celestial dragon, they'll call a special military force led by an admiral of the Navy. Hun Admiral? Is it Aokiji? It could be Akainu or Kizaru. You don't know who will come. Navy headquarters. Yeah. Harming a CD causes a special military force led by an admiral to attack. If I don't get the game by watching the show, then what's the point, Eon? Well, the show doesn't do a good job at expressing how the game plays, especially at a modern perspective. The first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Nothingness essentially has its own made-up rules. It's not until you get to Battle City, the second season, where we actually get the basis for what would eventually become the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! One thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! Does do in the anime that is completely against the rules in real life is that if you ever see them summon a monster in defense position, you cannot normal summon a monster in defense position. You have to either put it face down or put it in face up attack position. So that's just like one big thing that all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Animes just have in common that just breaks the rules completely. But besides that, most of Yu-Gi-Oh! Essentially uses very casual friendly cards and cards that only work on hyper-specific scenarios. Okay, so it has some benefits in watching it. The benefits are that you'll probably like the card game. But if you're trying to get to the card game, especially in a modern day setting, it is a completely different game. It is a 100% completely different game. If you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX or 5Ds, it is a completely different game then from where it is now. All the summoning mechanics, all the amounts of times that you can summon monsters, the resource loops, it is all far beyond the point where initial Yu-Gi-Oh! Was at, which is why I say, if you want to watch it for the sake of learning how to play the game, or if you want to play the game after watching it, it's not going to be the most impactful or effective way of learning. I watch a lot of YouTube Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay, guys playing Master Duel. I would say, if anything, if you want to play or learn the actual game, watch it from that perspective instead of the show. If you want to just get into the show and it makes you want to get into the card game later, I think that's also fine. If you want the closest show to the modern day gameplay, watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains with a V. Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. V-Reigns, or I think it's just V Reigns. Letter V instead of B. It's the closest show to like modern day stuff, and even then the show still uses like very casual cards by this point. As much as I hate the Celestial Dragons, I like the Celestial Dragons. I like the name Celestial Dragons, it's cool, but do you think Danzo would have been a good Cypher Pole agent for Fleet Admiral, Power Gap aside? Yeah, he 100% does. He 100% does the whole thing about like justice. The whole like idea of like justice and trying to defend, and like the whole like tribalism of trying to defend his people, yeah, 100%. Kaiba summoned three blue eyes, white dragons at the same time. I think he did, right? Wasn't that in like the first episode? Or wasn't it like over a series of turns? Why are those people so special? They have the bloods of the creator. 800 years ago, the 20 kings band together to create the world government. Their descendants are the celestial dragons. Over time, their power has gotten out of control. Look at the map of the archipelago. You can see the trees are divided into 7 groups. In reality, the borders aren't so clear-cut, but these is generally how it is. Human shops, lawless lands, amusement park, Sabaody, sightseeing, yeah. Couldn't you just sold it sooner? I've had Zoro or Sanji take my place. It's all right, we're almost at Grove 13. Chopper, Chin, and you, are strong too. You look cool. Flattery won't work on me. Why my ears are burning, except I don't have ears. They were strong. No wonder his bounty is 300 million. It's useless. The lifetime. Ton of pirates. Please get one. Okay. Let's pull up One Piece, because I'm definitely missing some stuff. Give me the library. So, yeah, no, it doesn't have everything either. Which is fine. 98. I always thought everyone in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was cheating. Yes, even the main protagonist of the series cheats because the Millennium Puzzle's ability is to literally top deck the card that you need in that specific situation. Even the, yeah, even the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Guy, Yugi, yeah, he is definitely 100,000% a cheater. But he didn't want to become Hokage, and I really thought he would love to be a fleet admiral because of the raw amount of people he'd have under his command to serve justice. I think that his thing, though, I think, like, with a guy like Danzo, he'd probably be more into Cypher Pole than he would be into, like, the Marines. Because with the Marines, there's a lot of more top brass you have to listen to, whereas you generally only really have to worry about what's-his-face. You generally only need to, like, worry about, basically your bosses being the Celestial Dragons. Understandable. Fleet Admiral, I don't know, because unlike Pirates, Buggy, the Marines are only lead behind strength, yeah. Okay, we got all of this. Cool. We'll keep this up just in case. Close that up. Okay. Caesar versus Orochimaru. Orochimaru mostly has wind style and the snake attacks, right? I don't know how Orochimaru gets, like, damages Caesar. Does Orochimaru have any water style in his arsenal? Orochimaru, does he have any cannon water style jutsu? Wind release, earth release. He has all 5 chakra natures, including yin yang release, but he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't use water style. He has no cannon water style, so yeah, no, Caesar negs. Well, speed difference aside, Caesar negs. You check, you'll end up hitting the red line. Everyone gathers at an archipelago, and often the world's rookie pirates all show up here at the same time. Kid, Drake, Law. Kid, Luffy, Hawkins, Drake, Law. They must have heard these names in the news. Teehee. Information is a weapon. At least you should know your rivals' names. After all, you've got the second highest bounty on your head. What? Someone's bounty's higher than Luffy? What an appetite. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Where does it all go? Vulgar woman. She's spoiling my meal. Go shut her up. That wouldn't be good, Father. We're really close to headquarters. I don't want to cause a scene. Arg! Aren't my seconds here yet? I'm gonna run out of food. They're cooking all with all their might, Captain. They're not fast enough. More pizza. Glutton, Jewelry, Bonnie. Orochimaru fraud. So I watched One Piece, Baron Omatsuri, The Secret Island, and oh my god, this shit was fire. Orochimaru's not a fraud. Orochimaru's not a fraud, but like, to be honest, he does get negged by Caesar. Just New Game Plus anime Orochimaru wins. What's the NNG mean? What's NNG Orochimaru? What does that mean? Versus Ichimaru? Who the fuck is Ichimaru? All these Marus, man. All my homies hate everyone named Maru. War Arc did Orochimaru dirty? How did the War Arc do Orochimaru dirty? But he got spaghetti on my clothes. It was their fate. But he got a spaghetti on my clothes. It was their fate. I'm sorry, my man threatened you. Killing is unlucky for me today. I'm sorry. Magician Basil Hawkins. You know Ichimaru. Are you talking about Gin Ichimaru? Why the fuck would you call him Ichimaru? Just call him Gin. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? Why the fuck are you calling him Ichimaru? Nobody calls him that. Just call him Gin. Or Jin Ichimaru. What the fuck? Got 5 chakra but never used it like Kakashi. Yeah, he didn't. He means Jin for Bleach? Yeah, Gin Ichimaru. Yeah. Okay. Because he didn't do anything but summon the Kage and dip, so basically he just played the ultimate support, I guess. So he can say Maru twice. Ah. My goat Jin. I think I might actually make a Gojo versus Luffy. You know what, Guy? Let me ask you this. Guy, real quick. Do you think a Bajire... Oh, Naruto Next Generation. Got you. Pretty sure Orochimaru and Victor use all 5 chakra natures in their fight. Are you sure or are you pretty sure? Because I read the wiki would still add up to things in Boruto. And it never says... Yeah, the wiki would also have, like, Boruto characters. Yeah. Orochimaru doesn't have a water-style jutsu, though. It's anime. I gotta check again. It's fine. I'm just saying, right here, there's no instance of a water-style jutsu, as far as I'm aware. That's basically his only win condition. Gun registering is something I have to check. I'm gonna do a whole lot of research for him today. That's good. Let me know what conclusion you come down to. In my opinion, without going, click on new eras and see if the list changes. Let's see. You're right. Let me open that up real quick. One thing I will say, Guy. How the fuck does he look younger in the new era? No, it doesn't change. New era doesn't change. It's just for the sake of changing the profile picture. The blank period, Orochimaru and Log discussing Mitsuki. Using his genetics with new cloning technology, being critical of the world in the time of the battle of... Mitsuki quite literally has been coming across to me as, like, just absolutely fucking useless, dude. I'm sorry. Every time I see Mitsuki do something, it's either just him summoning those snakes and then just doing nothing with them. Not sure. Not sure what they would stack up. I haven't read on Undead Unluck. I've heard some pretty crazy scaling, though. There we go. Anyway. I'm gonna close this up. He took the body of a white Zetsu. His healing factor is crazy right now. Yeah, but a healing factor doesn't really mean anything if you can't breathe. Is the potential man? Yeah, Mitsuki is definitely the potential man of One Piece. Sorry, Naruto. Mitsuki and Rock Lee just really do come across to me as, like, potential men. Doesn't work as the fight takes place in the One Piece verse anyway. You have to give Oro water style and it won't matter. I mean, you can give Orochimaru water style, sure, but, like, he does have it. It's just impossible to argue what jutsu he would use, right? And it would also be kind of weird to say, like, oh yeah, Orochimaru would just randomly figure out that, like, Caesar Clown's weak to water, especially when Caesar Clown can literally either explode him right away with his gastonets or just remove all the oxygen from the air. Then don't stare, you ugly jerk. Maybe you should get rid of you now. Okay. The natural enemy of gas, water. I had an aneurysm. Is top 5 in the top 5 in the Leaf? He was carrying the team in the anime? I wouldn't know. I'll believe you. I didn't know. I can't answer that. Savior Rampage for the New World. Drake, the fallen naval officer. He just saved your life, Max Man. Murder Machine Killer. Too bad things are just getting good. Drake, how many people have you killed? The fleets of pirates that set out on the Grand Line are now reduced to a countable number. The Grand Line is a giant tournament, a test of survival. The pirates who made it here truly are a select few and elite. The fleets of pirates that sail through the Grand Line are reduced to countable numbers. It is a test of survival. It is a giant tournament, a test of survival. Pirates who made it here are truly few. The pirates who make it to Sabaody are a select few and elite. Can we get much higher? The law picture, bro. Yeah. That's my goat right there. That's my fucking goat. What's good, Six? Are there people out there who believe Rio and Sage Mode are the same? Yes. How we doing? We're doing good. We're doing good. Six, heads up. Next week I'm not streaming. I posted it. I basically made a little post about it. I'm gonna post it on the stream later, on the Discord server later on. No, I'm gonna try to work that panel we're focusing on. Is not the one we're focusing on. Look at the aura farm, bro. Look at the aura farm. I gotta post up like this. I need to make my profile picture just this, bro. Just me in this. You know what? I would actually. Someone asked me before if I would cosplay a guy. I would cosplay Trafalgar Law. Honestly, I would try to cosplay Trafalgar. I'm currently wearing my Law Punk Hazard long coat. Nice. Damn, where the fuck do you live? It's hot as fuck. We're in May, bruh. Somewhere among the lot, this lot maybe would be the one who lead the next generation of pirates. This is rookie poor edit. The new world will be seen. The reason the captain's kid's bounty's higher than yours because his crew slaughters and pillages innocent people. That's why I'll be cheering for you guys. Well, for now, I'm just trying to have fun, but this town is dangerous. Is the coding guy gonna be okay? He's one of us, so he'll be fine. He's about 100 times stronger than you boys. Shaki says that Rayleigh is about 100 times stronger than you boys. Shadow Boy versus Sozoza Kyorako Nojiro, and I asked who wins, Orochimaru or... Can you call him Gin Ichimaru at least? Because when I read Ichimaru, I'm not thinking of Gin. Shadow Boy? Who the fuck is Shadow Boy? There's so many Shadow characters. I live in Georgia. I keep it on for Aura. Nice. Sabaody Park, so you don't intend to look for him. Let's have fun. Yay, we're parked. But the lady said he likes to come here. If he isn't in the lawless land. Aura maintains the proper temperature. Bro, stop using Gin's government name. That's his fucking name! Who's that? Captain Apu, that's the pirate hunter of the East Blue. What's he walking in the middle of the street for? Is he clueless? He was really in for it. What the... Tamari calls Lord 8th Shadowy Boy. Is stopping Katakuri in his tracks? Why would it stop Katakuri in his tracks? The destructive force leveled Konoha? Fantastic. and no future sight is getting past it because it's too big. Fantastic. So how powerful is it then? How powerful is the attack? Fantastic. Cool question. How strong do you think that attack is? How powerful do you think, like, if you were to quantify how powerful you think Almighty Push is, how strong do you think the attack is? Specifically the one that you're referencing, the one that blew up Konoha. How strong do you think that Almighty Push is? Give me like a quantifiable metric for it. Let's just say Katakuri was standing like 2 feet away from Pain, and Pain hits him with the almighty push that leveled Konoha. Sure, let's just say that, right? How strong, how powerful do you think that attack is, Broly Desu? Quantify it for me. Please. Zoro is shot at by a celestial dragon by a CD. He dodges and is about to slice him, but Bonnie gets in the way in her child form and reduces and de-escalates the situation. Did bro write down what his reason was, or did Broly Desu just write that comment and then just leave? Like, what are we doing? Like, one... About as strong as a Biju attack, which can obliterate anything that's country or island on a grand low scale. Almighty Push is similar to that because it destroyed Konoha in similar destructive capacity. And what's your evidence for a Biju bomb being island or country level? What's the evidence for that? Because last time I checked, they only blow up mountains. Last time I checked, the only objective feat you could even remotely find for any tailed beast bomb is that they blow up mountains. So I need you to give me a little bit more than that, because where are you getting country or island sized on a grand low scale? I would disagree with that wholeheartedly. Did you just make that up, Broly? Did you just make that up? Bro is actively making shit up. You guys saw that episode of Naruto where like a Biju bomb is stated and shown to be able to blow up countries? Did you guys see that? Why did my brother have to die? Why does it look like this is Bonnie's other foot over here? That looks so funny. It's a little show dragon. Of course he did. Did I get him? For a moment I thought he dodged. Was it just my imagination? So what are you thinking? You want, if he's dead already, why'd you interfere? I thought we pirates had an unspoken agreement. Don't cause us any trouble. You're not a little kid? Yeah. I give up. Yeah, looking around earlier in town. Let's hit first. Cammy's been kidnapped. Yeah. Okay. You're aware those are lower-tailed beasts. Kurama on his own can rival all the tailed beasts attacked. Each one of them stacks to a mountain. Altogether is a country. No, that's not how that works. If you try to stack it all up, that is not a country. How do you get to country? What makes you think Kurama can take out a country? The Ten Tails can't even take out a country. The Ten Tails can't even wipe out a country with one blast, so I don't know what you're talking about. How did you reach that conclusion? Bro said, okay, so like they blow up, so blowing up 5 mountains to you is a country? I didn't know that blowing up 5 mountains is the equivalent of blowing up a country. I guess countries aren't as big as I thought they were, you know, because usually countries have way more than 5 mountains, but I guess blowing up 5 mountains doesn't even remotely come close. I don't know, man. All stacked up, the DC stacked up? Yeah, the DC stacked up, right. So when you stack up all of that DC, when you stack up all of that DC that you seem to be talking about, guess what? This explosion right here, that's not a country-level explosion. That explosion does not even remotely imply it would blow up a country. Hell, it's barely covering a couple of mountains. That's all the DC plus Kurama's DC all stacked up. 10 kilometers is pretty puny compared to Konoha on the map, if I remember correctly. Look how big that is. Yes, that's not a country-level blast. That's not a country-level blast, my guy. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't know where you're getting country from. But that's not a country-level blast. I don't know where you're making that up. So, again, tell me. Country-level blast. Where'd you get that? Try again. Try again. Keep making shit up, man. Come on. Come on. What's next? What's your next argument? Why is it country level? Why are we even getting it to country level? Because guess what? By the way, guess what? Pain is weaker than the Ninetales. So trying to say that because Pain is weaker than the Ninetales in the first place. I don't even know where the fuck you're getting this idea that like Pain is equivalent to that to the Ninetales. So again, we're combining, what is it, six-tailed beast bombs to get this not a country-level explosion. This is six-tailed beast bombs with one of them literally being... This is six-tailed beast bombs with one of them literally being as powerful as the other five. That's not a country-level explosion. Nothing in there implies that it's a country. I don't care how big you think it is. You're seeing the curve of the Earth on the panel. Shows a continent area. The blast is covering an entire country from the blast. No, it's not. You're making that up. That's not stated anywhere. Where does it say that on the page? Where does it say that on the page? You're talking about the curvature? Yeah. You want me to show you another picture that has curvature in it? I'll show you another picture that's got curvature in it. Here. As a matter of fact, I'll even do one even funnier. I'll do one that's even funnier. Here is a picture that has curvature in it too. Just to be clear. Oh, look at that. The curvature of the planet. Oh, look at that. The curvature. Oh, look. On One Piece. Look at this big curvature right here. Look at this big-ass explosion. Oh, look at that. Look at that big-ass explosion right here. Oh, look. The curvature of the planet. Oh, look. Big explosion. You want to know something crazy? This guy right here survives this explosion. I guess he can just survive a tailed beast bomb then, right? Are we not looking at the pictures these days? Yes. Explain to me where in that picture it shows that a country's being blown up. Show me where a picture. I guess this explosion is also country level then. Look at the curvature, man. I don't know. Explain to me how this is explain to me where it stated that this blows up a country. I don't care about what it looks like. I care about what it is. I think it said that Naruto and Sasuke can destroy a continent in the Shikamaru light novel, but they never specify how. They never specify how, and also, just to be clear for the people here that, you know, don't really, are really basing the scaling off of anything other than what it looks like. Right here. Let me show you something that's really funny. Let me show you something that's really, really funny. See this explosion over here? You see how you can see the curvature of the planet? Yeah, that's not even a country. Yeah, right here. That's not even a country. Let me show you something. The entirety of this final stretch of the war. I should just fucking have these set up already. Pain Assault pre-war arc. The entirety of the final stretch of the war from the Ten Tails onward takes place in this tiny little region over here, the Shimo Frost country. So, I'm very big on calcs. They are precise and never wrong, rarely. No, they are wrong. The calcs are 100% wrong. They're not factual in the slightest bit. Maybe the Shinobi planet is just tiny. It probably could be. But yeah, this country right here, one of the smallest countries in the entire verse, smaller than this one, smaller than this one, smaller than this one, smaller than this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Yeah. Oh, and this one? Yeah, one of the smallest countries on the planet doesn't even get blown up entirely by the Ten Tails. So what am I supposed to tell you? Wow. I mean, what do you want from me? People like him come into chat, say, oh, spill all their bullshit, and then they think, oh yeah, but just look at the picture. I am looking at the picture. It's not even bigger than a country. Trafalgar Law from East Blue. I've heard lots of stories about him. He's got bad manners. Naruto's planet might be Pluto-sized. I don't really know, and I don't really care. It's stated to be Earth. I'm gonna treat it the same size as Earth. This country is fucking tiny, dude. It's just a couple mountains. I'm just seeing mountains get blown up. I'm not seeing an entire country get blown up. Sorry about that. I had to go and get a Band-Aid real quick. One of my fingers is bleeding. Ugh. Alright, but where does it specifically say that the blast stayed at that one landmark? It could have traveled to a bigger country than the scale shows it. What scale shows it? What scale? What scale shows that? Because guess what? That area right there, as far as I'm concerned, not even bigger than one of the smallest countries. The blast radius isn't even bigger than one of the smallest countries, so what do you want me to tell you? Where's the scaling for it? Because if you're going to tell me calcs, I'm going to tell you right now, your calcs are meaningless to me. Calcs do not matter to me whatsoever. You can argue all you want about your calcs. They're headcanon. As far as I'm concerned, your calcs are headcanon. They mean, you could quite literally show me every single calc you've ever used means nothing to me. They're headcanon. If your argument is based off of headcanon, I don't care. It doesn't add anything to the conversation. You're just saying, oh man, look at this number that somebody made up. Country must be beyond country durability with the number of country wiping attack that people claimed and went off of. Yeah. I guess these countries are the sizes of continents, right? I guess the countries are all the sizes of continents, dude. I didn't know that. On the map, the explosion can be seen coast to coast. That explosion is definitely wiping a cluster of European nations. You cannot prove that in the slightest bit, so I genuinely do not care. It's just math. It seems intimidating to some, but it's more reasonable than what you use. No, you're telling me it's more reasonable to use random math that is entirely reliant on assumptions when I can literally just look at the panel and say, where is it stated anywhere here that this explosion is anywhere bigger than a country? Where is it stated? Because, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here, mate. All pixel scaling, all calcs are entirely designed around assumptions. You do not know the height of these mountains. You do not know the height of the Ten Tails. You do not have any objective value for any of the things that you could use for this explosion. How tall the explosion is, you cannot tell me actually, objectively speaking, how big the explosion is. So it doesn't matter. How hard you're working to dismiss being country level. People are working so hard to go to the lengths to go just to deny this being country level. It could be country level. I'm fine. As a matter of fact, you guys heard me before. It could be country level. I'm willing to give it in my video country level. I was planning on it anyway. But I'm giving it country level because it's... What else can I give it? I'm not actually planning on giving it the city level explosion that we have here. I don't know how big the explosion is in comparison to here. This is the aftermath of the dust that it kicked up, but it could have also have expanded. I don't know if the explosion that it caused right here is as big as the town, or if it's smaller than it. Because again, you can knock up a lot of dust for it. I'm not actually going to use the city level stuff that we were talking about before. But what I am saying is, even if I give the Ten Tails a country level blast, that still puts the Ten Tails at country level. It does not put Pain at country level, which is the whole point of this discussion to begin with. I can be seen across a building, so I can boom the building. Yeah. It's a straight. That blast is clearly happening in the middle of the country at its narrowest point. It's big, but not country level. You're aware the Ten Tails is visibly shown? Yeah. How big is the Ten Tails? You tell me. How big is the Ten Tails? How big is this thing? How tall is it? You tell me. Because the Ten Tails, I don't even have to say it's 100 meters tall, to be honest. I don't even have to say it's 100 meters tall. Like, nothing forces me to say it. Nothing forces me to say this thing is 100 meters tall, in all honesty. Yeah. So, here's the thing. If Nagato blasts Katakuri with his most powerful almighty push, and Katakuri can tank a continent-splitting punch from Luffy straight to the face multiple times, I would say that if Nagato hits Katakuri with that massive, devastating, almighty push, he now loses the ability to use his powers for a couple of minutes, and Katakuri just gets back up, basically walks it off, and then punches him in the face so hard, he literally splatters his brains all over the fucking pavement. Would a gun on the head force you to? A gun on the head force me to what? Are you giving me a gun to your head? Richer than the richest? Wait, what's the gun to your head? Spit a... Oh wait, you guys know about Hood JJK? You guys know about gun to your head? Let me put you guys on to some fire shit. Let me put you guys onto some fire shit. Hood JJK. Hood JJK. Gun to your head.
Ooh, them odds go in the rest of my day.
The consequences. If you don't want to hit the block, you can stay with me and be my girl or something.
Yes. Name me three. House real big.
Gun to your head, little bitch. Spit a Manny Fresh verse.
House real
big. Think real big. Think real big. Everything real big.
I said verse. If you don't got a verse, then sit down, nigga.
I'm a fucking
big timer. Hood. Party word enjoyed.
This thing's still going. How the fuck do you know this shit?
No choice, got to. Because the one thing I'm never gonna do is lose a gun to your head.
Man, I hate niggas. Shit up, I'm sick of hearing this shit.
This. Hey Gato.
Hey Gato.
You got long hair. Just like a bitch. So let's go ahead and put a hoe back in they place.
Who the f you think you blabbing them ignorant nigga lips at?
Shut your mouth, hoe. Daddy Yuda's talking. Now gun to your head. Spit a Flow Rider verse.
Split a Flow Rider verse.
Bitch, you accept my conditions, then I promise I'll bring us back to life.
Bitch, I'm a thug. I ain't making no pinky promise.
This ain't no pinky promise, pussy. It's a binding vow. It's like putting something on your mama or on your hood. If I break this promise, I get fucked up in the process. So I got two conditions. One, whenever I say switch, that we even had. Didn't have to take this from a pussy nigga.
Nobody.
To your senses, little bitch. Now let's get down to business.
Man, I tell you is one thing.
We'll do it like this then. You win this challenge, and I'll bring us back with no vow. Gun to your head. Name me a Boosie song.
Oh, that's easy, cuz. Wipe me down.
That's a feature.
Suit, nigga. Gun to your head. Spit at your butt.
Hell no.
You so bitch made. You ain't even let me finish.
Nigga, fuck you and pump it up.
The way y'all was talking, sounded like y'all was finna jump me. So that's how we gonna do this. Gun to your head. Spit a Benzino verse.
Yo, gun to your head is so funny. Best way to consume JJK, by the way. I agree entirely. Anyway, what are we talking about? Exactly what I'm talking about. You One Piece peeps just go on and on about Continental AP, but surprise, surprise, it never damaged the continent while the punch Sakura is showing is valid? No, it's not. What the fuck are you even talking about? Rab's so petty him? Yeah, he really is. To say that Ten Tails is 100 meters tall. Is he complaining? I proved your continental meta's wrong. You didn't prove anything. You want me to tell you why the continental meta's right? Here you go. Here you go. I'll explain it real quick. I will educate you. I will do you a kindness, and I will educate you. So let me show you something very interesting about One Piece. Where the hell is it? Right here. Let's pull up the homie Bon Clay. Then, let's go back into the continental meta, because you cannot disprove it, my friend. So, let me show you a little something called narrative consistency, right? Because that's a thing, right? Go ahead and bring it up a top tier if you want. Yeah, right here. Really simple. It says right here, it's so weird, what's up with this stuff? Not even our fire or pickaxes will break it down. It's so frustrating, we can see the pirate's treasure beneath. The continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet. Cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Over 500 chapters earlier, there is a character named Bon Clay who says, there are no cracks around the hole. When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. Just think of my bullets, just think of my kicks as bullets from a rifle, only a lot bigger. I'll punch a hole in you. There are no cracks around the hole, meaning that the extra damage is all focused. There's no extra damage, as in there's no cracks anywhere. All of the damage is focused into a single point. That means that One Piece characters can manipulate their area of effect. That is why a character like Kaido can smash Luffy with his Ragnaroku. He can smash Luffy with Ragnaroku, and Luffy, and he doesn't break anything around him beyond a certain point right here, even though Luffy could split an entire character. I can't believe you watch this show. How can you stomach these designs? I don't give a fuck if the designs are weird to you. Right here, Kaido's hitting Luffy, but only the ground around him is breaking, nothing else is shattering. That means that the characters can manipulate their area of effect. So if a character states multiple times that they can split a continent of ice, one that is tougher than metal, and then you also have the character later on state... The character later on states right here, I have now seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice, then yeah, they are continental. They are manipulating their attack potency. So, once again, objectively speaking, based on the character's own intent, I got you right now. Let me find the translations. What translations? Those are the official translations. They literally say it in the anime. Bro is quite literally lying to himself now. Ha! Broly Desu is literally lying to himself now. I'm crying. Oh, man. I'm almost done with Bleach. Spoiler the mountain level for now, and I'm well into 1,000-Year Blood War. Naruto's next. Spoiler, Sakura did not catch up to Naruto, and Sasuke are not that impressive. Yeah. You proved nothing wrong, by the way. You know what, Broly Desu? You want me to make it easier for you? I have a Discord server you can just join up. I have a Discord server that you could just literally join up right now and we could have a conversation on stream. I don't personally care. Yeah, it's the same stupid shit, bro. It is the same stupid shit. But could it really be him? My subordinates aren't 100% sure it's him. Sure, shall I report the Admiral Sengoku? No, leave this to me. Don't tell anyone else, including Sengoku, but your subordinate. But make sure your subordinates don't talk either. Dark King Rayleigh, you say? No one seems it's telling him. Yeah. They're selling the king at a slave auction house? Yeah. Now we're just saying random shit, yeah. Was more impressive than Sakura destroying the ground. Yeah, it was. It kind of was, actually. It kind of was, actually. Yeah, Kirin unironically has more tech potency than Sakura. Yeah, this Naruto vision is never getting finished. Yeah, I know. Answer sworn him, he keeps swearing on my life. I don't know what he's asking me. I always see people scale Naruto to Kaguya's truth-seeking orbs. Not only was that a circumstantial attack, but no one ever overpowered it. Oh, 100%, because people that scale Naruto want to scale it to be the strongest verse of them all. I don't personally care if One Piece is the strongest verse or not. I could literally say Naruto is stronger, or Bleach is stronger, or Dragon Ball, or Sailor Moon, or whatever version. I don't care. I don't personally care. So when I'm giving people the scaling that I think Naruto scales at, it makes them upset because I'm basically saying, no, your verse is not the strongest verse ever, or whatever. They're always fine with the idea of like Bleach being a stronger verse or Dragon Ball being a stronger verse, but ultimately it always boils down to One Piece is the one verse that cannot be scaled to be stronger than Naruto. One Piece, unironically, according to Naruto fans, is the only verse that should never be scaled to be higher than Naruto. And I feel like it generally disgusts to many of these people. It generally disgusts them. Billy's Anthem from Discord? No, I don't want to listen to that. I don't want to. Versus Sasuke would be so fun. Oh, fun fact, just a little bit of a spoiler here. I'm going to throw Sasuke into the conversation. when I make Naruto versus Luffy. I'm literally going to say, you could throw Sasuke into this fight and he adds nothing. I genuinely think if you put Naruto and Sasuke up against Luffy, Sasuke adds nothing to the fight. He doesn't do anything against Luffy. He genuinely cannot beat Luffy either. As a matter of fact, I think it's to the point. I think I support Oda in his actions when he supports and works with Watsuki in the past. Who's Watsuki? Who the fuck is that? Anyway, Yeah, Sasuke adds nothing to the fight. Amaterasu is essentially an attack that requires Luffy to stand still. Mind you, he's always jumping and bouncing around. On the life of nothing has answered me. Shikamaru. Who the fuck is so... Okay, Swornum, I swear to God, if you fucking send me that message one more time, I will fucking time you out for 24 hours. Stop asking me that fuck-ass question. I don't know who Sozoza Kyorako no Jiro is. I don't know who the fuck that is, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know Shikamaru's scaling because Shikamaru has next to no fucking scaling. He stops the Hokage and the other guys from fighting each other. That's it. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I don't care. I don't want to answer your question because I don't know who the fuck that guy is. God damn. Answer me that fucking question one more time. I will time you out. Jesus Christ. My patience is really starting to run thin. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. Who the fuck? You could have literally have said, yeah, I'm timing you out, dude. I'm timing you out. I'm just timing you out. I'm just timing you out, dude. Motherfucker could have literally have just said Captain Shunsui versus what's his face Shikamaru. Just say that, my guy. God fucking damn. God damn, dude. Bro is giving me the most out of fucking... Bro is quite literally giving me the most out of whack fuck-ass name possible. I don't know who Sozo is, bro. Just say Shunsui. Just say Shunsui. I don't scale Bleach. I haven't scaled Bleach yet. I tried to scale that fuck-ass series. The scaling is out of fucking way. It's out of fucking whack. I don't know where the fuck he scales, bro. I don't know where Bleach characters scale because the scaling is out of fucking whack. That's my answer. There you go. I don't know. God damn. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't care who wins in that fight. God damn. Amaterasu has 0 kills anyway. Amaterasu not going to touch Luffy. Yeah, it's not going to touch Luffy. I agree. 100%. I explained who Watsuki is, by the way. Did you? Where's Watsuki? Rurouni Kenshi's author got caught with copious amounts of with CP. Got you. The original Japanese refers to a Hyogoku glacier continent, which explicitly translates to ice shelf or ice sheet. Nothing grand, just thin ice. Thin ice, so we're just ignoring the fact that it literally states it to be tougher than metal. That metal pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it, so we're just going to ignore that, right? Also, translation meaningless, because the Japanese translation... Actually, I'll even bring up the translation right here. I'll even bring up the Japanese translation right here. I'll do that for you because I don't care about your translation. I'll use the scans that I have because the scans literally match up what is stated in the fucking anime. So I'm going to disregard your answer completely because it's meaningless to me. Doesn't add anything to the scaling. Doesn't disprove anything. You're just using a random ass translation that isn't backed up by anything. Where the fuck is it? Wait, where the fuck is the original Japanese translation? I've had it in the past. Right here. Here's the raw. Here is the raw. Right here, it says Tairiku. Right there, Tairiku. Japanese to English. Tairiku. Here. Tairiku. We put it under continent. So it is a continent. Let's look at the other statement. Uchikudaku. Uchikudaku. There we go. To shatter. There you go. I get that, but we just need to be sure? No, I don't. It doesn't. No, there's no need to be sure. The translation, when you look at the fucking anime, and when you look, the anime, the thing that essentially is done by a lot of people that takes entire inspiration from the manga and uses the text, even the anime backs up calling it a continent of ice, and even in the anime, the fucking thieves cannot break it. They say no matter how much we strike it with fire and pickaxes made out of metal, we cannot even scratch it. So again, there we go. His contention isn't even with the translation. He's cherry-picking the name of the continent to say it's an ice sheet. Oh no, I'm aware of that, but I don't care what his nitpick is. His nitpick is meaningless to me. It doesn't debunk anything. It's just a bad translation that he's using because the only reason why he's using the translation, the only reason why Broly likes this translation is because it allows him to quote-unquote debunk the entire idea that it's a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, even though it doesn't debunk anything, and he's just focusing on the name of the ice continent, by the way. I don't care what the name is. It's called the Crystal Ice Sheet. Am I insane? They didn't use explosives as well? They didn't use explosives, but they did blast it with fire. Read, N-word, read. That is what Ruckus says. Read, N-word, read. Can just Almighty pull, first of all, Universal pull into Amaterasu if we include him in that fight? Yeah, you would have to argue that his Universal pull is strong enough to literally grab down Luffy. You would also have to argue that Luffy doesn't punch Sasuke in the face before he does. You would also have to argue that Luffy doesn't just see into the future and just literally move his body out of the way he's done it multiple times while even tied down. So, again, meaningless argument once more. We'd had this before, your argument's meaningless to me. Completely ignores the fact that Luffy literally pulls his head or his body out of different attacks. Hell, literally just does this to Rob Lucci. Literally just does this to Rob Lucci. When the fuck did I put full screen? Because I know for a fact I didn't type in full screen. Luffy taunts Lucci. Damn, you can't find the whole thing anymore. Wow. Really can't find it. Yeah, whatever. I can pull up the episode. Lucci is the best villain in your opinion? That's fair. I can grab the manga panel, what you're looking for. I can find it myself. I can find it myself. I should know where it's at. I'll just pull it up. It's in chapter what, 180 something? Yeah. It's around the 180s when he's fighting Lucci. No, it's not in the 180s. It should be in like in the 160, no, 70s, right? What? Oh, I'm in the chapter, yeah, in the 1100s. There we go. Here we go. No, everything that happens here is right after, so no, it has to be before that, right? Yeah. 177. Yeah, it has to be prior to all of this. Yeah, no, definitely has to be before this. Yeah. Yeah, literally just keeps moving his head and body out of the way. He would literally snooze on Amaterasu. Means I just want to make sure we know that all of the source that the source is valid. It's not valid. You know, most translations get very incorrect. Not saying yours to an extent, but we got to consider something. No, not in the slightest bit. I'm using the translation that follows what the anime and manga state. I don't give a shit about any other translation. No other translation is valid to me. I could give less than two shits. It means absolutely and objectively speaking nothing to me. If the translation says something different than one the anime and manga are both saying, means in every sense of the word less than a dog's turd to me. Yeah. So, again, your translation's wrong. Yes, they split the continent. There are two statements that say, oh, hey, we can manipulate the attack potency of our attacks so that it doesn't translate to destructive capacity. In other words, they can manipulate their AoE. You have no way of proving, Broly, you have no way of proving that Pain's attacks is even country level to begin with, if at best the Ten Tails is country level. So, once again, you're wrong. I'm just going to leave it at that. Oh, and to go back to your original point about Katakuri versus Pain, yes, Katakuri would tank that less than country level attack straight to the face, probably not even get blasted that far behind it, because in all honesty, if he can tank a punch from Gear 4 Luffy, who's stronger than 2 guys that can split a continent, then yeah, no, he can 100% eat that almighty push. Then Pain, by your very own argument, Pain, after hitting Katakuri with it, would literally have no abilities, because guess what? That almighty push makes him lose everything, and then boom, loses. Think of making, what do you think about of Jubito making a 60 to 120 hole in the ground as a feat in general? Where is the general, not in general? Can you give me the feat for it? If it's Sasuke and Naruto together, right? No doubt Sasuke pulls it off. No, he doesn't. He gets speed blitzed just before he does anything. Sasuke gets speed blitzed 10 times out of 10. Sasuke's entire arsenal is either reliant on catching Luffy with one look, which is not going to happen, because again, Luffy sees into the future, knows exactly what Sasuke is going to do before he does it, and half of his arsenal is already meaningless, like Chidori, Kirin, all of his lightning-style jutsu is meaningless, and if we're talking the giant Chibaku Tensei, Luffy literally blows it right out of it. Luffy could literally blow his way right out of it. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. It's just not happening. You are talking about a very specific situation where Sasuke uses Almighty Pull and then uses Amaterasu, which he's done once in the past, never does it against any other opponent, not against Ishiki, not against Momoshiki, not against Jigen, which is Ishiki, but regardless, not even against Shin Uchiha. He never does the technique again, so, but even then, let's just say that he could use it, and I'm not saying that he can't, could 100% use it. He has performed it before. I'm not going to say it's a tactic that it would just be 100% out of the way. I don't think Sasuke ever starts off with the move. I have no reason to believe that Sasuke ever starts off with the move. And even if he did, I can just argue Luffy is either too strong to be forcibly pulled in like that, or better yet, Luffy knows exactly where the spikes are going to form and just moves his body out of the way. Again, it never happens the way you think it will, unless you are entirely ignoring Luffy's speed scaling. Because when we need to notice is a 60-meter range of the TSO, while in that whole Jubito made it and slammed Naruto and Sasuke into the ground. I need a page. I don't know what you're talking about. I need a page. All I got, man, that's all. I'm not furious. I ain't mad. I ain't gonna boo-hoo. I'm perfectly fine. A-okay. By the way, if you wondered, I'm whatever reaction you're having right now, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just letting you know, coming in here telling me that the video is wrong and then not being able to back it up. I'm just letting you know your arguments essentially boiled down to nothing to me. I'm just letting you know that. They didn't move the conversation forward. We didn't have anything. If you're not mad, that's fine. Fantastic. You have a lot, I will say this, you have a lot more self-control over your emotions than a lot of the people I seem to come across. I'm just letting you know. As far as the argument went, yeah, didn't do anything, didn't move the conversation forward for me. Gotta move those there. Okay. Anyway, can I get a chapter, Aster? You're talking about the Minato moment. 4th Great Ninja War, Part 2. This is, what, 6? It has to be, like, what, in the 50s, then? It has to be in the 50s because you're mentioning... But you're also saying that he pinned him down. Bruh, your word is not definitive. I can't be forced to believe you. I'm not telling you have to be forced to believe me. I never once said it. You can believe that Katakuri loses to Pain for all I care. What I'm saying is you have no way of even remotely proving it. You have no way of even remotely proving Pain is anything above country level. You have no way about proving that the tailed beast spawns are above mountain level at all. Unless you stack up 5 of them plus a tailed beast spawn that's also 5 times stronger. Like, I'm just telling you, no one is forcing you. No one is forcing you to debate this topic. No one is forcing you to come in here and essentially say, oh yeah, he loses. If you want to believe that Katakuri loses, by all means believe it. By all means believe it. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just telling you, as far as the scaling you provided for me, it's all wrong. I have no reason to engage, and I have no reason to entertain it. Aster, what's the chapter, please? You referenced... Even if we bring up creation feats, doesn't Charlotte Montdor create multiple infinite dimensions with his Devil Fruit? Not that One Piece is more multiversal. No, of course, it's not multiversal in the slightest bit, but yeah, creation feats do not even remotely equal attack potency or destruction. You can have a creation feat that is entirely based on hacks, and the only way you would be able to argue that a creation feat is not entirely based on hacks is if there's a one-to-one example of either creation to attack potency or something of the sort. And Pain is 4,000 times slower than Katakuri anyway. Yeah, Pain is not even light speed. Color version of Lucci Scan. Oh, A colored version of the Lucci scan? I appreciate that wholeheartedly. Thank you. Where the fuck did you get this? Yeah, I already pulled it up, but thank you. I really do appreciate it. Holy shit. One Piece. Put this in Egghead. Yeah, I gotta reset up Egghead. I definitely need to set up Egghead all over again. Yeah, I definitely need to set up Egghead. Do you think Galaxy Imped has higher DC than Almighty Push? Yeah, I would argue so. I would argue so. 100%. 100% I would argue so. Garp in his youth could pulverize mountains with his punches. And you're telling me this is a punch? And mind you, we know for a fact that Garp doesn't necessarily like using hockey when he's training. He also said bare fists, so you could just argue that that alludes to the idea that, again, he's not using any hockey. If you throw hockey into that level of physical force, he just absolutely and objectively speaking destroys all that shit. Predicts, it doesn't tell you what will come. Nonetheless, future sight is miles better. The Sharingan predicts movement based on muscle movement. If Luffy can see into the actual future, to what end would the Sharingan matter here when Luffy knows what will happen 10 seconds prior? I don't have the Luffy punch. That fucking blows. I'll just download the whole chapter. I don't personally care. Sabaody. 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 I'm starting to sound to me like power scaling One Piece is kind of boring. If the verse isn't FTL, the attacks doesn't affect something conceptual like the soul, then it's an instant L. It's not that it's boring, it's just that if you put it up against the matchup against the verse that just doesn't scale as high. If I could find a verse that's as powerful as One Piece, I'm sure that it'll be much more entertaining, but as far as Naruto goes, it's just a weaker verse. What do you want me to tell you? I want to, if anything, stop. If anything, I want to get over this. If anything, I want to just finish this video in the next couple of months just so I can not talk about it anymore, because in all honesty, I agree, it's a very boring comparison because it's part of the content. I made a promise that I would make the video when I hit 10k subs, and I've been working on it for months just to get it out of the way. I even told chat, just as a heads up because you weren't here, I even told chat I'm probably going to spend the next week just not streaming at all, just trying to get as much work done as possible so that I can just get to the post time skip, and then from there I'll just start working on the video. If I get the entirety of the bottom half of the time skip out of the way, I'll have essentially the first half of the video done, and I can just talk about the post time skip Luffy afterwards, and I can just do that research while I'm already typing up the script. And if you're asking why bother, it's simple, because for the longest time, since you're not really like in the power scaling sphere that much, but like from the longest time, people, and I'm talking about like at least almost 10 years ago, a little over 9 to 10 years ago, people have been arguing for literally almost a decade that the Naruto verse was strong enough to, like, I don't know, blow up a solar system, that Naruto characters could wipe out a universe, that Naruto is at least planetary, blah 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 blah. The reason why that doesn't seem to be the case anymore is because we've done the research, we've cross-referenced, we checked it all out. So you agree his movements can still be read in real time. Seeing the future should know not to engage at all. Why would he not engage at all when he speed blitzes? You're acting. Whoa, once more. Are you acting like Sasuke is as fast as Luffy? Because if he's not as fast as Luffy, if Luffy can perception blitz him, how the fuck is it even remotely possible for his ability to see Luffy's muscle movements to matter whatsoever. If Luffy is veritably faster than Sasuke to the point where the speed difference nullifies everything that Sasuke does, what does reading his muscle movements even matter, and why should he not engage? Again, you are not considering Luffy's end of the scaling, you only consider Sasuke's. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you. 550? 550. Are you sure about that? Because chapter 550 in Naruto is at the start of the war arc. That's not TSO shit. Yeah, 550 is before we get to that point. Are you sure it's not 650? Yeah. 550, page 10. Yeah, 650. Okay, good. Just making sure. 650. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Okay, so what was your point before? You said a 60-meter long thing? What do you think about Jubito making 60 to 120 meter wide hole in the ground as a feat? Uh-huh. What makes that hole that big? What makes the hole 60 to 120 meters? What is, physically faster than himself and still activates Susanoo and Amaterasu in a defensive capacity? Can read people physically faster than him? Not to the extent that Luffy. If you're referencing the Raikage, the difference between the Raikage speed and Sasuke is marginal compared to the difference between him and Luffy. Comparatively speaking, it's marginal. Comparatively speaking, if you're talking about a character like the Raikage, the speed difference is marginal. I don't even agree with that. I have no reason to. That's probably why Death Battle doesn't touch the series. Death Battle does touch the series, though. They literally had Sanji in a Death Battle. I would make the argument that Gear 5 can't be predicted by the Sharingan because they rely on muscle movements, and Gear 5 doesn't behave very naturally. The muscles act wild. I highly doubt Oda intended for One Piece to casually be multiversal, but neither do most versus feats like Montour. Yeah. Okay. Like saying that he, like, what? So because he reacts to a guy like the Raikage, who is at best marginally faster than him in comparison in terms of like what reaction speed. In comparison to the speed difference between him and Luffy, you're saying that, oh, he just automatically speedlesses everyone? Because, yeah, Sasuke would at least have some level of relative reaction time to the Raikage, at best. There is no argument you could make that Sasuke can visibly keep up with somebody hundreds to thousands of times faster than light. Especially, and if you're going to try to bring up the thing from, 667? Okay, thank you. 667. Thank you. 667, page 15. Page 15. Yeah, what about it? Yeah, what about this? Sasuke's reaction is slower than the Raikage, that's why he put the Amaterasu over Susanoo. Yep. Okay, even if Sasuke reads the movements, like, he still wouldn't dodge the attack. How is he going to dodge Luffy's attack, who is way faster than him? He's not dodging it, that's the problem. Look at the chapter I gave you. The other chapter I gave you. Okay. You're saying that they're fighting inside here? Are they fighting inside this hole? They are fighting inside this hole, right? Yes. 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 They would be fighting inside of this hole. Obito, that's right. Yeah, because they would still be inside the hole. Yes. 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 I see what you're saying. 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 Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. 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 I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah, so the whole could be 60 to 120 meters. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Page 140. Page 14. Master the 8 gates are going up to the sky. I curse my own lack of power. That's quite plentifully. Okay. He can send them only about 70 meters out. Then he loses control over them any further than that, so they can be physically traced with combo. Yeah. So what's your point again? Can you show me what your point was again? You're on. The auction house is covered, is surrounded by Marines. Luffy, Kid, and Law all defend it. Luffy bounces back cannon fire. Luffy bounces back cannon fire. Panel 667 is the same one as panel 667, which means that the hole at the TSO is 70 meters away from Madara were inside the hole. Yeah, you could say that the hole is bigger than 70 meters. You can definitely say it. To what extent, I can't tell you, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the hole is bigger than 60 meters. 60 to 70 meters, I mean. It has to be bigger than 70 meters. Yeah. Yeah, the hole he makes is definitely larger than 60 to 120 meters. Yeah. I'm not going to say 120 meters. I don't want to say that. But it definitely is in radius bigger than 70 meters. I will agree with that. Radius, diameter. Naruto characters can skill above One Piece and still lose. Beating a One Piece character isn't necessarily about better AP or DC. Advanced Armament Hockey alone is a game changer. That's what I'm saying. It's just because it's bad matchups. The problem here is that it's bad matchups. Even if you want to scale a character like Kaguya to Universal, the reason why Kaguya or Naruto to Universal, right? The reason why they can lose. The reason why they can lose is because you could just argue that their attack potency doesn't exactly equate to their durability and so on and so forth. Sasuke doesn't speed blitz. He just has the tools to counter those that try. Exactly. But the problem is that if he doesn't know that Luffy can just blitz him in an instant straight in the face before he even activates his Sharingan in base form, and yes, I'm referencing Luffy as base form, there's no reason for me to entertain the argument that, oh, Sasuke would just put up a Susanoo and an Amaterasu armor around him. Why the fuck would I think that that's going to be Sasuke's first fucking move? Especially from a perspective that if he's fighting alongside Naruto, when he doesn't even do it against characters like Jigen who blitz him, right? Sasuke doesn't do it against characters like Jigen. He doesn't do it against characters like Momoshiki. What are we talking about, my guy? What are we talking about? Even when, the problem that I have with this is that you're just assuming, oh, fantastic, Sasuke just puts up a Amaterasu and a Susanoo and boom, Luffy can't do anything about it. Okay. Luffy literally grabs the ground beneath Sasuke and slams it onto him, or he throws a building on him. Like, there are so many things Luffy can fucking do. Sasuke having to essentially maintain his Susanoo around him at all, Amaterasu around him at all times. Hold on, bro, you plugged the controller in for Law. What do you mean plugging the controller in for Law? I said that he would end the fight as quickly as possible. If Luffy versus Naruto, literally, say it in the video. Don't do that. I literally say it in the video. Law will try to win as quickly as possible by incapacitation. What does he do in these pages right here? Incapacitation. What does he do later on against the Marines in Punk Hazard, which you haven't seen? Incapacitates them. Law incapacitates his opponents. Law messes with his opponents. He even did it with the Straw Hats, literally limiting their capabilities. So no, it's not plugging in the controller when it's literally inside of it, when it's literally even more so in his case, it's even more so in his personality.
Yet he's
because this is law. I'm also going to. I'm going under the assumption law ends the fight as quickly as possible. And if you wanted to say that, and if you wanted to even if you wanted to say, and just to make this point even clearer, if you wanted to say Naruto and Sasuke versus Luffy, all of them trying to finish the fight as quickly as possible, no information given between any of them, Luffy blitzes Naruto and Sasuke, punches them both into his face, both on the face, and then literally one-shots them. Forget that Sasuke has shitty stamina to last against Luffy? Yeah. Kakashi specifically states you can't train your inside, so unless Naruto character has insane regen, they probably aren't surviving long. They're not surviving at all. Sasuke, for example, doesn't have a healing factor. As soon as we're together in a different dimension with Jigen, they pulled out their avatars and Susanoo immediately. Fair enough. And you know what happened? Jigen let them do it. And you know what's funny about that? Luffy would become even bigger than their avatars. Luffy would literally grab their avatars like toys. Luffy can literally, unironically, grab their avatars as toys. So even if you wanted to say, oh yeah, well Naruto and Sasuke are just gonna make giant Susanoo and giant the majestic attire Susanoo or a giant Kurama avatar or whatever, Luffy literally just makes himself larger, just literally makes himself bigger than them and treats them around like toys. Literally. Look at how big Luffy is in comparison to even Ragnar. And then look at this right here. This is literally Luffy on top of giants, one of which is the size of Naruto and Sasuke's giant avatars. And Luffy can literally stretch himself out to make a giant bed. Yes, he is grabbing those toys, he is grabbing them like toys and slamming them into the ground. You have no arguments, One Smart. You don't have an argument. You can give Naruto and Sasuke literally every benefit of doubt, and Luffy still speed blitzes from raw speed, still knows exactly what they're gonna do, so tactics means nothing, and can literally make himself bigger and stronger than them. What the fuck is the argument? If he lands any fucking punch on their body, head, or heart, they lose. They instantly lose, especially Sasuke, who has no regeneration. Like, would Truth Seeker Orbs bypass Advanced Conqueror's Haki? It wouldn't bypass it, but you could just argue with an Advanced Conqueror's Haki punch, he can just shatter 2 Seeking Orbs. I'm watching Yuji battling Mahito right now. Peak battle, I agree. It's pretty fucking good. Pretty damn good. Luffy Kid Law. Okay, Cannon Fire. Law slices. Luffy bounces back Cannon Fire. Law slices a man's head off. Slices a man's head off. And shambles the bomb with his head. All 3 of them. Eustace Kid bounces it right back. Kid repels it. Kid repels cannon fire. Have devil fruit powers. There's more of them than I thought. What's going on? You guys got powers. Top tier chat. Yuji Moggs sub 3 Mahito. Yours is the strangest. The mortars don't work on here on those. Wait, Yuji versus Denji is out. Is it out? I don't know. You have to hold him back. Is it out? Chat, none of this matters. You don't realize that no matter how much faster, stronger, or what Naruto characters can do nothing as long as they don't have haki. That's not true. You can still hurt the characters even without haki. You can still hurt the characters. What haki just simply prevents is certain abilities from being fully effective, and even then you'd have to have stronger haki. You don't need haki to beat a devil fruit user. Luffy has shown it time and time again, Michael. You've watched the series. You've watched the series at least halfway through, man. You can beat a devil fruit user without haki. Death battle, right? Is it out yet? No, it's not. No, yeah, it only came out 4 days ago. The mortars don't work on there. On those 3, seems like they're infamous for a reason. Admiral Kizaru, I had my body. Well, no matter. Don't go inside the circle. He makes room. Logia matchups alone are a nightmare. Some Logias may have weaknesses, but what about things like Light? Not even that. Depending on the higher-end Logia users, their weaknesses aren't even weaknesses at a certain point. To a certain point, like, literally, Green Bull got blasted. Green Bull, quite literally, got blasted by a giant heat-based beam from Momonosuke, and he just regrew back, saying, you think I wouldn't be able to work through such an obvious weakness? I wouldn't be able to call myself an average free time skip when hockey virtually... Even post-time skip, characters with Devil Fruit abilities lose, dude. Zoro literally scared the shit of Monet to the point that she... Without hockey, Zoro literally scared a Logia user to the point they literally split themselves. He didn't even have to harm them. Usopp and Nami and even Brook have defeated Devil Fruit users without hockey. Like, you're talking from a perspective of just complete ignorance. I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy. I'm gonna be honest with you. That, like, I could bring up Nami versus Ulti. I could bring up Nami versus Ulti. I can bring up a Cat Viper and Dogtooth versus what's-his-face? Versus Pero and what's-his-face? Jack. Hey, don't drop it. I know my body touches. The only thing Naruto can't do in a situation against Luffy is just physically punch him. Naruto's punches and Rasengan probably won't work, but a Rasen Shuriken that's a cutting attack probably would. Would you grant that law cutting people, yet their bodily functions remains be quantum superposition? I don't know what the fuck that means, but sure. I don't know what that means. You don't have a body. Look over there. He's getting carried away. That's hot. It feels hot. I mean, they can literally feel pain still even with their bodies severed. Room. Slices them. Like, literally. Law. Again. It can't even, you can't even say that I'm being biased with the whole law thing playing in controller because he's literally doing it right here. Again and again and again. Brook put Big Mom in the water. He did. I saw a power scaling video of Akainu versus Naruto and Sasuke. What did it say? What is that arm? This is the arm of the giants. Don't let up. Aim your weapons. This is an opening for us. Captain, our weapons. They're flying away. Why? They're getting sucked. Okay, Eustace Kid and Luffy create giant... Okay. The Marine soldiers... The Marines... are... By the way, Michael, you want to hang out this weekend? Fodderized? Or fod... You want to hang out this weekend? I don't think I have anything to do. You wanna hang out, or is your weekend busy? Didn't really end on a high note for you, you think? Their formation means nothing now. You're all quite dependable. Let me guess, Sasuke uses a Matarasu? I suppose, yeah. The Marines are fodderized by the captains. It's part of the quantum mechanics where one thing can be in two places, sure. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say it's quantum superposition. I mean, they can still feel pain and everything. Lost powers works on something devil fruit, magic, doesn't need a logical or scientific reasoning on how it works. It really doesn't. You freed St. Roswald. How did he remove the lock? You want to come with me? Captain Jean Bart. You aren't busy this weekend. Night Ring? No, I don't want to play Night Ring 6. I don't want to. No, I do not want to. It's been a while since I've called that. I'm gladly work under the gratitude for freeing me from the Celestial Dragons. Save half of the thanks for Straw Hats. I kind of won the fight. What was the video? Who made the video? And the moon was partially hollow. The best direct feats are Naruto from memories, Naruto destroying a portion of the moon, and Toneri moving the moon towards Earth. But from there, it's just calc stacking. Yeah. I wonder if they'll still come after us, even after we destroyed the bridge. Of course, there will be plenty of waiting for us. We should get out of town. Okay. Eustace Kid over there. Let me see this again. Kid gets shot by a pacifista. Eustace Kid runs into a pacifista. Runs into a pacifista. Fista.
John.
My way, Eustace Kid. That you can say is a name dodge. Naruto can just heal Sasuke. Fantastic. And how is he going to heal Sasuke when he's literally getting tagged down by... Because I don't want to play Night Rain, dude. I don't want to play Night Rain. Yeah, light speed, movement speed. 100% light speed, movement speed. Yeah, definitely. Literally moves his arm after the beam was fired to block it. Literally dodges another beam of light right there. Yeah, no, motherfuckers cannot tell me that Trafalgar Law isn't light speed. There you go. Yeah. You think Drew's technique works on people with no cursed energy? Who's Drew again? If the Naruto characters had half of the light beam dodging feats as you'd never hear the end of it. Yeah, you wouldn't. This happened after the Momoshiki fight. Yeah, and they were literally in a stationary position where Naruto was literally trying to save Sasuke while he was absolutely burned to a cluster. Momoshiki was forming a giant form. Sasuke just brings a lot of variables, especially given combos like Majestic Attire Susanoo doesn't add anything to it, and Luffy just dodges the literal Amaterasu Rasen Shuriken. What factors does he bring in, again, when he doesn't help make up the speed difference? That's not what you're understanding. Every argument you make loses to speed. How is Naruto healing Sasuke when he has to literally hold on to Sasuke, charge him up with Nine Tails Chakra, and Luffy in the middle of all of that just, again, speed blitzes? How does it matter if Sasuke activates the Majestic Attire Susanoo when Luffy literally makes himself bigger than them and still grabs them like toys? How does it matter? Amaterasu Rasen Shuriken, fantastic. Fantastic. Cool. They threw it. Luffy dodges it or bounces it back. The guy from the four-way deadlock that has Shinigami that create domain-like trails that allow him to sure hits. Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't care about Drew. I don't care about Drew, dude. I don't know. I don't know. If you can maybe look up the wiki and try to see if it specifically targets or tailors people that if it specifically targets or tailors people that if it specifically targets or tailors to people with cursed energy. I'm not sure about what the conditions are, and I don't want to just... This is what I'm fucking talking about, dude. I can't focus on one thing because we're getting conversations that are just completely out of whack. This base Luffy we're facing. Most Naruto scaling is done off of data books. Yeah, we've had that discussion many times before. Think about the situation. Would Luffy allow them to, especially when he can see that Naruto will heal? Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's just complete... Again, it's just bring up... It's nothing more than bringing up what Naruto and Sasuke can do, and then what can Luffy do against it. And it's like, so we're just, again, ignoring everything that Luffy does. We're just ignoring everything that Luffy does. We're just ignoring the fact that if Luffy punches Sasuke in the head and blows up his brain, he just doesn't lose. We're just gonna say that, oh, Luffy just doesn't blitz Sasuke and punch him in the head? Like, come on, man. The Marines fauterize the captains. The Pacifista are released. Naruto and Sasuke can heal, so Luffy will let them heal. Yeah. It's the no use in arguing about it text. Yeah. I assume you knew about it. If you look up things, it's fine. It's fine. Let's let this go. I didn't want to distract you. No, it's not. It's fine, Esther. No, it's fine. It's just, I don't want to talk about JJK when I just want to do this. That's my problem. I just don't want to talk about JJK, especially a character from JJK that I have no idea where he scales. Because in all honesty, when it came to that portion of the fucking culling games, I was kind of in and out of it. Like... Anything basically between the Yuji and it was Yuji and Megumi going to go fight, going to try and find Hikari, and Yuta running into the Ryuji guy and Uro. Everything between that, I have next to no knowledge on. I have completely either forgotten about it or I was just reading through it easily. I was just reading through it. I was like skimming through it. I don't know any of the scaling between that specific portion of the series. Just consider that. The part of the text mentions how Tamari is universal and such. Data books are actually fine. They just use the wrong parts. I tend to rate the primary source in general higher than the data books in terms of validity. Oh, 100%. I don't have a reason to fucking entertain the data books as anything over the actual source material. Data books mean nothing to me if it contradicts the source material. That's the thing. The data books are actually very okay, but that's just part of the text, which means, which is meant to be like that. But that's part of it too, right? Sukuna versus Mahoraga's peak, Natalie. I hope you enjoy it. I think the biggest issue at hand with that topic of discussion is just that if the data book statement, I'm just thinking about all the factors. Let's Eon lock in for now. I really don't see Naruto and Sasuke letting Luffy land a vital hit he needs. So you're telling me that you don't see two guys that are slower than Luffy not landing a single hit when a guy who was only slightly faster than them could land multiple hits? Come on, man. Come on. If Naruto at least had the One Piece Lightspeed dodging feed, you never hear the end of it from them. I know. Why is there a warlord here? Trafalgar Law, you know my name. Pacifista released. One of them fires a beam at Kid that grazes his leg. Place is very close. Law. It says Law's name and immediately creates and immediately shoots a beam of light. Also have multiple mistranslations. If you only had a glass of armpit water to calm you down. No, but the joke did. That was a funny joke, Aster. Thank you for that. Immediately shoots a beam of light. A beam of light at him. He walks out of the rubble completely fine. If the fishpan mill meta, doesn't Luffy's speed become ridiculously high, like 2 quadrillion times faster than light or something? Yeah, it becomes ridiculously high. And that's without including gear multipliers. Not the armpit water? Yeah. But speaking of which, I just ran out of my own water. Can you send me the Devil Fruit grows as Devil Fruit user's strength statement on Discord? I thought I sent it. Let me see if I have it on my phone. 1 second. Let me see if I have it on my... I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll send it to you right now, Six. Just one momento, please. I'll send it to the Discord, to the One Piece Poneglyph, so that everybody else can have it too. This one right here, right? Just one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's there. Back in my day, we just called it sweat. Naruto fans just love using KCM dodging the Raikage as a light speed feed, and then they'll tell you that that light speed feed is more valid than literally anything that you could see in One Piece. Armpit water for Eon is like milk for Homelander. No, the fuck it is not. No, the fuck it is not. No, the fuck it is not. Alright? I have not done half of the despicable shit that Homelander's done with milk. Jesus Christ. Also, Sasuke's greatest strength is switching technique is buns because Luffy is used to switching because of law. Luffy has future sight, so it is factored mute. That's what I'm saying. Because you feel like you're reaching for the kind of situation to give anything to Naruto, even though it contradicts what is already established, no matter how biased it sounds. Yeah. By the way, for those of you that may not know, the statement that 6 is referencing, we've been knowing they scale. Another example is Ace's novel after eating his devil fruit, not overpowering flamethrowers. Compared to Sabo after eating his devil fruit, clashing with admirals. So it says right here, abilities that evolved over 10 years training. Devil fruit abilities become as strong as one trains them. Luffy's Gomu Gomu moves are going to evolve more and more. The Gomu Gomu pistol he uses to knock Sea Kings out in one hit was useless at first. Yeah. So you wouldn't bathe in Juvia's armpit water? No, I would not bathe in it. I think my girlfriend would have a fucking problem with that. If I were bathing in another woman's armpit water. If we stack Luffy's food amp meta with the Fishman pill meta and then add the gears, how is Luffy versus Naruto a question? And you know what the craziest part is? You could give Naruto literally every bit of wanged out bullshit scaling that you can possibly want to give him. You could try to give him like 10 to the 9th or 10 to like the 10 to like the 10 to like the 9th or 10th. Yeah, you're right. He's attacking indiscriminately. You want to get obliterated. I told you not to tell me what to do. You seem, We're going to force our way through Bartholomew Kuma. Yeah. You get the pirates. It's Admiral Kizaru. Why the fuck don't I have any of these? Yeah, we'll just do this. Lock in, you're right. What is a warlord of the sea even doing here? No, you're fine. Haku's supposed to be light speed according to data books, but later on specifically nobody can survive light speed unless the user's body is durable enough. You can also just argue it's because of a technique and not because of it's because of the jutsu itself, you can argue. First mate. Was executed 22 years ago. That's why the data books are sus. Like, my case with the data books is that while they do provide information for certain characters, the fact that so many of the statements are hyperbolic make them, at least for me, completely, it makes them, at least for me, a completely unusable document for the most part, especially in terms of power scaling, because for power scaling, it requires interpretation, but if the interpretation it offers is nothing more than a high-end scale that completely contradicts what's established in the story or just doesn't add up to what's stated and shown, it does become an issue. Yeah, lock in Eon while I drink Juvia's sticky water. How the fuck do you know it's sticky? Oh, this is cute with Robin on the side. That's cute. That's a cute little image. Covers. Yeah, there we go. I already have it. Sweet. People use Naruto blocking Haku to get early Naruto to FTL and ship it into FTL, though. I see. I'm becoming an even bigger fan of yours, Monkey. Would you ship was a Grow 41? Yeah, look at myself there. The coding will take 3 days. It takes 3 days. Pursuers. Yeah. How much? Let's meet again in 3 days. I'll see you guys off. Don't know how to explain it, but it seems so big. Kogo, the member of the crew of the Jack Oro Jackson. He's one of the pirates that Tom died for while defending his honor. Right, the fight still has to play out. I've heard of thick water. I think it's some shit like D2O or something like that, but it's sticky water. Yeah, I've heard of thick water. I've seen a guy. I've seen like a big, like this big fat dude drink it once. A friend of mine would send me like clips of it. I didn't like it. The idea of thick water is for like people that have like an either an allergic reaction to water or they can't drink normal water. It's some crazy shit. It is genuinely some crazy shit. Yeah, people use... Ah. Okay, I don't need the rest of that. Let's go back. All the crews by the captains. The rest of their crews continue to fight the Marines. Hey, welcome back, Eternal. How you been, man? Yep, it's DO2, far denser than H2O, D2O. Half of the things you rely on, Luffy standing around like a puppet. You think Ivankov's powers in real life can be useful? 100%. You know how many people... Ivankov would be like the god of the LGBTQIA plus community. Like, they can literally help individuals, especially those who are trans, to just become the sex that they want to be. It doesn't harm anybody, it doesn't cause an issue, and ultimately, like, I don't know, Ivankov could unironically make a killing in, like, the pharmaceutical... Not the pharmaceutical thing. Ivankov could literally make a killing as far as, like, doing that kind of stuff, and I don't even think Ivankov's, like, the type of person, like, make somebody pay for it, so they would just be seen as a... They would just be beloved by that community in general. Also, the fact that, like, you know, Ivankov is super duper fucking strong, so if you had, like, their power... So if that person did actually exist... It would be a situation where, like, what the fuck is the government gonna do? Big pharmaceutical can't kill them. Not really. I've never said Luffy doesn't look into the future. You're acting like Luffy is going to look into the future and the credits will roll. No, Luffy will look into the future, evade every single attack that they perform, and then, quite literally, all he has to do is land a single hit on each of them. A punch to the heart or the head for either of them kills them. It's like your entire win condition essentially revolves around the idea of Luffy standing there and taking hits from these two. All of their attacks, all of their tactics are invalidated by Future Sight. And that's something you don't seem to comprehend. That, like, Amaterasu, Future Sight counters it. Rasen Shuriken, Amaterasu, Future Sight counters it. Becoming giant avatars, Future Sight counters it. Universal Pull plus Amaterasu, Future Sight counters it. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, but, you know, yeah, the end credits won't roll. Yeah, no, they will, because again, all he has to do is land a single punch to the face. If he lands a single punch to the face and or head, he injects internal destruction and instantly kills them. They cannot survive their brain being destroyed. There is no argument. There is no counter-argument. There is no interpretation. There is no situation where they do that. They don't react because the speed difference is that massive. May 14th. Anyway. Are generally orders of magnitude apart in scaling. Not even that, just in speed, bro. Just in speed. The speed is the reason why I think it wins. It's that simple. It's just speed. Speed is the problem. Speed is the literal problem. Thunderbolt and letter. Hey, what's up, Commando Kid? He freed St. Roswald's slave. How did he remove the logs? You want to come with me, Captain Jalbert? Yeah. Okay, so then all the stuff with the pacifista happens, right? They meet Rayleigh, right? Kizaru. Hey, look, a squirrel. Hey, Mr. Squirrel. What's up with you? Your tail doesn't look as fluffy as it should. Are you wet? Because it was raining? What's up, Mr. Squirrel? Go do your thing. Anyway. Kizaru arrives on a cannonball, 447k for a week, and not turn into the opposite gender for a week. Her turn you... Whoa. 447,000 for a week would you let her turn you into the opposite gender for a week? For that kind of money? Fuck no. Being a woman... Listen, if for whatever reason I wanted to know what it was like to be a woman even for a week, I would not pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. The weird thing is that he has the hormone fruit, yet hormones do none of the things he has in that fruit. As far as I'm concerned, they do. As far as I'm concerned, they do. Think about it. Listen, from all the steroid and chemical things, stuff that I was from all that content that I was like watching on YouTube like this past week. Honestly, though, the hormones devil fruit is essentially a more powerful, more potent, and more, I guess you could say, safe way of, like, doing those kinds of things. Because, like, if you give a man, like, enough estrogen, he doesn't turn into a woman. He will grow breasts and stuff, but he won't turn into a woman, literally. What Ivankov's devil fruit does is essentially like a hyper super powered up version. Nah, like get paid $447,000. So you're telling me I get to be turned into a woman for a week, and I get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars? Sure, I'll fucking do that. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Shit, I'll open up an OnlyFans, take a metric fuck ton of images, and then post them all there for weeks ahead, and then when I get the money back, ooh, just take it back. Especially if Ivankov turns into a One Piece style woman, bro. With that, with a rack and ass that size, bro, ooh, I'm making bank. Ooh, I'm going on every site, and then I disappear. Ooh, I disappear. I revert back into a man. Ooh, like it never happened, and all the content's still there. Ooh, and people can't even trace it back to me because I'm a guy. I wouldn't look anything like her. Being a woman sucks. I never said that. I never said that. Did I? When did I say that? Did I say that? I don't think I did. Well, gender is chromosomal, which is not interactable by hormones, just a fantasy devil fruit magic. Oh, yeah, I get that. The pain thing might work if the hormone makes Luffy's body produce more pain blockers. That's true. Liver King, act natural for a day. Better speed and better AP. Mm-hmm. I don't deny Naruto has things that can kill higher tier One Piece characters if they land. Naruto just has... The One Piece has so many hard counters. Yeah, and that's what it is. Be a woman, it's the best. I wouldn't be against it. Like, I generally wouldn't be against it. And I think... I think... Huh. I think that Ivankov's Devil Fruit... Like, it also lets Ivankov increase, like, the size of their face, right? Like, can't Ivankov just do that to somebody else as well? Doesn't Ivankov do that? Like, they make their face into, like, a giant or some shit? Yeah. Imagine, like, Ivankov, like, turns you into the opposite gender for a week, but you also have to have a giant face. Can you switch to all messages? Sure. Then you'll probably have to learn self-defense, not gonna lie, to be safe. Dude, I leave my house maybe once or twice a week, and I drive to the places that I need to go when I run errands. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. You know, some people have a fetish for fantasizing about becoming a woman. Really? Huh. I become a woman for a week or a month in a heartbeat for experimental reasons, of course. Yeah, nah. I'll do it if they pay me. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it for like a week if it's temporary. And I only say that because, I don't know. Naruto had his entire body crushed by Ishiki, which would include all of his organs. Even Kid Naruto got slammed head first into the cliff, no brain damage. Right, because the outer layer of their skin is tougher. The outer layer of their skin is tough, not their internal organs. So again, doesn't mean anything to me. You have to somehow... I don't care about what the feat that Ishiki did. You have to prove to me that Kakashi's statement is wrong. That feat doesn't prove that it's wrong. You can prove that the weight of it probably slammed him, but you can't prove that his organs were crushed. You cannot argue that. You cannot even remotely argue that. Objectively speaking, you cannot argue it. I mean, I ain't complaining about Ivankov. It's just a silly... No, I know you're not complaining. I know you're not complaining the slightest bit. I know it's not an issue. Kizaru arrives using a cannonball. Using a cannonball as transportation. Jigen did pierce his body in multiple points. That's fine. That's completely fine. He can pierce his body all he likes. That doesn't prove that his organs are any tougher. Piercing his body is, if anything, and him surviving is, if anything, a sign of his vitality. But again, piercing the parts of his body that he pierced, specifically his arms, upper chest, and not even upper chest like the heart or the lungs, more so in the upper side of like his shoulder, etc., and lower gut. It doesn't mean that his organs are somehow tanking high levels of attack potency. It just means that they pierced his organs, and then he can heal from it. But if Luffy literally punches two organs that he cannot survive being destroyed, I have no reason to believe that he would. Eon would spend all his time sniffing his own feet. Fuck you. No, I wouldn't. Luffy will make Hinata and Sakura widows. Imagine you're a regular civilian. The two strongest guys in the world get chewed out and spat like gum by a Titanic-sized laughing lunatic. Yeah. Laughing lunatic is crazy. Let's be real. You wouldn't need to learn self-defense since you're still out of Versal. That's what I'm saying, bro. They would be idiots to come at me. They would be absolute morons to attack me. Me, of all people? Ha! I'll close the book on them. I'll shut off the TV on them. Get the pirates, Admiral Kizaru. There's nothing to run. There's nothing to do but run. The criminals with bounties are everywhere. Watch out for the ones that are over 100 million buried. This is Kizaru. If we're getting lucky and manage to kill him, we'll get famous. Don't be stupid. You're up against one of the strongest forces in the Navy. Pirates, run. as they can do nothing. One of them shoots Kizaru with a rifle. Full. His crewmate says he's up against one of the strongest forces in the Navy. Dude, I bought some like egg rolls. I brought some like pre-made egg rolls from the supermarket. I had one yesterday. It definitely needs to be put. You could do your own happiness punch like Nami. Oh, dude, I'm going ham on OnlyFans. I'm taking so many fucking photos. I'm doing so much crazy shit. And then I'm just gonna upload it all sporadically for like a couple of months. For like a week. You give me a week. You give me a week in a female body. I'm doing some crazy shit. And then I'm raking in all the dough. And then I'm just closing up the OnlyFans once I'm done, bro. Once I've uploaded my last picture, I'm just gonna say I've converted to whatever, to X religion. I no longer want this stuff out on the internet, and even if somebody like posts it on some other random site, I couldn't care less. We all know Eon would let his homies smash. Definitely not. None of my homies are touching me. Best Admiral, by the way. You like him? Yeah. I like Aokiji more. I don't know. I like Aokiji more. Hammer the guys besides the gym for extra bucks. Hammer the guys beside the gym for extra bucks? I don't know what you mean. Who is Zaru? I don't know who Zaru is. That's odd. Hello? How odd. What, I thought I hit him. I shot him through the head just now. He has some kind of devil fruit power. Excuse me, I'd like to ask you something. By looking for a man named Sentamaru. He's one of my subordinates, you see? You're not alone. I'd let the bros smash. I would not let the bros smash, bro. I know you would, but I definitely wouldn't. The bullet goes through his head. Jeez, I only asked a little question. He asks a question. So they run away. Kizaru kicks. Sends a kick in their direction. Sends a kick in their direction. And the beam of light produced completely destroys the center trunk, the trunk of the giant mangrove. Though you want to focus on this is fine. I just realized there's many trans characters in One Piece, but there still isn't a character that's just homosexual. Isn't Bon Clay's, yeah, no, Bon Clay's not gay, right? Is Bon Clay gay? I wasn't sure. If I was a woman for a week, then I would like to goon to men. Wouldn't that technically make you gay right afterwards? I guess not, right? I guess you wouldn't be gay afterwards, right? Yvonne is hormones in general. He's more than Twitter agenda. He can do growth hormones as well. Yeah, he can. Yeah, because he can make like his face bigger too as well, right? What do you mean, Shanks? Dude, if they can do hormones, they could technically do like testosterone and stuff, and basically like, at least from like the shit that I watched about that bodybuilding stuff, I feel like bodybuilders would especially want to be. I don't think he's explicitly gay. He just labels himself as queer, which can broadly refer to any part of the community. Okay, that's fine. Well, yeah, there is no gay character then, right? You can't convince me Bon Clay isn't a drag queen. Got to be a little gay at least. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't really make the argument if Bon Clay shows no attraction towards men, right? But I mean, even then, I think it's fine. The One Piece stunt show had Buggy and Luffy team up on Kizaru. Even got a light sword in half split without an issue. That's crazy. Would you be a lesbian then? I guess I would technically still be a lesbian. I don't know, man. I don't know. Something about men I just do not find attractive. Like, I can say that a guy is attractive. I don't mind saying, oh, yo, that dude's pretty fucking attractive. That dude's pretty fucking hot. But, like, am I going to sit here and say, like, oh, I am attracted? No. I don't know. Something about men, I don't know. It's just weird to me. Okama way literally means gay way? Okama way, right? We know you don't have to say it. Yeah, I don't know. I've been reading too much fairy tale. There isn't, One Piece never talks about sexuality, only identity? I guess. You frequently call men hot, huh? I said I wouldn't mind saying it. Eon only likes... actually, that is, if anything, the part about the male body I like the least. I don't know why. I don't know why. That is the part of the male body that I literally like the least. I think I went a bit too far. I think you went a bit too far, Kizaru, sir. His men, his subordinates say he went a bit... both he and his subordinates, both he and his subordinates say he went a bit too far. He prefers the balls. Nope. Nope. Do not like balls either. Balls are weird to me. That's the part of the male body I like the most. That's fine. Can't trust people who don't love femboys, not gonna lie. Then don't trust me. What the fuck? You can goon at guys as a guy. You don't need to be a woman. Just look at Emu. I guess Emu has, I guess you could argue Emu to an extent seems to only think about his old friend Joy Boy. So he's crazy. So that's an admiral. We have to run away. Are you dumb? What's the fun in sneaking away? It's more fun to run away after making the enemy mad. What are you trying to do? Okay, you can't avoid... Shuggy? What's Shuggy? What the fuck does that mean? Delete this. I don't need that. JPEG. Yeah. Delete that. Bonnie right there. This is great. Be careful. 100 million bounty. Okay. Bonnie turned a bunch of Marines into old men or babies. I meant to say Eon, not Emu. I'm cooked after a 6 hour math test. Huh. Beji. You all lose in terms of military power. Excuse me, there's something I'd like to ask. Kizaru, Captain Hawkins, don't worry. Today I will not die. That's why I said we should hide at the amusement park. You'll just play and get everyone else killed. Who are you? We've got an attack. Prepare for aim for battle. Cavalry support. Open the gates. Hey, open fortification. Boom, 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 boom. What is that? So there's something inside of his body? Yeah. Yeah. What? It suddenly got big. Beji reveals his devil fruit, which allows his men to essentially use his body as a stronghold. Cannon fire increases. Cannon fire increases in size as it leaves a small perimeter around his body. If you don't like balls, how do you explain what you do to Sukuna? I don't like balls, but for my king, his balls specifically, only his balls and nobody else's, I will gargle in my fucking throat, in the deepest crevices of my throat. That's my fucking king you're talking about. I'll do whatever the fuck he wants. I'll do whatever the fuck Sukuna wants me to do. Except slap my own mother. I probably wouldn't do that. Imagine Kobe ending up with Alvida at the end of the story. But that's why Raume is his number 2 and I'm not. Clip all of this. The reason you don't see the universal or multiversal or MFTL Naruto meta is because you don't goon to femboys. So you're telling me that all Naruto scalers that do that goon to femboys? That probably makes sense. So you're telling me that if you, as a scaler, stop blessing my ears, Eon. All right. So you're telling me that if as a scaler, somebody says that Naruto and this cast are universal and MFTL, you're telling me that they definitely goon to femboys? That's like the requirement? Sure, why not? Horses are coming out from inside his body, and more soldiers are coming out. Capone Beji, what kind of devil does he have? I told you my military power is on a different scale. More things being shot out from his stomach. A whole cap. 4 men riding horses. His body. Early One Piece feats are crazy. If you read between the lines, I would have considered Oars being called a country polar to be a hyperbole before Wano. Yeah. Yeah. How many balls and sticks does Sukuna have, and does he shave? Sukuna does shave. He's actually kind of hairless from, like, the neck down. He's basically hairless. As far as, like, he just has an average number of balls. He has an average number of balls in one dick. I feel like if it didn't add anything to his Jujutsu, Sukuna just basically wouldn't do anything with it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Did you hear that 7 warlords are on the move? Really? Which ones? Wheeze. I was watching out for the admirals, but I suppose they wouldn't let me get through so easily. Since this is right by Navy HQ. Urouge. Urouge is fighting alone against a pacifista and is already moderately damaged to the point his breathing is heavy. Sukuna probably needs you to entertain in his free time. You first, Uraume next. Yeah, he usually prefers Uraume to be the big send-off. I have yet to make my king finish. I do not have, how many pages does that document have by now? 96. We're at 96. Sukuna probably needs you to entertain him first. Bro, just cleave the pubes away. Sukuna probably sold his balls off for some binding vow. Liking femboys is kind of a necessity to be one of the goats. To be one of the goats? Not necessarily. It's not a coincidence that Haku is a femboy. Ah, that makes sense. Right, the first real villain that Naruto ever fights just so happens to be a femboy. I guess that's why I don't see the Naruto Universal meta. Please run. Battle chance of defeat is 100%. Flee chance of success 12%. Defend avoidance rate 76%. Captain, do you have a minute? I'm looking for a man called Sentomaru. Survival chance of death 0%. I don't know anyone like that. Ask someone else. Well, I can't find him. I've got lots of time on my hands anyway. If there's a criminal with a huge bounty in front of me, I can't just let you get away. Let you go. Basil Hawkins, speed is weight. Kizaru speaks with Hawkins. Hawkins states his chances of survival are 0. And that his chance in battle is, and that his chance of defeat in battle. Do you remember Mecha Naruto? Yeah. What about it? Wasn't that Eon? I will not accept the mirror light meta because that's a femboy. I never said that. I definitely never said that. God, femboys solo any version of femboys. What if people just don't like goth femboys and they prefer regular femboys? What then? Can you tell me why Natsu versus Sting versus and Rouge? Can you tell me why like Natsu versus Sting versus Rouge? Honesty. That fight never felt like all that to me. I think people liked it. I think people like that fight specifically because Natsu and Gajeel, I think they lost to them once before or whatever. They had lost to them once before. Sting and Rouge. How do you fucking spell the name? Rogue? Sting and Rogue have, they were basically just talking a lot of shit from what I remember. They were not only talking a lot of shit, they were essentially downplaying the entirety of the Fairy Tail cast. One of their cats, Sting's cat specifically, he talked a lot of shit and kept hyping up and glazing Sting for no reason. I think it was more so just the humbling of it, the humbling moment. I think that was what it was. I'm gonna be honest with you. are 100%. 100%. Kizaru states speed is weight. Kizaru states speed is weight. And then asks Hawkins if he's ever been kicked at the speed of light. As his leg reaches Hawkins' head, he is literally shown to perceive the attack. Would it be better if Natsu and Sting closed the fight by passionately making out? Listen, if you're into that shit, that's completely fine. I think if you think that the fight would have been a lot better if they were making out, I'm sure. I'm not going to tell you no. I don't know what would exactly entail the characters to do something like that, but you know what? Hey, listen, if that's peak to some, hey, that's peak to some, man. Shit. Dabura versus Kizaru? I'd probably give it to Kizaru, just because I know that he can move at faster and light speeds. A coughing baby? A couching baby. Wow, I didn't know there was such a thing as a couching baby. What's wrong? What happened? He started bleeding from the head all of a sudden. One of Hawkins' I'm just gonna write Hawkins. Men started bleeding from his head. Started bleeding from his head. And dies. Unironically, Sting is pretty gay for Natsu. I can provide proof. Sure, provide proof. He's strong. What's he trying to do? Kizaru then follows up with a light blast. Light beam. We know what you meant. What happened? He started to call out fire. Where did the attack come from? Another one. Hawkins' men is lit aflame. How far do you think they get? Mecha Naruto and Delta? I think Delta can beat a Pacifista. I would argue it. Delta can probably beat a Pacifista. How hard does Delta hit? What would you say is Delta's attack potency? The problem with Delta, though, is that her eyes essentially can just shoot those beams, but she can't exactly absorb the Pacifista's light beams. Mecha Naruto, though, doesn't Mecha Naruto show up at a point in time in which we were just out of the pain arc? Once more, like, when exactly does Mecha Naruto show up? It's like before the war arc, right? So that means it would have to be slower than the speed of light. You could genuinely argue that Mecha Naruto, unless he's in that giant-tailed beast form, probably just gets blasted by a couple beams of light and loses from the Pacifista. As far as bots and cyborgs go, I don't know how Delta beats Frankie. I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no clue how Delta beats Frankie. What do you think about EMS Sasuke versus Portgas D Ace? If Ace scales the same to any of the first commanders, Ace solos. I'm sorry. EMS Sasuke really only has, like, light speed, perception speed, and Ace can keep up with, like, Luffy. Yeah, Ace can literally keep up with Luffy. Yeah, before the war arc. Yeah, so Mecha Naruto would have no light speed scaling. It would have I would say it would have trouble dodging all of the light beams that could be shot with from Pacifista. But as far as, like, the Seraphim, I don't think I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's any reason for me to believe Delta beats a Seraphim, because the Seraphim are cyborgs. The Seraphim are also literally have Lunarian DNA, which means that they're basically as tough as Kaido with their flame on. I don't think she has anything in her arsenal as far as I'm aware. Let me just look up Delta real quick. Delta Naruto. I need to see if she has like anything. Incredibly cold-hearted, sadistic, yeah, all that crap. She shoots a destruction beam. Let's read what the destruction beam is. Implanted, it shoots a beam of chakra. The beams are strong enough to prevent the target from using regenerative of healing abilities. That doesn't matter. To heal the damaged area, completely obliterating the cell. The usage consumes a large amount of chakra, so she has a limited use of these, I would assume. Right? She would have to have a limited use of these. The absorbing eye, the space-time gate, that's fine. Great crushing funeral, what's this? She user erupts thorn protrusions from the leg to skewer the enemy. She can skewer Naruto, but Naruto can also be skewered by a blade if he's caught off guard. Modifying body, the user stomps her ground foot, transforming into a large thorn that rises from beneath. I could definitely see Delta beating a pacifista, but I just cannot, I just can't think of a moment. I literally cannot think of a moment where, like, she can actually destroy a Seraphim. In the bloodstream, the user modifies their flesh multiple purposes, such as blades, claws, shields, throwable projectiles. Kawaki's affected limb are his arms. Delta's legs and codes are his hands. Unlike Code and Kawaki, Delta can modify her legs to enable jet propulsion, granting her flight. Should an affected limb be lost, the user is not incapable of shaping their flesh and simply extending it around the limb to where it used to be, such as Kawaki's case when he briefly used a prosthetic before gaining a new arm. Got you. Posted the proof? Sure. That's the break room? Yeah. I'll check that out later. I knew it. You two are the cutest couples. The wedding... Why the fuck is she wearing a bikini? It's fairy tale. What the fuck am I asking? How many kids do you want? You can't spring those questions on us. It's not like that between us. Aw, look at Sting. It makes him think that we should start... It makes you think we should start dating too. Haha, very funny. You too? Too? It's not like that between us? Do you like Yukino better, or is it Minerva? I only have eyes for Natsu? That's my Sting. Cut to the chase. Yeah, that's. You know what? I can see why you interpret that as gay. Yeah. He says he only has eyes for Natsu. Oh, like you don't have plenty of time to kill? I don't. You told me you're looking for the white mage, didn't you? But it was a situation, Adele. She infiltrated Fairy Tail under the name Toka? Yeah. That is not Mommy's soy phone. I noticed One Piece scales are generally more conservative with their scaling. Most didn't even scale One Piece to country level before Wano. Yeah, because people were calling them fucking idiots, saying that they need to get their heads checked out because, oh, if anything is beyond island level in One Piece, it would just automatically make you a glazer. People didn't want the backlash, people didn't want the problem, but people just stopped giving a fuck and they started saying, oh wait, no, the feats are right there, plain as day. Amazing, you exceeded my expectations. Meaning, Kizaru's lasers can light someone on fire. Hawkins states Kizaru exceeded his expectations. That is not Mommy's soy phone. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Why are you talking about soy phone? Yeah, Ace might be a dumbass. Ace is someone who I will say is more likely to take a Amaterasu straight to the face. I feel like Ace is the type of guy that will likely take a Amaterasu straight to the face. Only having 10 against an Admiral can feel very unnerving. Yeah. Uroj, that's the Mad Monk Uroj. He's too strong. Is that Kizaru? The Pacifista is too strong for Uroj. By the way, yo, where I live, it's cold as fuck right now for no goddamn reason. When I was literally streaming without a shirt a couple days ago because it was that fucking hot. What the hell happened? People can't tell me global warming isn't real, bruh. Uroj, he states it. Sting also says, if it's white, I can eat it. What terrible luck! A Navy admiral to my front and a warlord to see behind me. Is this it for me? Not exactly. I still don't see the shadow of death creeping upon you. For Hawkins from the North Blue, we may be enemies, but that's good to hear, even if it's a joke. Okay, X Drake, Rear Admiral X Drake, X Vice Admiral X Drake. X Vice Admiral. Vice X VA. I'm just gonna call him Drake. Attacks a pacifista and sends it flying into a building. Would you crack Sting? No, I'm not gonna crack a man. Even if that guy turned into a woman for a week, I would not crack a man. Shoot, I had no intention of meeting Kizaru. I got beat up quite badly, but I'll see whether or not there's still hope for me and try to attack. Rouge makes himself even bigger. The situation's getting even better. This is really bad. They're all going to die. We should take this chance and run. Oh yeah, I should probably throw in Scratchman Apu. Scratchman Apu stays to watch the fight, even though his subordinates are begging him to leave. He says, why leave when you can piss off your enemy and then leave? It's the other way around. It was cold as fuck and today I'm sweating my ass off? That's crazy. You think Kizaru is the same strength as he was here on Egghead? You could argue it. You can definitely argue it. There's kind of nothing else to really base it off of. You could argue that, like, throughout the 2 years, Kizaru got stronger along with everybody else. It basically boils down to personal interpretation. I mean, I don't think it really matters in the end. Kizaru smelling that light Zaza, and I need that. Here it is, unreasonably warm. 15 degrees difference in a day, yeah. Jimenez has a low gig. He could probably just rip off the affected body part and remanifest it somewhere. The only problem is that he's just going to stand there in the middle of the fight, yeah. But he's the throat goat of Fairy Tail. What makes him the throat goat of Fairy Tail? There's no reason to think that, right? He doesn't seem like he's one to train, so he's basically strong as fuck anyway. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, at least in my opinion. I don't think it genuinely matters. I don't think it genuinely matters, right? Because, like, Kizaru here is like, nobody here scales to Kizaru besides Rayleigh. And by the time in Egghead, the only people that, like, scale to Kizaru are the Gorosei and Luffy. Right? Everybody else is just too weak. Stay back. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And leave. Rouge makes himself bigger. Rouge makes himself bigger. Have you seen how he eats beams? No, I haven't seen how he eats beams. Eon's the throat goat of real life. I literally could not be the throat goat. I'd rather not be the throat goat. Only for my King Sukuna, though. So you think Rayleigh is relative to Gear 5 Luffy? Not necessarily, but you don't have to argue that Kizaru's going all out either, right? You don't have to argue it necessarily either. Also, you can also just argue that, like, Rayleigh, by that 2 years into the 2 years onward, is also starting to get weaker, right? I think he's actually older than... No. Rayleigh. You can also just... Because Rayleigh also states complete inferiority to Blackbeard, and only his name essentially helped him, like, stay up. Oh, he's only 60... No, that's... He's 78... He's 76 by this point. So, yeah, he's well within the range of, like, his strength already dissipating by that point, right? Neither is Kizaru, though. Like, you could definitely argue that Rayleigh does get stronger throughout the next 2 years, right? You think Hawkins can react to Nell's lightning since he saw Kizaru's kick? 100%. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Whether or not you take the statement literally, you could still argue that he does because, I mean, lightning compared to light, and then literally visibly seeing the light. Though he didn't move away from it, he didn't evade it. Yeah, Whitebeard has like 5 statements he can destroy the world. They got Tsuru saying you wouldn't be safe on the other side of the world. It's still hyperbole somehow. I don't think Kizaru was trying in their fight. Yeah, no, wait, in which fight? Kizaru versus Rayleigh? Yeah, no, I don't think Kizaru versus Rayleigh, like, Kizaru was going all out. I mean, you never see him pull off half the shit that he does in Egghead. Against Luffy, though, you can definitely argue that he tries at least to a much moderate extent, at least to an extent where he's taking it seriously, because he's making clones and he's attacking with, like, everything. So you offer your king below average heads? No, I have for my king the best head he's ever received. It's just that he wants Urami to finish him every time. Versus Rayleigh or Luffy? Versus Rayleigh, I don't think that he's going all out. I mean, literally speaking, he's not. He's not making clones. The guy's not making clones. He's not using Yasakani no Magatama. He's not doing, like, any of his crazy attacks. He's just bringing out a blade, and they're just clashing blades, right? He's trying more, but I still don't think he went all out at any point. I would say he went all out to against Luffy to the extent of what we've seen. You can't argue that he didn't go all out because we see him pull out more stuff out of his arsenal than anything we've seen before. So you are the throat goat. Only to Sukuna. Anybody else, I will give him the most mediocre shit that you'd ever seen in your life. So no, I can't be the throat goat because for anyone else, I wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't even spit on it. Not gonna lie, the Holy Knights are buffed by Emu and they're gonna fight battle damage Zoro and Sanji. Is that a downscale? No, they actually took down. No. They actually took down. Or at least, what's his face? Killingham took down Sanji. He even kicked him off before he left. Okay. The Straw Hats run into a pacifista. You can say he tried more against Luffy. I still don't think more was his limit. Yeah, but you can't really argue that he's not even remotely trying at all. You can't argue that he's not trying at all, and he's not trying as much as he did against Rayleigh. You can't argue that either, right? He's always, like, in this weird place where, like, he's literally pulling out more techniques out of his ass than he's ever done before, but because of the quote-unquote mental nerf, people just try to argue that he's not. I don't personally care. I'm not gonna sit here and entertain the idea that, like, Kizaru can somehow beat Luffy when the most he was able to do was scratch him in his face, and Luffy literally put him down twice. I don't know, man. Again, it's just one of those things that boils down to, do you want to believe that an Admiral fought a Yonko on equal level? And I would say Luffy's also not trying. Like, right? Like, Luffy's not pulling out Bajirang. Luffy's not trying to put down Kizaru to the same extent that he did against him. He even said, you're trying to stop me. I can't get my job done. And then Luffy says, well, yeah, that's my job too, you know? Didn't really take down Sanji. Was heavily damaged by Emu. Just kicked him away. He takes down Zoro, right? Takes down Zoro, takes them out, flies away. Uh-huh. Tries to burn that. Uh-huh. Black flames. What are these black flames? Uh-huh. Stop Sanji's kick. Block. Yeah, he sent Sanji flying. Yeah, I was wrong. You're right. Yeah. No, you got it. Yeah. When's the next time that we see Killingham? Ragnir. Yeah. He's attacking. He's clearly superior to the God's Knights, one of the 5 elders. Yeah, he gave Killingham the thing. Yeah, you were right. Yeah. What took him down was Emu, not Killingham. Yeah, you were right. He can't. I'm not arguing that. Neither was going all out. I think neither was going all out. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, I agree. Neither was going all out. You can argue he's trolling Kizaru like Fujitora with meteors. What do you mean? Killingham didn't really take down Sanji. Yeah. He just got kicked after getting Maki. Yeah. No, you're right. I think he's heavily damaged by Emu on the next page. No, it's fine. I'll trust it. Is Luffy MFTL? I would argue yes. Whatever arbitrary value you think MFTL plus means, yeah, I would say yeah. If Maki is demonic Haki, then what's the opposite going to be? Haki. Haki is the opposite of Maki. Maki is the opposite of Haki. Meant Kizaru was trolling the whole fight with the clones, etc. I don't think he was trolling. I think he was just trying to get his job done as quickly as possible because he just basically gave up on fighting Luffy. I would argue that if anything, he gave up trying to fight Luffy and instead just went straight for Vegapunk. Because again, look at look when he was fighting Luffy, at best, scratches his face. Run into a pacifista. Luffy avoids a beam of light. Luffy avoids a beam of light. I think MFTL is more than 1,000 times the speed of light. Yeah. So what's MFTL plus? See you later, Aster. I hope you have a good rest of your night, man. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. And thanks for the real talk. I'll say this, like, thanks for like the dumb questions to like, you know, help me calm down. I appreciate it. I do. What's this? I didn't know he could do that too. It was supposed to be a shockwave. That's a beam. The Straw Hats call it a beam. The Straw Hats call it a beam. Why is he back? That jerk. There's 100 to 99 times. I thought it was 1,000 times. See, this is what I mean when it's like, yeah. Wait, is he the one that showed up back in Thriller Bark? Yeah, he has these paw palms on his palms, but he almost fired a shockwave. He thought he finished this all up, but we were running back, we're still alive. I'll pay you back for what you did last time. Kuda Vaughn. Frankie attacks it with a coup de vent, which only pushes in. It's the dead of night in my country, but thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's the dead of night, I still hope you have a good rest of your night. I hope you have at least a good night's rest, you know. Which only pushes in its chest, I think would be the right term. No. Which pushes in, not only, pushes in its chest and sends it flying into a tree. He's been FTL for a while now. There's just a misconception that Kizaru kept at light speed, therefore no one weaker can be FTL. That's what I'm saying. I sent you a clearer list of tiers. Yeah. Ah. Ah, got you. Yeah, but it's still an arbitrary, I mean, it is what Versus Battle Wiki says. If you want to use it, I think that's fine. I've used it myself a couple of times as well. I just think it's an arbitrary value. Like, what makes them say that what is MFTL plus or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they're not an authority on it either, which is why I always say, like, it's arbitrary at the end of the day. Gear 2, but if you want to use it as, like, an actual metric, I would agree. Yeah, 1,000 times. I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the start. Into a tree. Luffy immediately uses Gear 2. Gear 2. G2. Saying he's going all out from the start. I think most other wikis abide to it too. That's really the only reason everyone recognizes it. Yeah. Yeah. We got no choice but to fight last time. It was right after the fight with Orcs. It's a complete different situation this time because we'll actually have enough energy. Sanji says it'll be different than last time. Be different than last time because they will actually have enough energy. If you could put a controller in Kaido, what would you do differently in the raid? I'm gonna be honest, I would just have Kaido and Big Mom in the middle of the island. I would have the shit show happen in the middle of the island to make it more difficult for everyone else to fight. Because Kaido doesn't give a fuck about his men, but Luffy does. So if anything, it would be a situation where, like, yeah, if I were trying to be, like, as low down dirty as possible, yeah, 100%. Like, if you want Kaido to win the fight, have him fight alongside everyone else. At that point, it forces Luffy, especially in the earlier points in the fight, to do it. It forces Luffy at the earlier points in the fight to essentially fight near everybody else and then it also causes a situation where Luffy can't be knocked out of the island, which means he can't eat, and Momonosuke doesn't fly back up. You know what I mean? It just feels like that would have made the entire raid much more difficult. To just not destroy Luffy's body. Well, he was dropping a Devil Fruit user. To be fair, he's dropping a Devil Fruit user off an island into the ocean, and he doesn't know that there's like a submarine ship underneath, right? Like, how is he, like, you can't blame that entirely on him. You know what I mean? Something is weird here. Something is different about him from the last time. Is it just my imagination? Zoro is always the kind of guy that has to, like, fight someone. Zoro is literally the fucking, like, the worst person for Oda to literally write to fight against an opponent that, like, you know, has a weird style of body, and he's the one who has to, like, express it, because it usually takes him a while to tell everyone, like, oh, hey, yeah, this is a little weird, he's not the same as before. Delete. Yeah. Usopp, Brook, and Frankie are out running the pacifista laser explosions. They have a target lock on feature. Do you agree with Loki's base? Kyle's hyper being relative at best? I would argue it. Yeah, no, Loki, if we're talking like in terms of raw physical capabilities, I'm talking about when Luffy died, Kaido could have turned him into paste. He probably saw it as Luffy's dead. I mean, to be fair, he saw that Luffy had died. Why would he just believe that Luffy would wake up out of nowhere? You know what I mean? Like, it took Luffy a while to, like, get up and, like, you know, power up and transform and everything. Kaido, why not just go in and say, alright, I won, I beat your strongest guy, now fuck off all of you. You guys lose. Answer to everything is cut more? Sure. I think, like, okay, as far as, like, the pacifista go, real talk, as far as, like, the pacifista goes, it's kind of crazy that, like, Brook, Usopp, and Frankie are, like, outrunning these explosions. Luffy was dead, his roots restarted his heart, yeah. It's coming from his hands and mouth. So scary. What is that thing? It's a beam. They state it's a beam. It's a beam. A beam. A beam. A light ray. Do you know how amazing it would be if a weapon like that actually existed? Hey, what are you doing? Playing dead? Everyone knows you're not dead. They can't believe a weapon like that actually exists. And you know what? I'm gonna say it right now. I will put money. I will put in actual money that when I bring this up, someone's gonna say, someone's gonna say, I think it's Frankie, right? He's saying, how amazing it would be if a weapon like that actually existed. Someone will say, so that means that Foxy's beams aren't light speed, but it says weapon. Foxy's abilities come from a devil fruit, not a weapon. Also, he never met Foxy. I don't know. I feel like that's an argument that somebody's going to try to bring up. I can feel it. I can feel it in my nutsack. That's exactly what's going to fucking happen, dude. I sent you an even clearer list of tiers in Discord. They're worth checking out. Yeah, I got you. Eternal, thank you. Uh-huh. Yeah. What is this? What the fuck does any of this mean? Yeah, this does it. Yeah, sure. Thanks. I appreciate it. All my homies. All my homies. If it's white, then I can eat it. I knew you could do it. He can eat anything white. Is that his thing? He must be the kind of guy who eats erasers. He would totally eat an eraser. Yeah. Carries, is this weekend emu not FP top 1 in the verse? Because there should be Shanks or Blackbeard. Nah, I don't think Shanks or Blackbeard are fighting this version of Eden. Current Shanks in them, thinking about it, Naruto do significant damage to the world trees surrounding the landscape with just their taijutsu, scaling above their last selves. Delta version 1 is around moon to small planet level. What the fuck makes the god tree what the fuck makes that broken down god tree moon to planet level in terms of durability? What the fuck makes it that? Because nothing even remotely implies that. What makes it that level of strength? During the stream, is Boruto's teammate's mom Sakura? Yes, it is. That is the whole bit. This entire week I've been making that the bit. I mean, Sasuke Susanoo's even able to Sasuke Susanoo is literally even capable of cutting the Ten Tails God Tree. So, I mean, what do you mean it scales to it? I wouldn't agree with that at all. I genuinely would not agree with that at all. Yeah, Sasuke Susanoo can literally slash it, so I don't really look at it as that impressive. Do Sukuna's slashes negate Jura? What, the world-cutting slash? If we're talking cleave, it doesn't negate durability, it adjusts to the target's durability and cursed energy. If we're talking dismantle, no, dismantle has AP. And if we're talking the world-cutting slash, it just splits whatever the fuck it touches. Says Frankie's body was on par with a pacifista. Yeah. They actually exist. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro run towards the pacifista. I think it was stated by Caesar. Frankie has similar tech to one. Run towards the pacifista while avoiding an assault of light beams. 3 sword style. Gum. Not this. This. They don't understand. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I watched one of those videos with like that whole situation that happened with like Clavicular, Myron Gaines, Sneeko, all those guys when they like put HH on when they put HH. What's your opinion on cats? I would like a cat. I would love to have a little cat. I think it would be nice. Either a little cat or a little dog, but what am I supposed to tell you? Not my house, I can't own a cat. Even though I live here basically most of the year on my own. I can't get a cat, but I would if I wanted to. Honestly, a part of me does want to go out of my way, especially if I'm spending the next couple of months alone. I'm like, part of me really does just want to get a cat. Diablo Jamba, 3 sword style, 600-pound Phoenix, a 600-pound Phoenix, Mouton Jet, and, yeah, cannon. Mouton Jet, 600-pound Phoenix cannon. They charge up some of their strongest attacks and hit the pacifista dead in chest. Do you agree with calc stacking Luffy's gears to get him to MFTL+? I don't know about calc stacking. I wouldn't call it calc stacking. Luffy's base consistently becomes more powerful throughout every single arc. It's only reasonable that his base would also at some point become better than his Gear 4. His Gear 4 multiplier, at least by the time of Dressrosa. So, yeah. Mr. got this lovable rescue kitten. It made her life so much better. I'd love a little rescue kitten. I don't care about breed or anything like that. I'd love a little kitten. Male or female, it doesn't matter. Though I would like it if they were spaded, just for the sake of, like, you know, not having to deal with any of that other stuff. And yeah, I'd like to buy, like, you know, like a little tower or whatever. I'd like to buy, like, a little tower. I'd like to get it, like, I don't know where I'd put it. It's, I don't know where I would put its litter box. I'd probably put it, like, in the little porch behind my room. I'd probably put it there. The main villain of One Piece changing. It used to be Madara, Aizen, and Dofi a long time ago. Madara, Aizen, and Kaido. Well, now it's Madara, Aizen, and Imu more than ever. Yeah. But that's because, I mean, yeah, those are perceived to be some of the main villains of the arc. If we ignore Foxy, we have to use our guess here on multiple paw projectiles that are all confirmed to be light speed, and I feel like it kills any relativistic argument. It kills all relativistic arguments, but people will still try to argue it because it just... It is an innate issue for people to sit here and believe that One Piece characters are just fast. Because the moment that they concede to the idea that they are fast, it creates this loop where now... Yeah, they just completely outscale One Piece Naruto characters to such a massive extent. Because One Piece is a goofy-looking series, because you have a character that is essentially built like a... I don't even know what the fuck I would describe these builds. Massive upper bodies, tiny heads, tiny legs. It's like, why the fuck would I believe that these characters can be fast? But it's like, it doesn't matter if you believe it. That's what's consistently being shown. I'll have to thank you for beating me up. Don't think I'm the same guy you were fighting before. Uroj. Uroj is now fighting better against the Pacifista after he bulked up. He says he's not the same guy they were fighting before. Who in One Piece? Ooh, we should make a bingo list. Yeah, we should. Not gonna lie, you gotta make a bingo list for Naruto fans Cope and reaches so you can check every time, please. Bingo list maker. Anyway, yeah, so the whole thing. So I was watching that whole thing where, like, they played the song HH by Kanye West. Fuck-ass song. But I ended up trying to find the song on the internet because I was like, how bad could the song really be? And I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, dude. That song, like, I'll say this. The lyrics are completely fucked. They're completely terrible. But, like, I was even looking at the comments in, like, an Instagram post that I saw when I found the song. They were like, how can a song with such a good fucking beat be so fucking deplorable? I'm like... They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. N-word. I don't know why. It's funny. I've been singing it like sporadically, like every now and then to my girlfriend. She's like, stop. That song's terrible. And I'm like, oh no, it is. It absolutely is. But it is catchy. Put using other translations. Okay. Wait, let me see. Free bingo cards. Number 1 free bingo card generator. All right. So what do we put on this one? Ultimate untitled bingo card. Can I download? My question is, can I download it? Paste the list in the words. Text. Yeah, we'll leave the text as black. We'll leave the background as like, yeah. Let's make the background like, I like this. I like this color. Yeah. Okay, so what do we... Naruto fanboy cope. Okay, so what's the first one? Using other translations. Using other translations. Using other mistranslations. Other mistranslations. Using other mistranslations. Foxy's beams aren't light speed. Foxy's beams aren't light speed. Now we're gonna make it specifically on One Piece characters. Continent of ice. Continent of ice isn't a continent. Continent of ice isn't a continent. Kizaru caps at light speed. the society world thing. Whitebeard's statement must reference society. Must reference society, not the world. Must reference society. Chaotic is returning. Oh, that's so dope. I love Chaotic. Chakra can hit Logias. Like, oh, I'm just gonna write Chakra equals hockey. Chakra equals hockey. TSO. TSO erases souls. TSO erases souls. Give them Genjutsu organ. Genjutsu works. Genjutsu works regardless of verse equalization. Mondor creating infinite worlds. Oh. Kaguya AP scales to creation, but not Montdor. Kaguya AP scales to creation, but not Montdor. Why are we on to the supernova guy? What are you talking about? Oh, we're just at this point in the series real quick. We're just making a quick bingo card. Can I download this, though? How do I generate? Does the answer? How many bingo cards can I generate? Okay. But can I download it is my question. They don't understand. They don't understand. N-word. Oh. Size doesn't matter in scaling. One Piece. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. One Piece caps at continental. Sorry, at island. Island. All-time classic water jutsu, water style jutsu negs. The data books are not hyperbolic. The French translation, the yellow data book French translation is yellow data book translation is invalid. Yellow data book. The yellow data book French translation is invalid. The data book, I'm just gonna write the data book French translation is invalid. Battle IQ is too high. Can we add Kuma's pad cannons aren't light speed? Pad cannons aren't light speed. Light speed. I heard Ice Continent is hollow. The ice isn't a continent. We already have that one technically there. You gotta send me this. I don't know how to send. I don't know how to do that though. That's the one problem. I don't know what to do here if like. I don't know what to do here if... Oh, generate. Okay. Luffy is extremely weak. Luffy loses to Luffy loses to cutting attacks. Luffy isn't immune to blunt force trauma. Luffy isn't immune to blunt force trauma. Foxy looks goofy. Characters look goofy. Characters look too goofy. Whitebeard destroying the world. Hyperbole. Yeah. We already got that one. Naruto can just use water style. You saw the emu one? No, I haven't. Luffy isn't immune. He's highly resistant. He's immune! Luffy can't, Gazelle Man. Oh, right. I like that one. Gazelle Man. We'll just write in Gazelle Man. Eon likes fanboys. I will time you out. Don't fuck with me. Luffy has bad stamina. We're missing like 3 more. What's another one? There's that. Follow real world. Look at the calcs. Did you put Kurama turn the world to ash? No. This is only for like, One Piece stuff that they'll try to argue. This is for like the One Piece stuff. Oh wait, I got one. Kurama and Whitebeard statements are the same. We need one more. Put respect on Eon's name. He likes Futa. I definitely don't like... What part of me not liking penis affects even though... Yeah, no, we already got Genjutsu works regardless of VE. Genjutsu... I think I already got Kizaru caps at light speed somewhere. Kizaru caps at light speed. Oh. Naruto is a more iconic show. Naruto is a more iconic show. There we go. You guys want to... We can make it bigger too, I guess. Holy fuck. Nah, let's just leave it like that. Okay. I think that's good. I think we got basically everything. Add it to the list. Naruto outhacks Luffy argument. Naruto is more iconic though. I don't know, man. I don't know. Bajirangod. I already got the they don't scale above island level. Caps at island level. Let's do 5 extra. If we do 5 extra, then we'll add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do like 11 more, and I don't think we have that many. In order to do that, we have to add like a fuck ton more. That's the kind of the problem. I don't think we could do that. Let's just leave it as it is. I think this is good enough. Naruto fanboy cope. What does this do? What if I do this? Call list? No. Care about that. Play online. Download? Yeah, I want to download it. Print 8 pages. I just want to download. Your cards are being generated. Opera GX setup. When the fuck did I throw this into my thing? I don't want Opera GX. You guys want me to send this to you? Yeah, let me... Save as... No, I don't want it as a PDF. Save, type as... No. I'll hit print screen. I can't believe we... I can't believe we made a bingo card, bruh. I can't... Oh, let's do the 5 extra. If we do... There's no 5 extra. If we hit, like... I don't know. Let me save this as... I'm gonna save this where... I need this somewhere in my library. Profiles, thumbnails, yeah. Miscellaneous. I'm gonna throw this into miscellaneous. You know what? Nah. Yeah, I'll just throw this into miscellaneous. Naruto, fanboy, cope. Yeah. Bingo. I'll send this to, I'll pull this up on Discord chat real quick. I think I can just throw this into the general thing on Discord. Alright. Upload a file. Let's go to library. Profiles, miscellaneous, there we go. There. This is up for everyone who wants to use it. Look at the calcs. Yeah. And, you know what? Let me do something right now while I'm already at it. That was pretty fun. Create a post. Chat and I developed a bingo card for all of the disingenuous arguments we see across the ever ongoing going arguments we see across the internet in an attempt to downplay One Piece even below the bare minimum. Feel free to use minimum. Feel free to use it. They don't understand, they don't understand. I hate that song so much, but damn. I just had like that one part of the song. Bingo Night with Eon? Yeah. That song is so fucking fucked, dude, but like, it just gets stuck in your head when you listen to it once. Yeah. Yeah, this works. Bingo post. Look at the calcs. Pad cannons are in lightspeed. Naruto's a more iconic show. One Piece caps at island level. Water style jutsu negs. Battle IQ is too high. Haki equals chakra. Kizaru caps at lightspeed. Size doesn't matter in scaling. Luffy isn't immune to blunt force trauma. Data books are not hyperbolic. Continent of ice isn't a continent. Luffy has bad stamina. Gazelle, man. Whitebeard's statement must reference society. Luffy loses to cutting attacks. Foxy's beams aren't lightspeed. Kaguya's AP to scales to creation, but not Montour. Genjutsu works regardless of verse equalization. Kurama and Whitebeard's statements are the same. Characters look too goofy. The French translation is invalid. Using other mistranslations. TSO erases the soul. Yeah. The salty seas in would be better, honestly. It's fine. Can you drop the Discord link? I can drop the Discord link for the free one if you'd like it. I can give you free access to the... This is the Discord link for debates. If you'd like to join in, you're more than welcome to join. Just please try to... This is mostly for, like, debates and stuff like that between people. This is, like, the public one. Are you gonna cross them out while you stream? I'm gonna pull it up while I stream, and I'm just gonna, like... I don't know if I can, like, throw this on, like, MS Paint. I'll probably, like, throw it on MS Paint, and then I'll just, like, start covering when somebody says some bullshit. I'll probably just do that. Yeah. We'll just have it up. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. I think it'll be funny. All my homies. All my homies don't like that song. I just got back and I was talking to Thine with the bingo board. The bingo board? Yeah, you like the bingo board, Six? Fantastic, right? Absolute peak, absolute media. Yeah. Yeah, somebody commented. Somebody commented already? What the fuck? No way. Wow, you're right. Listen, if you're mad that we have a better show than Be Mad, up! Has inspired millions. Wow, already filling out the board. Already filling out the board. Crying. How do I go down? Wow, already filling out the board. Imagine proving me right. Did you make it just now on stream? Yeah, somebody brought it up. I made it on stream. Imagine proving me right. Couldn't be me. Yo, imagine somebody quite literally proving it right. Yo, bro is speedrunning proving me right. That's crazy. Bro is quite literally speedrunning proving me right. I can't believe it. Yo, you can't write this shit, man. You can unironically not write this shit, bro. There's no way. There's no way. It takes a special kind of individual. It takes a very special kind of individual to just try to prove you right away. Oh, man. His punches are causing the pacifista to bleed. Bro went in the first second. That's what I'm saying, bro. That shit wasn't even up for 5 minutes. What the fuck? That shit wasn't even up for 5 minutes. Took only 2 seconds to fill out a square. I'm crying. Bro is unironically trying to fill out the square as quickly as possible. I'll have it up on my phone just in case. I'll have it up on my phone in the background just in case, but like, yo, that's fucking funny, dude. That is actually fucking funny. Well, kind of sad your show didn't inspire real-life symbolism through a fictional flag symbolizing one of the most justifiable concepts of freedom liberation. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it there in the background. I would agree, but I remember you still hadn't played Rowdy. Sure, whatever. Needs to bleed. Causing the pacifista to bleed. He knocks it into a house. What did I miss other than the bingo board? Nothing much, really. Just trying to get through this. The dying man suddenly turned into a giant and gained such power. What is happening? The pacifista shoots. Puts a hole in Uroge's shoulder, meaning they pierce the body before exploding. It's so eerie seeing you type it out after seeing the post from under the stream delay. Yeah. Not all heroes wear capes. Some heroes prove Eon right in 0.0002 seconds. He's not even here. Almost like bro was just waiting to call you a One Piece glazer. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I don't know. Motherfuckers just really like to speedrun this kind of shit. Drake says, that's Kizaru's laser. That's Kizaru's laser. As an ex-Marine, in addition to his body, Kuma's body, Vegapunk recreated Kizaru's attack power. I didn't think the pacifista had come this far. Yeah. Replied to yours with mine. You made one? Let me see. What do you mean replied to yours with mine? Oh, you made one? Let me see. What the fuck happened here? Water style. If Whitebeard could destroy the planet, he would have. Luffy got no diffed by a water bucket in Film Red. TSO or soul damage. Bowser caps an island. Kaguya creates her dimensions. Chakra equals hockey. It's spiritual. Gazelle Man. Kurama turns the world into ash. Emu needed the mother flame to destroy an island. Destroy the world equals ruin society. Loki's lightning breath. Kaguya's dimensions are solar to uni. Lightspeed, Haku, FTL, Naruto, plus Kid Sasuke. What about Edo Tensei though? Orochimaru creates a universe. Guns hurt Whitebeard. Genjutsu doesn't need chakra network. Low level Toon Force. Gear 5 time limits. Tails are multiplicative. Can't tell AP and DC apart. Kizaru caps at lightspeed. Apu's battle music. I love this. I love this so much. Good shit. Dude, you know what one? You know what one that I think I thought of right now? Fuck, what was it? Ah, shit. Holy shit, that was funny. That's funny. I never get the Naruto inspired claim. Yeah, it has, but so has One Piece. It's still ongoing too. Yeah. We should have to do basically have Naruto statements. Oh, I'm gonna put the data books, bro. The data books. You know what? Let me make one more. Let me make one fucking more. Let me fuck this up real quick. Let me make a new one. Edit. Let's make a new one. Okay. Haku, ice mirrors make the whole verse MFTL plus. Haku's ice mirrors make the whole thing MFTL plus. The data books are more objective than the manga. The data books are more objective than the manga. The Ten Tails can be... The Ten Tails chakra small planet chakra I don't know. Chakra quantity equals AP. Size doesn't matter, can be left in. The tailed beasts are 100 meters tall. Madara meteor is small country. What's another one? Oh, we should have added the SBS. Guy bent space. He's MFTL. Shibai Negs. The moon wasn't hollow. Kaguya's AP scales to creation. TSO erases the souls. Ceiling jutsu go brr. Look at the calcs. Battle IQ is too high. Data books are not hyperbolic. Genjutsu works regardless. Naruto fought for 3 days. Naruto fought for 3 days. Sakura split a continent. How about continent AP inconsistent because it wasn't destroyed? I can see that maybe Shibai can beat One Piece. Mihawk is a Vista victim. AK's got been space. Shibai is planetary. Let's see. Raikage is FTL plus. Raikage is FTL plus. What's something else we can add? What's another thing we can add? What did Aura write in his? Maybe I can add something from it. Kurama turns the world to ash. Kurama turns the world to ash. Well, turns the world to ash. Chakra quantity equals AP. Let's see. Oh! Momoshiki destroyed a star with his AP. What website am I using? Bingo Baker. Bingo Baker. Madara wasn't using his full power to slice mountain tops. Wasn't using his full power. Naruto's a more iconic show. Naruto fought for 3 days. What's a good one? What's a good one? What's a good one? What's a good one? Look at the calcs. The calcs. Battle IQ is too high. They out hacks FYM. Fuck you mean they out hacks. Fuck you mean. Alright, what's a good last one? We need a good last one. We need a good last one. We already got the Shibai stuff. We already got the Kaguya stuff. Oh! Momoshiki and Naruto. Momoshiki didn't get knocked down by a Rasengan. No, not that one. Not. Oh! TSO exist erasure. TSO are existence erasure. Click those boxes at the bottom. I think you can add more extra words that will be mixed into your card above. These will be... Wait, extra words or images, these will be mixed into your card above? I don't know what that means, though. Shuffle items only within their column. The data books are not hyperbolic. Genjutsu, regardless. You know what? I'll make this one as well. Let's make this one, like, orange. Yeah, let's make this one like an orange. No, I don't want that. What the fuck did I change? Oh, shit. Right? No. That's the color of the text. What's that? Ah, okay. I see. Flip the square over. Oh, planet chakra scaling to dragon. Oh, wait, no, I got one. Naruto is multiversal. Naruto is multiversal. Biju and Frongs could change size as well. Genjutsu. Wait, can I shuffle these? Shuffle items only within their column. Can I shuffle this around? How can I shuffle this around? Add more? You know what? What was that one that you said? Biju Frog's Rasen Shuriken is Juraneg. Rasen Shuriken is Juraneg. I think it shuffles it automatically. Alright, sweet. I want the whole thing, though. Okay. That's completely fine. I think we're good. Rasengan Uzuhiko is planetary. I think that one's fine. I don't really care if the Rasengan Uzuhiko is planetary. Sakura split a continent. AP, battle IQ. Naruto's multiversal. Madara's meteor is small country. These are 100 meters tall and can change size. Look at yours in the Discord. Yeah, let me 1 second. Oh, I know one. Lee dodges his own shadow. Oh, I know one. Lee dodged his own shadow. Rock Lee blitzed his own shadow. Rock Lee blitzed his own shadow. That was a good one. Let's see, what else we got? Naruto's better writing. Madara Genjutsu, Kisame solos. Dude, honestly, fuck this, bro. Let me make it bigger. Why the fuck not? Let me just make it bigger. Bingo. Yeah, why not? Let's just make it fucking bigger. Some of these are good. Naruto is better written. Naruto is better written. Kisame solos via water style. Kisame solos. What else do we have here? Kid Lee without weights. Yeah. Tamari is universal. No. Not Tamari isn't a universal. Okay, Naruto I already got it. Data books. Haku makes the whole verse MFTL. I already got that one. Rock Lee blitzed his own shadow. Kisame solos. Shikamaru. No. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Naruto destroyed the moon. Naruto destroyed the moon. The key guy from yesterday. Tsunade has continental AP. We already kind of got that one. We kind of already got that one with Sakura can split a continent. Base dodging photons while sick. Just read the light novels. Just read the light novels. Naruto characters fight literal gods. Oh, that's a good one. The Otsutsuki are literally gods. Otsutsuki are literally gods. The Otsutsuki are literally gods. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Let's make this bigger just so it's easier to see. The Otsutsuki are literally gods. All the named Fishman characters. Who is the weakest that you can believe can beat Kisame? Probably Arlong. If I'm actually not Arlong. Not Arlong. I'd be lying about that. Any of the ones. Sage Mode, Frog Slap. Frog Slap. Negs, Luffy. Solos. No, wait, I got one better than that. I got one better than Sage Mode Froglet. Sage Mode can turn people into stone. Paying solos via hacks. Kamui counters everything. It's Bleach fans that do the literal god-style argument. No, One Piece fans do it as well. Sorry, not One Piece. Naruto fans do it as well. Easily they do. Water style, go brrr. What, do I have one for water style? Kamui counters everything. Fuck you mean. You won't equalize the verse. You won't equalize the verse. Fuck you mean you won't equalize the verse. Context. We sound like the biggest Naruto glazers. We do. Yes, One Piece fans. What One Piece fans do it? What One Piece fans say, oh, they're fighting literal gods. Maybe it's anecdotal, but I've literally never seen anyone say, yo, Luffy's literally a god, bro. He's literally a god. Like, I've never seen anyone try to make that argument. I've never seen anyone trying to say, oh, they're fighting gods now. Especially since Luffy hasn't fought another god yet. So, no, I would not agree with that in the slightest bit. Naruto. Their durability isn't bad. They just got caught off guard. They were caught off guard. Their durability isn't bad. They were caught off guard. I didn't understand the argument. He's out of being the goat is Island FTL Hayuni. Yeah. Yeah, you forgot his blue hockey. People ran like Naruto and not punch like Luffy, therefore Naruto's better. Oh, I got one. Kirin isn't a lightning bolt. Kirin doesn't look like a lightning. Unk ignoring my comment on purpose. Genjutsu works on everyone. I already have that. I already have that. Genjutsu works regardless of verse equalization. Kid Naruto is FTL. Blitzed his own shadow. Kid Naruto's FTL. We already have that one. Where the fuck is it? Haku makes the whole verse MFTL. Haku makes do you know what? Kid, Naruto, and Sasuke are FTL. Yeah, there we go. Doing anything with his imagination, it pops out. Yeah. Uni Orochimaru. Oh, yeah. Wait, no. What about Infinite Tsukuyomi? What about the Infinite Tsukuyomi? No, I don't know if I like that one. What about the Infinite Tsukuyomi and Uni Orochimaru? Sasori. Wait, I got one. Tailed Beast bombs aren't mountain level. Do we have One Piece isn't light speed? Someone explain. Oh, Hiruzen has infinite chakra pull. I heard that one. Base Naruto. Oh, base Naruto. You know what? Let me... Extra words that will be mixed in your card above. No. I got one. I got it. I got you guys. We'll make this one. Bingo. Yeah. Oh, this is about to be fun. Sasori literally destroyed a country. Sasori literally destroyed a country. Chakra volumes equals AP. We already have that one. Naruto made cracks. In the universe. In space. Naruto made cracks in space. Paying solos via hacks. You don't get it, bro. They inject the chakra. You don't get it, bro. They inject the chakra. I think, actually, I'm gonna remove these. I'm gonna remove Naruto made cracks in space, therefore MFT, Multiversal Plus. Their durability aren't mountain level. Data books via... where is the Multiversal Plus thing I wrote? No, specifically, One Piece is not light speed. Sure, I'll throw that one in. One Piece is not light speed. I don't see chakra volume. I have it right here. Chakra quantity equals AP. Chakra quantity equals AP. Split a continent. Sakura and Tsunade can split it. Can split a continent. The tailed beasts are over 100 meters. Your screen is tiny. No, you're not. No, you're fine. Night Guy literally bent space. We have that one already. Guy literally bent space. They out hacks. Fuck you mean. Guy bent space. He's MFTL. One Piece light. Oh, One Piece light. Light is not light speed. What do you mean? Read the story. What do you mean read the story? What's the good one? Naruto, it's just read the light novels. Tailed Beast bombs are country level. Tree level. Physics, look at the calcs. Do you have in real life physics only apply to One Piece? I have, let me think, let me see. Genjutsu works. Look at the calcs. Battle IQ is too high. The data books are not hyperbolic. Shibai negs. Every verse. The data books are more objective than the manga. Just read the light books. Sage Mode Naruto. Oh, yeah. The games are canon. Ooh, I know. The games are canon. Is massive. The Shinobi world is bigger than Earth. The Shinobi world is bigger than Earth. Hockey chakra equals hockey equals spiritual pressure. Chakra equals hockey equals spiritual pressure. Hockey equals chakra equals spiritual pressure. Cheese themes is just dumb. Cheesecake, Genjutsu, the base tank, the Biju bomb. Base Naruto tanked the Cataclysm. Base Naruto tanked the Cataclysm's a good one. Thanks for that. Fuck you mean creating dimension scales nowhere. Fuck you mean. Oh wait, no. The Kaguya scales to the TSO. Kaguya scales to the TSO, to the ETSO. Gentle Fist is Juraneg is good. Gentle Fist is Juraneg. Fuck you mean. Yeah, fuck you mean. We gotta add the fuck you mean. Fuck you mean. Shadow clones won't get hurt by conch. I don't like that one. I don't know about that one. Could you apply Foxy Kizaru debunks? Otsutsuki can destroy stars. Oh, I'm okay. Where's the one that I said? Otsutsuki can destroy stars. Genjutsu, Meteor, Shibai. I wrote one with Momoshiki. Otsutsuki can destroy stars. Otsutsuki can destroy stars. Oh, I got one. Hockey equals chakra equals hockey equals spiritual pressure. Genjutsu works regardless. Sage mode can turn people to stone. Oh! Baryon mode solos. There we go. That's the last one. Baryon mode solos. Just read the light novels. Naruto destroyed the moon. Naruto is better written. Shinobi World, the games are canon. One Piece. I want to take out the One Piece's light speed. Any attack. Oh! Their weapons scale to their AP. Their ninja tools scale to their AP. Ninja tools scale to their AP. Minato has immeasurable speed. If I'll probably take out Naruto destroyed the moon. Minato has immeasurable speed. Alright, I like this one. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Let's save. Yeah. Wait. No, I gotta edit this real quick. Spiritual pressure. Actually, I want to take out the... Oh, base ninja tool slice through trees. What is the best feat for a base ninja tool? Oh, wait. All jutsu scale. All jutsu in... Jutsu scale the same. All of a character's jutsu scale the same. Yeah, well... There we go. TSO or existence erasure. Wait, go back. Existence erasure. TSO, or existence erasure. I might post this in a fucking Facebook group. Fuck it. More like this, Naruto glaze comments. Don't tell me people have actually been doing this. Print 1 pages with 1 card per page. Download. Sweet. Sweet. Let's see. Print screen. Library. Profiles. Miscellaneous. Bingo. 2. Alright. Actually, I do need this up either way. Library, profiles, miscellaneous. Text debates. Well, I threw it on the wrong one, which is fine. Let's just throw it back here. Alright, there it is. Actual question, what is the best feat for base ninja tools? Fuck, I don't know. Oh, it's called the Blade of Kusanagi. It can cut through anything. I should have thrown that one in. I should have written that one though. Fuck. What do you mean? It's the Blade of Kusanagi. It can cut through anything. Fuck you mean creating dimension scales you nowhere. Let's see. What happened with this? Dude, I wasted so much fuck-ass time. I'm finishing this shit tomorrow, man. Finishing this shit tomorrow. Yeah, we're finishing Sabaudi Archipelago tomorrow, I've decided. Okay, I'm definitely just missing this fucking page. I'm missing that page. That's fine. Shoots him down. Sure. Data. Yada mirror can deflect everything? Fuck, that one was a little too late. Fuck. You don't get it, bro. How could I forget Baryon mode, the final boss of potential forms? Evil Eon be like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not reading that out loud. Okay. Forgot to add Bleach's MFTL and Multiversal. Got into a debate over the slowpoke photons, said it's not Lightspeed because Oda is wrong. Oda is wrong is awesome rage bait. I'm crying. Absolutely lovely. That's some Lightspeed coping. Naruto's more iconic. There you go. Battle IQ's Q high. Battle IQ is too high. What does that mean? They're too smart. In a battle, it means their intelligence yeah, I almost wrote the wrong version of there. Ooh, that was about to be... there we go. Oh, I just wrote it. I just replied to you. Yeah, I just wrote it. I mean, sure, yeah. I just wrote it. Basically, it just means that they are far too... They're far too smart in the middle of a battle. Oda is not a reliable source. Oh, man. Should I post this image somewhere, like, on a group or whatever? Just because someone has high battle IQ won't mean there's 100% ways to win. Yeah, it doesn't. But people believe that they do. Yeah, they need feats. I agree wholeheartedly. But some people, for whatever reason, seem to believe that, no, if the character's just straight up smarter, then they'll win. Like, no accounting for anything. Just, oh no, the character's just smarter. But wait, what do you mean? This isn't normal. Even 3 pirates with bounties can't survive against the world government attacking at the same time. We have to get on the ships and... Rear Admiral Drake or former Rear Admiral Drake, are you here for some recon work on that? Go ahead and fight. Since you know our internal information, your despair will be that much more. Just be careful, little rookies. I'm here too. Okay. The Pacifista attacks Drake. The Pacifista attacks Drake, but he transforms into a... What is he again? A Carnotaur? An Allosaurus? Appealing to evidence is a good one. I can't stop laughing at that. Oda is not a reliable source is a good one. Yeah, we fucked up. We should have thrown that one in. Statement, sure, but like feats matter more. Not every fictional character is Batman, Iron Man, Kisuke, L, or Senku. Yeah. Into a dinosaur. The Pacifista can withstand his jaw strength and fires a beam through his chest. You got mofos like Sakura, who is such a sorry excuse for a genius, if she is one. She's not a genius. I don't think there's anything that implies she's a genius. Kisuke being mentioned with those guys should be a crime. Why, you don't think Kisuke's that smart? I would say Kisuke's a smart guy. I don't know. I'd say Kisuke's pretty fucking smart, you know? I'm surprised to see that your blood is red. This is a rare sight. I told you I was here too. Kizaru kicks Uroge and sends him flying through 3 houses, meaning his kick had more weight to it than Hawkins. Than against Hawkins. Meaning that kick was FTL. You see on Verse Battle Wiki, Sakura's called a genius in both general and battle situations, when to be honest she would lose to Misa Amane. I don't know about that. The fuck was the comment? All of you criminals with bounties over 1 million look like such scary monsters. I don't know what kind of power you have, but your body's still intact. You don't seem to be a Logia. Captain, this is bad. You can't take any more damage or he'll really die. It was implied she was. She was stated to be top of her class. That doesn't make you a genius. And was implied to have a possible talent for genjutsu, which you have to be smart for, sure. None of which ever amounted to anything. Yeah. Yeah. Basically. I don't know why I would call her genius then. Captain, this is bad. He can't take any more damage. Hawkins attacks Kizaru. Kizaru and blinds him by blasting his eyes. Kizaru then tries to kick him, but Apu Senku level smartest thing he created was the Hogyoku, and it wasn't complete until Aizen infused his own with it. Yeah, but like we're also I don't know if you could really like make the same comparison though, because the Kisuke is also the technology that exists within the context of Bleach, specifically the technology that the Soul Reapers use, is something that obviously cannot be quantified within like real world, you know, within like a real world comparison, just because like they basically make these larger spaces within smaller spaces. He's able to essentially make like items and weapons that are essentially more compact within their own context of their own size. I'm not saying that like I'm not saying that like okay, I don't know how smart Senku is. I don't know how smart some guy like he is. But like to say that Kisuke isn't like on the same level of intelligence, I don't know, because he seems to be the smartest guy in all of Bleach, right? And they're also using like a type of technology that like, you know, just kind of, sort of has no real world parallel, right? First battle week accepts like Solar Kaguya and blatantly admits to ignoring feats so they can favor their own biases, yeah. Basically, Kishimoto wanted a smart female lead, but got bored midway, just scrapped it. And then we see abridged Alucard and the Dairy Queen for the reference. Senku built the GPS in the Stone Age. Yeah. Yeah. But to be fair, I'm pretty sure you could argue that Kisuke Urahara could create like the equivalent of creating a GPS in the Stone Age if you like took away all of his technology. I'm sure he'd be able to pull something off. I don't know. I'd say Kisuke got that street smarts, book smarts, money smarts, and professor smarts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Kisuke Urahara, to me at least, does come across as a genius, even if he's willing to, like, you know, stick around with the status quo. Made soap, gunpowder, rebuilt civilization in the Stone Age. Okay, yeah, but it was also knowledge that already existed. He's just applying it, right? It's not like he's doing it. Let's put it like this. It's not like he's doing it by figuring it out on his own. He quite literally already understood all of the he already had all of the intellect right there. He already had the building blocks in terms of his own knowledge to do all those things, right? Isn't that what it is? Like, isn't the whole point of like that series that like he wants to go to the moon, etc., 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 and he's doing it all within the Stone Age? Yeah, but like all the information was already available to him. He basically just went ahead with it. Senku knew how much time passed by just counting. Yeah, but that's just counting, and that's just making sure you don't lose the number. Right? Like, it's not like Senku figured out how to make gunpowder, soap, and all those things on his own without, like, having that information already be laid out there for him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, if you put me in the Stone Age, I don't know how to do that, right? I wouldn't tell you, like, I know how to make soap, right? If someone knew how to make soap, then they would probably know... Then in a situation like that, they would probably know how to make some, right? With just some slavery here and there? Alright. Can you hear this music? If you can hear it, stay tuned, Navy Admiral. Scratchman Apu. Everybody listening to my fighting music, that's the Roar of the Seas Apu. Scratch/. But Apu starts playing his Devil Fruit instruments, and anyone who listens He gets everyone's attention the moment you hear his music. His attack triggers. He slashes Kizaru. But I would mention all of Zenku's, like, okay, the mental the complex mental calculations I will 100% grant you, right? The mental calculations I will 100% argue, and I'm not saying that he's not like he's not like, I'm not saying that like Zenku I'm not saying that Zenku is anything I'm not saying that Zenku is any dumber or has a less yield of intelligence than Kisuke. I'm just saying, Kisuke Urahara is using a form of technology that has no real-world comparison, and Zenku essentially is using the knowledge of human history and creation to essentially make all the things that he's done, right? But I don't see him being on the same level as him. Hell, Kisuke wasn't smart enough to snitch on Aizen's evil ways to the Soul Society. Yeah, but it wasn't even that he wasn't smart enough. It was just that he had an alibi. Nobody knew how his Zanpakuto worked, and Kisuke was essentially branded as a fucking traitor. Like, not like the situation was there without any kind of evidence. Confused reaction movement and combat speed into one. Naruto characters have superhuman hypersonic combat speed at best. Meanwhile, Kizaru's limbs at minimum move at light speed. Yeah. Quite handsome dude. Nice to meet you. If getting hit by a poo doesn't debunk Kizaru's speed, it doesn't debunk Luffy's either. It doesn't debunk Kizaru's speed. He slashes Kizaru's hand off. Hand off. Kizaru wonders. He wonders what's that. He wonders what that is. He hears the word boom, and his upper body explodes. His upper body explodes. And that's a wrap. But you probably can't be called one of the greatest forces in the military. That's all it takes to knock you out. I gotta see lots of interesting things. Time to dash. Apu then runs away. Get turned into exile and no one says a word. They sound stupid to me. That, to be fair, plot convenience. I would call it just plot convenience. Apu tries to run away, but Kizaru gets up, reforms himself, and immediately turns into light, blitzing Apu from a distance. Apu is kind of insane. Apu's attacks can't be dodged regardless. If you listen to it, it doesn't matter if you're fast or like So here's one of the things that I don't understand from people. You can see right here that his sound travels outward. You can't dodge his attacks because you can't dodge the sound wave itself. That's not how it works. You don't just dodge the sound wave. It's coming in all directions, omnidirectionally traveling through the air. Like, when people say, oh, but Kizaru got hit by his sound-based attack, yes, because he heard it. If you cover your ears, then it doesn't work. But if you don't cover your ears, then, oh, look at that. It doesn't matter if I'm blitzing him. The moment that I'm traveling at Scratchman Apu, if he's already making the sound work, if I'm traveling towards him and I go up to him and I reach that wave of sound, I'm going to get hit by the attack regardless. All this Shinigami, yeah. Also, a good moment to disprove the myth that Logias have to consciously become intangible. You can't speed blitz and bypass the Logi effect that way. You need to move out of the way for a Pooh sound to dodge it. Faster than sound. You need to move away from a Pooh faster than sound to dodge it. You basically have to back away from like his like, let's say, sound range, right? If a Pooh has a range of like, let's say, like a city, right? You would have to back away from the range of a city, the distance of a city from him in order to like escape the attack ever hitting you. Because if at any point you hear it, whether you're running around it, even if you run towards the sound, you could be faster than it doesn't matter. The moment you hear it, you're fucked. The moment the sound wave reaches your ears, you're fucked. That sure surprised me. Tries to run away. But Kizaru gets up, reforms himself, says he was surprised, and immediately turns into light, blitzing Apu from a distance, smashing him into a... How many floors is this? It was this building over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4-story building. 4-story building. Completely bringing it down. Sure, Apu has domain expansion, has a sure hit without domain. Sound is one of those truly omnidirectional things. Also invisible. Yeah. Read they had evidence against Kisuke, and Aizen had so many layers of fabricated evidence, so what would tell you otherwise? Bro, that's not how investigations go. If they have more than just Kisuke saying something, then Aizen is fucked, but of course they just said nothing. Kizaru then blitzes X-Drake, who can't react to his kick. And blasts Hawkins. And blasts Hawkins until he's down. White Dragon solos. You can't dodge something that you can't feel or see or feel, because if you feel it, you already heard it. Exactly. So Kabuto's White Dragon solos? Not necessarily. Because for that attack to happen, you would basically... It would basically still be just a broad wave of beam of light. The difference between that and, the difference between that attack specifically and, Apu's sound-based attacks is that you can see the White Extreme attack come out. You can see the dragon spin around, and you can see it turn into a ball of light. Inversely, with Apu, you don't see the sound. Bro, if 15 guys say one who did this wasn't Kisuke but Aizen, they would look at Aizen's lies more thoroughly, but of course they said nothing. To be fair, they got turned into hollows and they were attacking them. A dragon bursting into omnidirectional light and sound, right. But it's a dragon that comes out, that has a little ball, that has to roll up into a ball, that then has to essentially exude all of that light out. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Apu's undodgeable because it can't be seen. That one, there's a whole bunch of stuff happening before it turns into what it is. If Aizen became gay and got cracked by Ichigo, where would he scale? To Ichigo's thrust levels. However strong you think Ichigo thrusts. Hello, this is one Borsalino, transponder stuff. Why didn't you contact me? I'll send Tamaru. I couldn't contact you, don't tell me. Oh, anyway, whatever. Anyway, let's get to work. Found the culprits. They're Straw Hat Luffy, Captain Kidd, and Trafalgar Law. Which one do you want to go after first? Alright then. Hey, did you get hit so badly you can't move? Just leave him alone, Luffy. We have to beat that thing first. Yeah. Cough, cough, He still hasn't fully healed from what was happening. Okay. Back to the Straw Hats. Zoro falls back in pain. Falls back in pain. Falls back in pain. Sanji says he hasn't fully healed. And from the look on his face, It must be really painful to be in this fight. What's going on? He looks exactly like the warlord. Okay, Chopper attacks. Chopper attacks the pacifista. Chopper attacks the pacifista. Did you know you already basically made ninja tools that have similar effects? Saw that I used a prototype in a spar. Cool. Thought you were focused on when the trial happened. It's been 110 years. They had over a century to talk and they were victims. So Yamamoto, just like several Captain Class Go, that's a big military force gone. I agree with you again, but think about it from this perspective. Central 46 is a bunch of pieces of shit. The Soul Society, especially before the Soul Society arc ended, were the type of people that, like, they weren't listening to any kind of reason. They're just, rules are rules. We're doing whatever the fuck we need to do because rules are rules, because we're going to listen to Central 46. And within those 100 years, 110 years, Aizen clearly killed all of Central 46, right? Aizen was already manipulating Central 46 for a while now, so even if they went back, I mean, what the fuck were they going to do? It didn't matter. It was all just an illusion. Aizen was already controlling it all for a while now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. They had no evidence. All they could say was, yo, it was Aizen, it was Aizen, it was Aizen, and point fingers at it, and I would just be like, but I didn't do anything, and people saw me where I was. Like, what the fuck? Like, they had no evidence. They really didn't have any evidence. They would just be blaming it all on one guy, and they would just be seen as the guys who got turned into hollows, and they would just be seen as heretics. C-46 were killed in recent time, not 100 years ago. Yeah, but you're saying it's been 110 years. They had over a century to talk to them, and they were the victims, but it was like, what am I supposed to tell you, right? Like, again, we're talking about Central 46. They're not exactly the easiest people to get to listen to, you know? When do these streams start? They start around midday EST. Midday Eastern Standard Time, so 12. Attacks the Pacifista with his strongest attack in arm point. Pacifista grabs him. It grabs him and readies a beam, but Frankie punches his hand away as before it fires. Frankie tries to use boxing, but gets slapped away. Because I realize the Sarada statement has kanji that is typically used for hyperbolic statements. What's the kanji? What are you talking about? What's the Sarada statement that's got you sad? Red, even Patrick, Jane, and L need evidence. Intuition and word of mouth would make them stupid. Hey, what's up, Hedge? How you doing, man? Anyone else in chat reading? I don't know what LOM means. He's strong in hand-to-hand combat, too. Gets punched away. I think it's an FTL... The FTL superluminal... Oh, the superluminal statement. Yeah, super light speed. Whatever the fuck that means. That statement means nothing to me. Superluminal is not an actual fucking word. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to mean by it. And if we're talking FTL, I mean, sure. I guess she's faster than all of base Naruto. Sure, fine, whatever. Kizaru in Sabaody was like an adult walking in a kindergarten, and people expect him to be on his guard and avoid all possible attacks. He knows they can't hurt him. Then why be on alert? Yeah, I agree. It said in the data book, V-Jump magazine, whatever statement. It's not a word of mouth. They literally, the victims of the crime, if they're saying they would look into it. I don't think that's the point. I mean, but that's the thing. Maybe in a situation where it's a normal legal system, but it's not. Central 46 are anal as fuck. They live by an old fucking code, bruh. Like, if you have people that essentially just became hollows and they come back randomly, you would see them as a fucking threat. These people would see them as a threat. You remember, we're talking about we're literally talking about people who essentially live in what is essentially like Edo era Japan, bro. They're basically like the entire afterlife is essentially Edo era Japan with like spirit technology. Lord of Mysteries. I'm trying to figure out a way to officially buy translations, but I can't seem to find where I can read the later books. That sucks. The fact that it's BOS is crazy too. I hadn't thought about that. The fact that it's BOS is crazy too, and nobody thought about that, yeah. That still leads them to revoke the idea of them being hollows and won't be rejected. Yeah, they were only not rejected later on because Aizen was shown to be the villain. Central 46, remember, they're full of fucking assholes. They're not the type to just listen to some random people, especially if they view them as a fucking threat. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying that your logic is out of it because I agree that in a normal judicial system, in a normal government, that would at least raise some questions, but like, no, the Shinigami are all fucking old school, bro. They like, what evidence do you have? Oh, none? You're just saying that this guy is a guy that's basically been a nice captain for the last like 1,000 years? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? You know what I mean? Low-key right for their concern on the holification, since Ichigo and the Arrancar show that they could lose control and become real threats. Yeah, but that wasn't until later. He's talking about before that. He's talking about way before that. Watch out, here I come. Swallow Bond and Avant. Okay. Brooke tries to stab it. Brooke tries to stab it from above. But fails to pierce. It charges a beam that Usopp lands. That Usopp intercepts first by hitting it with 4 explosives. What would bomb start working? What would bomb start working on him all of a sudden? One of them went in his mouth. One of the bombs affected it because it went in its mouth. Is consistent, it just means faster than light. That's an interpretation. Super luminal can mean super light. What does super light mean? What does super light mean? Why does it have to be faster? Why can it be a stronger form of light speed? It can be stronger form of light speed. It doesn't have to necessarily mean that it's faster. I'm just saying, when a word like that's up for interpretation, you can literally just say it doesn't mean faster than light. At that point, just write faster than light. Why write super luminal? Look at my go, Brew challenging and no fear. Well, time to update my doc for Aizen's intelligence. I was hoping for physical copies, and secondly, they officially changed the abbreviation of the tire. Drop the. Alright. It's a word used for hyperboles, typically. One of them went in his mouth. They must have short-circuited something inside of his body. His body is hard, but his skin still bleeds. He's like me, just an ordinary human modified to carry weapons. Watch out, he saw you. Oh no, Ochenta Fleur, Quattro Mano. It's a fact that the beginning of the series, Naruto fans have accepted it immediately instead of thinking, wait, isn't it odd that it's BOS Sarada? Yeah. What does BOS mean? What's boss mean? What does boss mean? I don't know what that means. On board your German power rank and strong as Luffy, Sanji over Zoro, cool. Usopp, Brook, Frankie, Jinbei, Robin, Nami, Chopper. Beginning of series. I wouldn't call that beginning of series. I would say midway series. Its mouth. It aims another beam at Nami. I'm not using a chord system, but common sense, if he said... Yeah, but you can't expect common sense to be a thing for these fucking Shinigami. They don't follow common sense. I think that's the problem. What is a stronger form of light speed? Maybe she's running... Maybe it's more powerful. Her Chidori could be more powerful. If you want to say Sarada's infinite mass Chidori, that would be funny. I'm just saying, if Sanada had a light speed Chidori, I think it's completely fine. If Sanada has an FTL Chidori, I don't really care. I think it's completely fine. What I'm saying here is that Superluminal could just mean that the attack itself is more powerful. You could also say it could stop a beam of light or some shit, alright? I'm not saying that it has to legitimately just mean faster, because the word superluminal doesn't inherently just translate to faster than light. I'm not saying it has to translate to faster than light. I don't care if it is. If it is, I mean, I'm fine with that. I don't personally care, because at the end of the day, Kid Sarada being faster than the Raikage, I mean, hey, sure, whatever. Who gives a shit, right? He hasn't done anything. His best feat is beating Who's Who. So they're just stupid. I'm sticking with the rule. I agree, sticking to rules that clearly don't make sense is idiotic. Listen, I mean, hey, listen, I'm not even saying that they're stupid. I'm just saying that they're stubborn. When you have people, especially that live for thousands of years, they're bound to be extremely fucking negligent as to anything other than what is the status quo, and Central 46 has always given off the idea that they simply stick to, well, this is how we've done this for all times, we've done this for thousands of years, why would we just change our ways now? Even in this very hyper-specific situation where 15 of our strongest captains and lieutenants are showing back up after, I don't know, 10, 15, 20, 50 years, 75 years, 100 years, these motherfuckers are out here coming back saying, oh, it was Aizen. One of the most upstanding members of the 13 Court Guard squad. Like, again, they're gonna want to add some kind of evidence, and they show up with no evidence, they'll just sick the entire 13 Court Guard squad on them. It's not about them stepping up and doing it, it's more so what's gonna come of it if they did. I keep seeing stuff on Infinite Tsukuyomi being able to reflect. I put in an Eon bingo in general. Then Eon, Namiya's best girl, crashes out, apologizes for crashing out. I'm timing you out, hates on beans, provide a claim, gives out life advice, that's my king, sniffs poor manga girl's feet. That one was unnecessary. That's what I'm saying. I don't like femboys. Power scaling is all about interpretation. Gamabunta Mumu size comparison. 6-7. Alright, I'm over it. Where's your evidence? Sasuke's walking comeback. Alright. Sniffs any manga girl at all. Okay, to be fair, these two are the exact same thing. Gargles, Sukuna's balls, times out chat for beanie behavior. The video will come out when it comes out. You can choose to believe that. I have absolutely no reason to believe. Give me the chapter. Saves Gunner panel. Fuck you. Fuck you. Under what facet of logic? Alright. I hate this so fucking much. Alright, I'm timing you out. Alright, that's a timeout. That's a 10-second timeout. Fuck you. Fuck you. I will not be insulted by my own fucking chat. I will not be insulted by my own fucking subscribers. It's funny because it's low-key true. Yeah, but like one of them technically has like the same thing twice, so yeah. Fuck. God damn it. Aster's gonna fucking love this. So that it shouldn't be equated to beginning of series. It's not. It shouldn't be equated to beginning of series. I don't agree with that. I agree with One Smart. It shouldn't be equated to beginning of series. Yes, the beam misfired inside of his mouth. He blew himself up. Hey, mister, I know you're taking a break, but watch out for the lightning over there. Aims another beam at Nami. But Robin hits, slams down its head, slams shut its mouth with a blow, causing the beam to explode on its face. Nami then sends a lightning bolt through its midsection. You sniff all types of panels. I had to separate it. You didn't have to separate it. There's also Ishin not saying that there's traitors among the Gotei 13 if the Visors were so gangsta and told them to keep an eye out, and Ishin said something too. Aizen is fucked eventually. I get it, but like, what can Ishin do? Yeah, he basically gave up his Shinigami powers. And I don't think, did Ishin know it was Aizen? Did Ishin know for sure that it was Aizen? Because his whole thing was like 10 years prior, you know what I mean? It's working wonderful. He also basically lost his powers, like, just before that, right? Yeah, he gave up his powers. How was he supposed to go back to the Soul Society? It's working wonderful. He's starting to go berserk. It starts... The Pacifista goes berserk. Pacifista goes berserk. And starts firing beams randomly. The fight is over once you get desperate. Toss him over to me. Diable Jamba. Flambe shoot. Sanji strikes again with Diable Jamba. Alright, pieces of him are breaking off. Pieces of him start to break off. Zoro hits it with a 9 sword style. Demon 9 slash. Just one more push. And Luffy finishes the Pacifista off with a giant rifle. Yishin isn't a deserter with no honor in their eyes, so they wouldn't respect his opinion, especially since is a deserter with no honor in their eyes. Since he hadn't been around in the court for years and likely originally sided with Aizen in the official narrative, probably. Yeah. Especially since he has more time to cement that narrative. Yeah. Now, he didn't know it was Aizen, but he knew it was a traitors among the Gote, and even went back before he gave up his power, so why didn't he say anything? Because he couldn't prove anything. He could just say it was a Boruto confidently beats Luffy. Why makes you say that? What exactly makes you say that? Frankie says it's finally down. Frankie says it's finally down, and the Straw Hats are all exhausted. What makes you say that? What is the evidence for this claim that Boruto, quote-unquote, confidently beats Luffy? Maybe we should run away instead. It's better to knock out the problem if we can. If we have to come away, but what exactly is he? Considering he's a cyborg, he must be a human who looks identical to Bartholomew Kuma. Either way, they're twins, or he was modified to look like him. That's probably the most logical explanation. It's not like they can create humans from scratch. Frankie says it's finally down, and all the strong heads. He believes that the Marines can't create humans from scratch. He is wrong. What? If you don't know the whole traitor, then there's no point in coming in and making a blind accusation, and people already wouldn't respect him since he isn't even a Soul Reaper anymore. Yeah, let's rest a little while. I didn't think we'd have such a huge battle like that. I understand how you feel, but we have to go into hiding right away. If they find us, we'll be captured. The railgun technique into the manga. Sasuke taught the new Gen Team 7 the move, but it takes 2 of them to do. Yeah. Yeah, I need this. This. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it there. He is wrong. 511. We'll leave it there. 511. Alright. Woo! Woo! All the position Luffy beats him in all possible worlds. Alright, I don't really care. I'm done. I'm over it. I'm done. I'm done for the day. If we don't finish Sub Out Archipelago by tomorrow, yeah. What happened here? Oh, I will use it for sure, man. Thanks for fixing my boredom. A battle IQ too high. I like as how Zuman is just so legendary that he basically doesn't need explanation. Oh. What was the post again? Battle IQ is too high. Yeah. No, Eon Chan, don't leave me. Ah. He doesn't need to prove who's doing this. There's a traitor who was experimenting on Shinigami and the Hollows. This again, weeks before he gave up his powers. Who's back in the Gote? Fair enough. And what evidence would they find against Aizen? I mean, it's not like they're going to know that it was Aizen anyway, right? And it's not like he knew, and it's not like he was interacting with the Vizards anyway. It's like Ishin was only a captain for like less than 100 years. Blows up a mountain with a kunai as a demonstration of the jutsu in the novels. But yeah. Should I post the other one? Chad and I developed a bingo card for all the disingenuine arguments that we see. This one's just for fun. This second bingo card is just for fun. This second bingo card is just for fun. Image. Let's throw in the second one in there. Yeah. No. Yeah, there we go. Post. Yeah. The second bingo card is just for fun. Naruto fought for 3 days. Kaguya scales to the ETSO. TSO or existence erasure. Now Ishin was around when the visors got turned, and again he needs to tell them to keep an eye out. He just needs to tell them keep an eye out. Yeah. Rasen Shuriken is Jurnag. Fuck you mean you won't equalize the verse. Rock Lee blitzed his own shadow. Kurama turns the world to ash. Shinji didn't even recognize Ishin. The tailed beasts are over 100 meters. Baryon mode solos. Kisame solos. So Madara isn't using his full power to slice mountaintops. Their ninja tools scaled to their AP. You don't get it, bro. They inject the chakra. Naruto is multiversal. Genjutsu works regardless of verse equalization. Tailed beast bombs are country level. Baryon mode solos. Shibai negs every verse. Sealing jutsu go brrrr. Naruto is better written. The Otsutsuki are literally gods. The data books are not hyperbolic. Kaguya scales to creation. Kaguya scales to the ETSO. Sasori literally destroyed a country. Sakura and Tsunade can split a continent. Madara Meteor is country level. The games are canon. The data books are more objective than the manga. Just read the light novels. Yeah. Fuck you mean you won't verse equalize. Yeah, I love that one. Says what concern people is stone? Yeah. What do you mean to come? Dill, pickle, apple pie, rocket pop, beans coming this summer? Bush's bet. There's no fucking way. We may have to come together and say the respective hard slurs we're allowed to say by race because this cannot be tolerated. This can no longer be tolerated. Yo. Why did my friend send me... Why did my friend... So I can use Hispanic slurs? Yay. I'll add in some Sakura glaze too for the cherry on top. Oh yeah. DB Calc Zoro cutting Pika was equal to a nuke. That Zoro got stronger and fought Kaido but couldn't take him down. Luffy did after unlocking COC with 2 punches. Do you think every Luffy COC punch is greater than a nuke? I don't agree with Calcs anyway. I don't personally agree with Calcs anyway, so it doesn't really mean much to me. I wouldn't agree with a Calc either way. My point isn't that Ishin knows that Aizen is. My point is that why didn't he say there's a traitor experimenting on them? Because what would it do? The traitor would only be informed by it. All it would do, logically speaking, is inform the traitor. Like, all right. Well, can we talk about this tomorrow? I kind of want to just leave it at that. Can we talk about it tomorrow, if anything? Maybe not, but like, maybe we just don't remember. But like, the thing is that within the context of the conversation, right? You saying Ishin has no reason to mention that there is a traitor among the Shinigami, but at the end of the day, mentioning that there is a traitor only lets the traitor know that now they just that now they are aware of it and they probably just play to it even better, right? I was actually talking to Shinigami. Oh, you're fine then. You're fine then. Yeah. Why the fuck would you make this shit, man? What the fuck? Why the fuck would anyone make something so fucking harmful and hurtful? That's a good one, W. Levy. You should add a muscle mommy to feet. You could also calc means nothing to me or something like that. Alright, Lebanon. Lebanon. Who the fuck is Levy? Do not zoom in my profile picture like that. Fuck wrong with you? L. Levy, Eon's personal AI assistant. Does it have like rocking cans or something? Alright. Beep boop boop beep. Not beep boop boop. Alright, yeah, that episode was some bullshit. I'm updating it, don't worry. No, don't update it! What the fuck's wrong with you? No, don't do that. Ishin is also constantly avoiding meetings and paperwork. This was told to us, yeah. No, don't do that. Don't update it. Don't do anything like that. You don't have to write or make any bullshit. You don't have to update nothing. You know what? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, my hands are slipping. Oh no! Oh god! I slipped! I'm accidentally hearing this. We'll cover beginning of series season Mawari versus potential end of series Luffy. Sure. Oh no, my finger's slipping. I'm hitting end. All right, guys, have a good night. Have a good, wonderful rest of your day. Update and post it? No fucking way. Nami is best girl. Crashes out. Apologizes for crashing out. I'm timing you out. I don't verse equalize / I don't agree with calcs. Provide a claim. Gives out life advice. That's my king. Sniffs poor manga girl's feet or muscles. Fuck you. That's what I'm saying. I don't like femboys. Power scaling's all about interpretation. Gamma Bunta and Momu size. Comparison 6'7". Alright, I'm over it. Where's your evidence? Sasuke's walking camera. Under what facet of logic? Gargles Sukuna's balls in real time. Times out chat for beanie behavior. Saves Gunnar panel. Give me the chapter. I have absolutely no reason to believe. You can choose to believe that. This video will come out when it comes out. Alright, yeah, that's the definitive one. Yeah, that's the definitive one. Sure. Fuck you. Fuck you. Alright. Anyway. Guys, just as a heads up, for those of you guys that are still here, and for those of you guys that are still, yapping. Yo, that dude came in here, by the way, said Boruto beats Luffy, and didn't even say a single fucking thing. I gotta be honest with you, kudos to that person for not remotely giving me any bullshit to deal with for the last, like, 5 to 10 minutes. I would basically either do nothing, has no evidence, backfires, Central 46, and so much more. Every color of beans tierless when? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because they're all going in F tier. They're all going in fucking F tier. There is no way I am ever even remotely putting any tier, any beans at any tier beyond put that shit in the fucking garbage. You guys just eat beans, man. You guys fucking eat beans. What's the best bean? There's no best bean. Just don't eat beans. Just listen, if you eat beans, you're being an asshole. If you eat beans, it just means that you're being a piece of shit. Don't eat beans. Just stop eating beans. As a matter of fact, from here on out, any single time that anyone comes at me with any bullshit, I'm just going to say stop eating beans, bro. I'm just going to tell them, stop eating beans, please. Who the fuck is Broshi Jojo? Who the fuck is this guy? Broshi Jojo, 206 subscribers. Theme, but it's chiptune cover. Well, Broshi Jojos, you're a bass player? Good for you, man. Why don't you just play some bass? I think people would love that. Time him out, Eon. Let me get my Ingo card up. What the fuck? What about Jerry Beans, man? I don't fuck with Jerry Beans, man. I never fucking liked that card. I lost that card so fucking much in Yu-Gi-Oh! In that one like Yu-Gi-Oh game for like that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX game for like the DS. Check the break room after stream ends. I'll check out the break room. Don't worry about it. Stevie Knight tried to expose ABBA and it backfired. Yeah, there was a whole situation happening there.
know how you done it, but I know you done it! Get me out of here!
Ah, shut up.
I am. Fly!
Bust the Knights? The fuck? Dude, Whitebeard. They fought for multiple days and nights. Abba's getting a woman pregnant and dipping on him. He was talking about the pimp community being bad just like them. So, I saw the situation, and all of, like, the receipts for that added up to, like, Abba did get this one pregnant, and he did say multiple times that he would be with her, and he wasn't sure. I think they went back and forth to, like, if I remember right, it went back and forth between, like, him and the community, or not the community, between him and the girl. They went back and forth on this, like, multiple times. She wanted to get an abortion, but then she didn't want to get it, but then she wanted to get it, but then she didn't want to get it, and he kept flying out to, like, go be with her and, like, go, like, console her in his time, but it's, like, she just kept, like, it got to a point where, like, Abba is this guy. Essentially, this guy was in a relationship with this girl. Essentially what had happened between them was that he got her pregnant. He was going to step up and be a father, but she didn't want to keep the child. I think he wanted to keep the baby, but she didn't want to keep it at the end of the day, so they went to an abortion clinic. But then she kind of, like, I guess she decided not to keep it afterwards, and he was like, all right, that's fine, sure. But then afterwards, she was like, no, I'm getting rid of the baby. But then she didn't want to get rid of it. But then she wanted to get rid of it. But then she didn't want... Like, she was just so wishy-washy about this shit to the point where he, as a man, reasonably got tired of, like, the back and forth, and he just said, yo, I'm done with this. Do whatever you want, the baby. I don't care. From the perspective that he did go out of his way to try and make this work, and she would constantly just go back and forth between this whole situation, you can't necessarily fully blame him on it. You know what I mean?
Is Libby.
Hey, what's good?
I was a girlfriend of Abba from Abba and Preach. We were together for 5 months and involved with each other for about 8 months.
There's more than one. The one who Abba wanted to keep the baby with, the same chick was pegging him, and she likes dog collars. All right.
Always ignore when I tell you I don't want to talk to you, and then you just keep reaching out.
Because I'm pregnant, and we need to figure this out. I'm pregnant, and we need to figure it out.
Whatever. I don't care. That's your problem. That's your responsibility now.
I'm going to be talking about a pregnancy in which Abba ultimately walked away from, and I'm going to be talking about the difficulties and the
There's more than one is crazy.
Emotionally harmful interactions.
I always have a lot to say on intelligence topics. It's not crazy.
I will not let you hang over that shit over my head. I want you gone. Even if it means I don't get to be in my child's life, it's a great thing because it means you're gone.
Right? She's like some good Christian girl who pretends like, oh, I'm such a petite, like, whatever. This girl likes a dog collar on her neck, and she likes to be walked around like a dog. And one of the reasons when we ended that she wanted to get back together, she was worried that she would never meet anyone who would want to enjoy, because none of her other exes would entertain putting a dog collar on her and walking around like a good old bitch.
Ooh wee! This drama from commentary brethren Abba from Abba and Preach. His girl, or I should say ex-girl, and Stevie Knight is too juicy to pass up on. Normally, I don't have these type of conversations.
She just
Honestly,
like me for real?
Like
no, bro, no.
Because these are real people.
Yeah, these are real people with like real situations. I agree 100%.
But during this whole drama with Abba and his ex-girlfriend, I noticed two things. One, there was a particular person that continuously kept trying to drive a point home about how nasty and dirty Abba was.
Outside of that, I do have my personal issues, my personal vendetta with Abba, bro. Right? Because
bro is mad.
However people perceive
that is
me
something you say in bed.
In regards to, you know, my thoughts.
I'm glad the woke mob, pimp community, and feminists hopefully are getting exposed. All that being perfect is cap. No one is better than others. Just be humble, dog. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a lot of times people have this idea of like holier than thou. I do this, I do that, I don't do this, I don't do that, I'm holier than thou, my morals are much better. It's like, no, bro, Just like everyone, you're probably got some freak shit going on. Just like everyone, you probably done some fuck shit in the past. Just like everyone, you probably said something you shouldn't have said in a moment. All that maturity and all that growing up as an adult, all that becoming an adult really is you realizing and understanding that in this world, no one's better than anyone. There are some people that might have some blessings in terms of physical capabilities, etc., but everyone has some weird shit. Everyone has some problems. Everyone has something, some little skeleton in their closet, no matter how small or big it is. And you know what? At the end of the day, let's just be fucking humble and be kind to each other, bro. But no, you have beef with somebody, so someone said rare red W. That's not, I don't know. Jeff over here, he has a lot of good takes. Red also has like a lot of good takes, man. I don't know.
Points are my perspectives, bruh. I ain't never been no bitch. I ain't never been no fraud. I ain't never been no liar. I practice what I preach.
I've never been no liar. I'm sorry. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but if you've never lied once in your life, like, what makes you a liar, right? Is lying once in your life, lying a couple times here and there, little white lies, big lies, small lies. Like, at the end of the day, you could just, anyone who has lied, you could just put them off as a liar. I don't know, man.
This also brings up an interesting conversation about
this dude was an instigator during this whole situation.
How they position themselves on the internet and the potential hypocrisy and, you know, other
Shinigami,
lies
a Kendrick, to me, Eon,
as
it's all good.
real life situations come to the internet.
The Shinigamis are Shinigami or Kendrick.
Even though this is juicy real world gossip, we kind of gotta talk about it. If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. It's gonna go a long, long way for the channel. We went from about 150,000 subscribers to 160,000 subscribers in like a month, less than a month. The channel is growing, the community is growing. I want you to be a part of it. Now, back into the video. Now, I'm sure based off of my YouTube analytics that most of you all know who Abba and Preach, but more specifically Abba from Abba and Preach are, because I would assume that you watch them, especially because one,
who is Kendrick,
and two, many people have noted
a hater.
That you guys
AKA
have migrated from Playback over to my channel, which Playback was very closely attributed and associated with
Kendrick
Abba
Lamar. He's representing
Kendrick.
Kendrick.
Should all be one big circle. But for those that don't know, this is a commentary group of guys on
a
YouTube
hater,
who
AKA
give their opinions and give their thoughts on a plethora of different things: marriage, divorce, red pill, relationships, cheating, finances, the streamer space, the hypocrites, and just other random things that exist on the internet. These are very opinionated people. But as I've stated plenty of times on the internet before, the people that sit in front of these cameras and give you guys content aren't always who they seem behind closed doors. This is why, to me, it was no surprise when I first heard that Abba from Abba and Preach got called out for having a woman go through a bunch of tumultuous situations in regards to her and him having the baby or not having the baby.
Bro can't be a hater if he hates everybody.
Too much commentary about how adults go about handling their relationships, as long as it's not violent, as long as it's not quote unquote emotional damage and there's somebody calling people names, all these other things like that, then I'm totally, you know, how you deal with yours is how you deal with yours type of a person. But this portion at least is needed because there's context to the later story that goes on. Abba and this young woman were not having the best relationship. And so this is when the conversation of deleting the pregnancy came into play. Even though this is something that Abba did not want, it was still a conversation that was introduced.
Terminating the pregnancy was never in the question. It was something I never wanted to do. But as time kept going in the relationship, I still felt like it was pretty rocky. I talked to Abba and I said, maybe an abortion is something we should do, even if that isn't what I wanted at all. And Abba was not happy with it. Abba was quite disappointed, and he tried to support the decision as much as he could, but you can tell that he was struggling with it a little bit. We make our first appointment for the abortion, and Abba visits me to be there for me, and we don't go through with it that day. And when he leaves, I make another appointment, and I cancel that one. And I think in total I canceled 3 abortion appointments, and I think, you know, maybe I should give it more time.
Now, I've never had a baby with anybody before, but I could imagine the roller coaster, the emotional one of, you know, thinking that we're gonna, you know, continue this chapter in our lives, maybe elevate to the next chapter, have a baby, you know, and then be brought back down to earth because there's conversations about not having a baby, trying to work these things out, all the while you're probably
going to sleep. Have a good one. Have a good one, Keyspeeper.
The laws and regulations.
Yo, I know Fresh and Fit having a field day. All their ops are in crisis with women. Bro, Myron, honestly, Myron just comes across to me as just genuinely like a sad individual, bro. Like, how do you get to the point where you're so self-hating and self-loathing That you're literally here trying to help out white supremacists when they're literally telling you, even if you want to help us, like we still want you out of the country, bro. It's like, damn. Myron is just a sad dude.
Going on in this country, I can just
what's
see
up, Red?
how this can be very nerve-wracking for both.
This is just a
sides,
little
to be
commentary
honest with you.
video that
having,
I like to check out every now and then.
Schmecks with just any and everybody, but that's another conversation for another day. Now, pay attention to these claims that are being made by Libby. They're going to be very, very important later on in the video. Libby starts to claim that Abba becomes emotionally and verbally abusive to her.
I visit Abba in Montreal, and we get into our biggest fight. And this was a real turning point for me. I know it's hard to imagine Abba upset, but he does get there. And not only does he get there, he goes past the point of the threshold of where anger should stop. Abba resorts to name-calling and degrading language and resorts to ridicule and mocking, and it does teeter on the emotionally and verbal abusive side, and I hate to put a label on it like that, but...
Real quick, guys, real quick. Some guy wrote on a comment section, Myron rocks with Chud. He a traitor in my eyes. He's never been part of the black community. Myron has never been part of the black community. And I say this as someone who technically isn't part of the black community, but I can probably say that dude has been self-hating and self-loathing for the longest fucking time, bro. The fact that he rocks with Chud the Builder of all people, bro. Yo. It only goes to show that a person as, I guess, sad as him, only someone as sad as that dude could possibly even remotely try to rock with somebody that is outright calling people slurs, trying to profit off of it, and even went out of his way to try and kill a black man. That shit is sad to me, bro. Also, someone said, if real life is the baseline when power scaling. If a story shows an element or object, the baseline is said for said thing is its real life counterparts, until additional context is given, but that's just assuming. Yes, power scaling just has to incorporate assumptions, because then you end up needing a story to spell things out for you for that an author genuinely might not have time for. Authors don't care for power scaling, nor have they going to spoon feed you every detail of an ability that should be inferred and comprehended based on what they do share. If a story introduces Z fire, the baseline assumption is that the fire is hot, it can be put out, it's a chemical reaction. If the story revealed that Z-Fire doesn't need fuel, I know we adjust our idea of Z-Fire to suit the additional context. We still maintain the rest of its profile until proven otherwise. It's still hot, it can be put out by water, etc. It just needs the fuel for source. Alright. Let's see what they're saying. I do not use 4chan. Thinking Myron was ever an ally to black people is insane, bro. Literally rocks with, yeah, he literally rocks with that shit. And not just that, but like, he just attacks every other fucking group, bro. Like, that, I remember I was watching like one video where like Myron literally dressed up as an Orthodox Jew, I think it was. Bro, when I saw that shit, he was just fanning a bunch of money, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I laughed, but I laughed at like how fucking ridiculous the idea that this dude is really going out of his way to just insult and shame every fucking person out there that isn't a white man, bro. Yeah, I know Iron isn't rocking with us, it's a shame, but at least he's honest with his racism. People like JC, Al Sharpton, and Kendrick aren't for us either, just call us for their gain. Yeah. I remember somebody actually brought that up with like Post Malone once. It was like Post Malone basically used the black community and like rap to essentially like reach his point, and now he's doing country, and it's like, I don't know if it's necessarily like the same exact thing. Like, the guy could have just wanted to transition in that way, but I've never really seen like Post Malone also come across as like a racist.
Abba would go ahead.
Though I don't know. I'm also not that into music to begin with, so I might be wrong on that.
How she sees fit, but that he is no longer going to be involved in any of the decision making that is going to go on.
We hang up, and he tells me to get the abortion, and he tells me I don't have anything to say, just get the abortion, and I'll wait for the abortion updates. And I said, I will consider keeping you, I will keep you updated, I will consider what you said over the phone about having the abortion. My values were to ultimately not get it. And he said, just so we're clear, if you change your mind for the 10th time, I will not be involved. And then I kind of snap back a little bit, and I'm like, then don't be. And then he blocks me. And he blocks me for an entire day.
Now this is where it gets interesting, in the social media persona of Abba from Abba and Preach come into play in this dynamic. Clearly they're in some sort of emotional battle when it comes to their relationship dynamics. And it's clear that they're not on the same page. Tensions are running high, and Libby can admit that she takes a step way too far and decides that she is going to send screenshots to Myron.
Yeah, so now I'm blocked. and I'm upset. I am 9 weeks pregnant.
But I also
I'm
disagree
feeling
because
emotional and hormonal.
you have people
all
like
these
this that
changes,
don't even
and so
believe in
this
real life
is a
comparisons.
blemish on my part. But I pretend to send a screenshot of Abba's message saying that he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. I pretend to send it to Myron Gaines, and I never do it, and I never did do it. But that was just to like, I was fighting back a little bit. But again, I never did it. I also messaged the Ab and Preach page, and I tell him this. I'm not going to read it, but I'll leave it up here so you guys can view and pause if you'd like. And he just responds, "Hey, blackmailer, stop reaching out."
See, this is the hardest thing about dating as a social media personality. I myself found my fiance before I was any sort of social media famous or social media popular. But I do wonder how others would have to go about navigating this lifestyle.
Post Malone used us to get a career, then Deuces. Same for Machine Gun Kelly. They're not racist, I believe, but they used us as a platform. That I can definitely say. Like, if a person feels some type of way that like Post Malone or Machine Gun Kelly like used the black community or used used rap itself as a genre of music to essentially skyrocket their career, but then essentially move on from it afterwards. Like, if you feel some type of way about that, I can understand, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and like try to defend that by saying like, oh, but they didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's just like, at the end of the day, if you feel that way, I mean, you don't know what their entire intention was, but to say, I don't know if I would say that they necessarily like used it. Right? Because, like, sometimes people just want to move along. Like, for example, it would really be fucked up for me to say that, like, okay, as a One Piece scaler, right? If I were to reach a level of, like, notoriety and subscriber base of, like, let's say upwards of, like, 100,000 or 1 million subscribers, right? And I went from power scaling to, like, I don't know, video games or whatever the fuck else, right? Commentary. Would it really be, like, can you really say that, like, I used power scalers as a platform, or I used One Piece as a platform and then just completely dropped it away? I don't think so. People sometimes just move on to the side. If someone feels that way, I'm not going to tell them no, because at the end of the day, I don't know what their intentions were with this stuff from the first place, right? I'm just saying, it does come across to me that there is a bit enough of nuance with these kind of discussions that, like, it doesn't at least feel to me as it's entirely black and white, right? I saw you had an One Piece BR short on your feed, and you fuck with the new Zoro and Sanji EX. I have a One Piece BR. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't feel that way. They should move forward into different genres, but people say that I don't agree or disagree with it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can't necessarily say I agree or disagree with it, right? I'm just like, you know what? If you feel that way, I don't know their intentions. You probably don't know their intentions. But either way, I mean, it's just an opinion at the end of the day. I don't think it's inherently harmful to also think that, like, they were used, you know?
That you are famous, people knowing who your friends are in the space, and then more importantly, people knowing who your enemies are in the space. The equivalent of this would be if you had an op at the park or at the barber shop or at your job. And
yo, the idea of having an op of somebody just genuinely hating
private
you.
Conversations and presenting them to the op. But the difference and why it's magnified is because of the position that Abba from Abba and Preach has made for herself on the internet space and the type of dirt that she would be sending to him. And again, I would say perceived dirt, because for any normal, insane person, they would probably see that this is some sort of emotionally distressed
One Piece
woman
Bounty
in
Rush.
An emotionally distressed
Do I have a One Piece Bounty Rush on my feed?
Giving some sort of backlash to
I don't play
partner.
One Piece Bounty Rush. It was probably just something because I looked up one thing
Myron
one
should
time.
Be somebody who
I don't play
One Piece
Bounty
Myron
Rush.
is Abba's enemy, and that is clear as day throughout the years of them creating content about one another, around one another, hell, even with one another. I think it's personally dirty to use this person's enemies and his stature in the way that he positions himself on the internet as a means to get back at him. Sure, you might not be the happiest in the situation, but it seems as though so far it's not like he's done anything that has been overtly wrong to you. And I think the way that she handled this situation, even admittedly so by her, is extremely, and I do mean extremely nasty. But to conclude this portion of the story, she goes ahead with the deletion of the baby, and she says the reason why.
Yeah, she deleted the baby.
Also
That's
paint
right.
Abba in an extremely bad light is because he walked away.
I now have to make a decision. I have to make a decision based off what the reality is. The reality.
What is this fucking yo?
Abba
She.
completely left me.
What is all of this? It's just
And
all over the
Abba
place. What the
walked
fuck?
out on the pregnancy, and he is now absent from this entire thing. And he doesn't want anything to do with the baby, and he doesn't want anything to do with me. And I make the hardest decision I ever had to make. And
Honestly, it's a gotcha, but man, is this shit unbalanced? Yeah, I don't fuck with gotchas because
Now,
beyond the
Left 4
fact
Dead
that
is
like it's
interesting, to say the
unbalanced,
least,
it's
but
the
the
fact
word
that like
choice that
I have
she
to like
used. Now,
basically
based off her
pull a
own
card.
admissions in the story,
Or
there are
pull
a
a
lot
character.
of holes in this situation, and that's why I would normally ignore it, because this is somebody who is jaded having a conversation about somebody who was the one that made them jaded. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of fogginess, and it's drama for the sake of drama. But again, there's two things that make this situation very, very interesting to
This
me,
is
and
so
apparently
fucked
very,
to me.
very interesting to others. One, Abba is a commentator, somebody who positions himself on the quote-unquote moral high ground of social media, which we'll get into in a little bit later. But two, Abba has many a op. Not just Myron and Walter from the Fresh and Fit podcast, but also Mr. the Stevie Knight, somebody who he, for the most part, social media would agree, embarrassed just a couple months ago when it came to conversations with him and Charlie Kirk that we covered on this channel. And I'm gonna tell you something, when he got a hold of this, Stevie Knight was pissed.
That's what bothers me the most about all this shit. It bothers me more than my own disdain for Abba, is that we are here right now dealing with some more evil shit, bro. When you
Evil
have
shit.
numerous men out here justifying a man's attempt to condemn the fruit of his own loins because he don't fuck with the person he chose to inseminate. The utmost lack of accountability, bro.
Now, Stevie Knight, a self-proclaimed men's rights activist, would normally in a situation, you know...
Mind you, this guy cried for Charlie Kirk instead of his father's passing. That's insane. Well, to be fair, you don't know what kind of relationship he had with his own father, right? Like, parent-child relationships can at times be very, very complex, where you have people that have wonderful relationships with their parents. You also have people that probably don't have good relationships with them, probably even no relationships, right? It's one of those cases. It's one of those cases where, like, I'll even give you an example. A friend of mine once told me, I love my dad, but I don't like him, right? They were essentially expressing it, and I was like, all right, what do you mean by that? And they were like, the person that my father is not someone whom I care for, but I do still have love for them as a parent, right? They're not a bad individual towards me, but I don't agree with their message, their thoughts, or the way that they act or treat other people. As a parent, I can't exactly shit on them, but as a human being, I don't think they're the best person, right? And I'm like, you know what? That's fair, right? That is completely fair. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. I think it's just one of those things where it's like, if you cry for a random guy like Charlie Kirk, I mean, for whatever reason, you know, Charlie Kirk says a bunch of fuck shit. That's your business, bro. That's how he got you that reaction out of you. Me personally, I don't know if a lot of the things that a person like that would say would garner any kind of reaction from me other than like, oh, they died? Oh, well, damn. How are the family holding up? But that's different people, different strokes for different folks, like I guess you could say. You're not going to like everybody. It's controversial as fuck, yeah.
On the side of Abba, especially with all the holes in the story that has been given. But because this is his op, he sees an opportunity, no pun intended, to take us to the next level. He decides to invite Libby, the woman that Abba scorned, to his platform in order to do some sort of interview. And honestly, it makes the story's already crumbling foundation look so much worse.
First off, why are you even doing this? Why come out and say all this shit now?
The reason why I'm doing this is because I did feel like I experienced something with Abba that wasn't right. Was it my job to put it out publicly? Maybe not, but I didn't feel right walking away like nothing ever happened. And honestly, I felt like I just needed to speak what my truth was about the experience I had. And that's really all about it.
Okay, so there's stuff like this where they say like my truth, and I'm not here to say that like, yeah, so that's the thing, right? Speaking about your truth is one thing, but if the guy didn't necessarily, you know, do anything along the lines of like physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse, etc., 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 and then the big SA one, I feel like this kind of conversation about you, your child, and Abba, or I guess former child and Abba, it has to be something that like this is nobody's business, right? Stuff like this is extremely personal, and bringing other people's opinions into a conversation like this only makes things worse for both you and the other person. But not just more so that, it's the term of words like my truth, bringing up the terms of like the words like my truth that don't always come across as right to me. Not because a person can't have their own truth or their own like situation or whatever they might, but it's because a lot of the times this phrase can be used to define a person that essentially says, well, this is my truth, but your truth is different from what reality really was, right? Like, your truth doesn't necessarily mean that it's the truth, right? That everything is being accounted for or retold in a 100% empirical and objective way, right? Because how you perceive things versus how things happen can vary from person to person. I had this conversation with my mom once. I told her about like some stuff that she used to tell me like growing up as a kid, and I told her that was your intention, but my interpretation was completely different, and it kind of fucked me as a kid growing up, right? But again, it just is what it is, right?
It is.
Now, Libby's accusations are extremely serious. She is framing Abba as somebody who walked away from a pregnancy, who is damaging her emotionally and verbally, and treating her in a way that crosses the line and ultimately outlines him as a hypocrite based off of the way that he portrays himself on the internet. But her version is messy as hell. You saw when she said that Abba was excited about the situation, specifically the pregnancy. You saw that there were multiple appointments and back and forths about not only the relationship in and of itself, but also the deletion of the baby. You saw when she said that she was unsure about the situation. So it's not a simple story. It's complicated, it's emotional, and to be quite honest with you, it is private. There is
it's layered and private.
How she went about doing this whole
situation. There nothing gains from that.
The
the only thing that she gains from a situation like this is essentially Abba is now falls under scrutiny, and now Abba's essentially the one taking the big hit. I don't know, man. I think that's so fucked.
Past couple of years, and because of the ops that he has made, Stevie Knight took a very messy and complicated story, one in which I do think in any other situation he would totally be on the side of, and made a clean verdict. He framed Abba as evil. He framed him as a hypocrite. He framed him as proof that Abba is not who he says he is, and he caps in all his videos. Stevie didn't investigate the accusation. He adopted it, and then he ran with it. And as I watched all of this unfold, the reasoning behind it became so clear. I understood why Stevie jumped so aggressively, because of the past that him and Abba have.
But she actually has another video, bro, that blew my fucking mind when I saw it, dog, because she's able to depict perfectly why I give Abba the energy I give him, bro, because you'll see. And it gets much worse than this, man. Let me find this fucking video. Where is it? I'm just gonna let this shit play.
And see, with Abba, his audience, they're gonna continue to suck him off. It doesn't matter what people show them. It doesn't matter because they have this parasocial relationship with them. That's the reason why parasocial relationships are so dangerous, because people will throw logic completely out the window. People will refute things that they are seeing with their own eyes, and they will just dismiss it, explain it away. They can't have their idea of this person shattered because I guess they have their identity tied to it. Even just the slightest glimmer of this person isn't who they say they are, they just shut down. Oh, that's not true. Well, what about this? What about that? Bruh, you see the evidence right there. Case in point. Abba,
by the way, Shinigami, glad you came around, bro, was a huge Eon hater. Shinigami was an Eon hater? I don't recall that.
Proceeds to take out a paintbrush and
bro was a huge Eon hater? I don't know.
About not just the situation at hand, but Abba's character as
a
person.
I'll be honest. I don't know what you mean by that, but like, I'll be honest. If I have beef, if I have quote unquote beef with someone, I'm the type of guy that like, I'll let bygones be bygones. Let's just not let shit get to that point again. Like, I don't know. I feel like with certain things, I'm just like, I don't know. I could be friends. I don't mind. Try something. We try friendship. We hated each other. I don't know. We could try friendship now.
He makes this loose connection and tie to Abba's hypocrisy, using this situation in which there was him saying that Ethan Klein didn't look at the videos in the context, tying into a situation in which Abba did the same thing for Stevie Knight, and then trying to wrap it in the same situation where his ex-baby's mother or ex-lover is also calling him a hypocrite due to a situation where he's having a baby, not having a baby, and giving her a lot of pushback and vitriol. It's really complicated, really loose, but the way that it's going to be interpreted, or the way that it's attempted to be interpreted, is, hey, Abba's a hypocrite. This is proof that he's a hypocrite. It's also tied to this situation with a woman. I find it to be totally disgusting, to be honest with you. But from one commentator to another, I don't think that Stevie is giving Abba a fair shake in this situation, especially as somebody who positions himself as not just a commentator, but a men's rights or pro-male commentator in the space. And the reason is because he has some sort of previous beef with him.
That's why I dislike that motherfucker, bro. And then, as far as this whole relationship, pregnancy, abortion scandal, of course I'm gonna cover it, bro, because I don't fuck with, bro. His actions show him.
I just didn't agree with the Getsuga Tensho video. I am a hothead, but otherwise, just gotta get around it. It's how he saw things, and I saw things otherwise. Still maturing. Yeah, it's fine. Oh! Wait, we had beef over the Getsuga Tensho video? I'm gonna be honest with you, I completely fucking forgot about that. I kind of forget them on my videos as soon as I fucking post them. I'm like, alright, I kind of washed my hands of this. I'm putting it on the side. You're gonna probably fucking hate my Bleach. I'm gonna be honest with you, do not, whenever I get around to making that Bleach video, you just don't watch it. I was even thinking about this when I was like, trying to think up of the script myself. I was like, dude, if I make the Bleach video, I'm literally gonna shoot myself in the foot and say, if you cannot stand, and I'm not saying that that's you, Shinigami, I'm just saying in general, because I know that some people really can't handle any kind of criticism for a series like Bleach, but it's like, or Naruto or whatever, right? It's not just Bleach, it's also like any other series. I even seen it with like Nintendo fans and shit. I had a friend of mine tell me, yo, why doesn't the Nintendo Switch 2 worth the price that it's worth? And I'm like, it could have been like $50 cheaper, bro, especially since I'm not getting like full power out of this machine. And he's like, no, it's worth $450. As a matter of fact, I'd probably pay Nintendo War. I'm like, bro, shut up. Shut the fuck up. But my point is, when I make the Bleach video, I'm literally gonna say as the video begins, if you cannot handle, well, I can handle criticism, just don't go with unfair criticism. Oh no, I'm tackling everything, bro. I'm calling Aizen a dog shit fucking villain. I'm calling Yuhabaha a dog shit villain. I'm coming at everything, bro. I'm gonna be so fucking biased. I'm kidding. I'll look through the series again now that I've got like a cooler head perspective on it. I kind of forgot a lot of the gripes I had with it, so I'll probably do like a quick personal read through. I'll probably like skim through the pages, see what the fuck my problems were again. I'll probably talk about the world building issues, the character issues, the lack of care that goes into many of the characters because they don't do shit like that. But I'm gonna say it. But like, here's the thing. I feel like a lot of the criticisms I'm gonna have are gonna be completely fair. But I am gonna say at the start of the video, if you cannot handle the Bleach being criticized in any way, shape, or form, just click off the fucking video, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell people straight up, click off the video right this fucking instant if you cannot handle Bleach being criticized in any way, shape, or form. Because honestly, I don't feel like dealing with that shit where like people are gonna be like, oh, this dude clearly didn't watch the series. I'm gonna have to fucking read it a second time through and through just to fucking make the video again.
Well, the opposite of how he portrays himself on camera, right? Like at the end
it's been like 6 months too, so I definitely don't remember half the shit I had an issue with.
Inseminating monster, bro.
But that's also the other part. If I read through Bleach again, this time with a cooler head, with a more like, I guess you could say level-headed perspective, I'll probably have like a different take on it. By the way, if in case anyone wants to know, my Bleach arcs ranked are the Hueco Mundo arc, fake Karakura Town, if you want to call it that. I don't even like Soul Society that much. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think Soul Society is pretty fucking ass. Hueco Mundo, that, probably Soul Society, then the first arc. Actually, no. Then Soul Society, then Fullbringer arc, then the first arc, and then 1,000 Year Blood War.
Out here just slinging all types of fluid around. You know what I mean? But, you know, this is the one that portrays himself as the responsible one, the accountable one, dog.
Raw dick slanging, inseminating monster. What he was talking about, I thought he was talking about Nick Cannon. I think that's just crazy as hell. But see, this is where Stevie Knight goes wrong, in my opinion. I think that all commentators have some sort of biases, or they have some sort of allegiances to different things. Hell,
yeah, they
if
do.
You look at my content, people say that I'm a Kaisenet/AM Key Glazer, all up and down every single comment section, every video. And maybe they are true, but I think that that's something that is obviously going to come into play in a lot of your videos. But the way that it's being portrayed in this situation is it is being used to slander a man in a situation that is complex, messy, and ultimately it should be private. This is the problem with the way that Stevie Knight covered this situation, is because
well, at least I can agree with Eon that the Soul Society arc isn't Bleach at its best. I don't think it's Bleach at its best. I think that the 1,000 Year Blood War is definitely the worst arc in the whole series. There's just so much shit thrown in there that I just genuinely don't fucking like it. I feel like so many character moments are just meaningless. I feel like Soifone, why the fuck is she even going up to the top of the Wonder Welt or whatever the fuck it was called when it didn't do anything?
I didn't bind the story and then formulate an opinion. He already had the opinion.
Like, I don't know. I think I'm really going to come hard on the 1,000 Year Blood War. That's the one arc where I'm like, I'm not going to give it any kind of grace. I hate that fucking arc. The 1,000 Year Blood War anime, then, I will give the 1,000 Year Blood War anime a completely separate view, because if this is supposed to be a completely separate ranking, a completely separate interpretation of the story, I want to see what the actual manga was, and then I want to compare the 1,000 Year Blood War anime from one to the other. I have to watch it through and through anyway on my own time, because I never fully finished it, or at least fully caught up with it, if I recall right. But, because it's just the same thing. It's just Kubo added a couple of extra things and a couple of extra moments for some characters like Shinji Hiriko's Bankai and stuff. But, like, overall, it doesn't feel any different. It's still the same thing. I don't recall right, though. Can you guys just remind me, did Kubo actually show us... not Kubo. During the anime for the 1,000 Year Blood War, did they ever show when Toshiro Hitsugaya got turned into a zombie? Because that shit was just complete fucking left field. Like, that shit wasn't even, like, foreshadowed or anything. That was just complete left field.
Holes or didn't have holes, no pun intended. But the problem with this entire situation is that the due diligence that Abba does is very thorough. Libby said that in the beginning of the video. So he would have receipts to back up anything and everything that happened in their interaction. And it looks like it's not looking nice for Abba, and it looks like it's not looking right for Libby.
I thought it'd be really helpful to have a timeline, because there's just so many details being added and things being mixed up. Okay, we'll go through each thing one by one, okay? 2025, August to January 2026. That's where Libby, Libertine, the Filipino, comes in. We meet in August. By October, we're in a relationship. We've also had conversations at this time about what would happen if she ended up pregnant. So in November, we find out she's pregnant. I tell her I want to keep the child. She tells me she wants to keep it, but she's unsure.
In a 37-minute long video,
he was mad at your Bleach takes. Bro wasn't having just slander Kubos. What do you mean Getsuga Tensho sucks? Glad he can admit mistakes, because at the end of the day, it's just anime. My memory is foggy with how tired I am. You're fine. I don't really care. Like, here's the thing. If you think that Getsuga Tensho doesn't suck, I think that's fine. I think it does, just from a mathematical perspective. I do think I was a bit harsh on the final Getsuga Tensho, but ultimately I do think that attack really just did not do anything. Like, you're telling me that an attack and ability that is essentially supposed to make me lose all my powers, supposed to be the pinnacle of my abilities, at least at the time, just essentially all it did was weaken you? Like, I think that's so ass, dude. I think that's so fucking ass.
With the internet. He had been combating the narratives, but the narratives had continued to get muddy throughout the past week and some change. So he decided that he was just going to lay it out with all the receipts that he had solo style, not with Preach giving his commentary on the side. I'm going to be quite honest with you. It doesn't make Abba look like the cleanest guy. Abba's telling the story makes the situation look complicated, but that's where the real problem for Stevie comes into play. Nobody thought that this was going to be a clean situation. Hell, we've all been through messy breakups, and we all, on a human level, have that type of understanding. Somebody who has that level of hate and vitriol in their heart for you as a person isn't going to necessarily paint you in the best light.
It wasn't just Getsuga Tensho. Almost everything you said in critique leaks got him mad.
Libby was sure
I mean, it's fine. Let's just leave it be. Like, let's not get on anymore. I don't really care. I'm not gonna go back to check. I'm just.
And he also says there were multiple appointments for the aberration, corroborating the story that Libby gave earlier. But this is where things start to turn left for not only Libby but also Stevie Knight, as he's trying to paint him to be a villain.
So this is during one of her raw dick slinging, inseminating monster, bro, out here just slinging all.
He compiles this compilation of women text messages, pregnancy claims, condom claims, fertility claims, all these things that would make Abba look like he's some sort of sexual degenerate. All the while acknowledging that he really doesn't care about the woman and her claims and the relationship.
Being
and stuff
unfair.
like that.
That's fine. If you thought I was being unfair, I think that's reasonable.
And then, you know, as far as this whole relationship, pregnancy, abortion.
No, it's fine. Again, we're fine. It's in the past. No reason. But again, if Eon wants to move on, we can move on. Yeah, I don't really care. I genuinely don't care. Like I said, when I watch a video, when I read one of these videos, when I post the video. When I post one, I'm just over it. Like, I'm done with the conversation. That was then. If you want to have a chat about it, go back to the video, and if you have any issues with it, we can discuss it for a moment. But like in general, afterwards, I just stop caring altogether.
Fuck with, bro. His raw dick slinging, inseminating monster, bro, out here just.
By the way, thanks for one smart on the neat ranking.
Over and over again. I don't know. And then you have Myron from Fresh and Fit deciding to step in and give his own accounts of the story. Myron tries to put Abba in the same exact box as Abba, which is kind of strange based off of the way that Walter specifically went about doing his dirt and the claims that he makes. This is where it gets very interesting.
Mr. Accountability over here, who made a huge thing, we're talking about Fresh when he knocked up an Asian girl. What does he do? He does the same exact thing with a chick that looks like Sneeko. You know? I find that very, very interesting.
Myron opens up the conversation to the second, what I think most important part of it is the way that commentary channels and commentators position themselves on the internet.
Bruh, all you do is talk shit about other people. You talk shit about them taking L's. You say that I have integrity, I am honest, blah, blah, blah. Let's just be honest here. Like, that whole stream he did was a...
Does this guy cover the other women? I don't know why this generation loves exposing things online so much. Are you asking me? Because I do. Oh, no. Yeah.
Damage control fest. Mr. Integrity.
Do you think I remember every time I slander Madara?
Mr. I hold everyone accountable. Mr. I am holier than thou. Mr. I'm on my moral high ground all the time. Mr. I'm gonna go ahead and talk shit about Fresh for getting some Asian girl pregnant. Right? Remember that? Remember that? You were doing the same shit with someone that looks like Sneeko, bruh. You basically had sex with Sneeko with a wig.
Now the entire narrative is shifted. First, it started off as
painting Abba as this abusive,
forceful, degenerate man. But when Abba presented receipts, everything shifted. Now it's, that whole Libby situation is messy. We can acknowledge that. But Abba is still a hypocrite. Look at all these other women. This proves who Abba really is. The goalpost is moving in rapid time. And I think the reason why is because not only are the Libby accusations like weak as water, stuff that we probably shouldn't be seeing, stuff that should be behind closed doors. The only reason why people jumped at it is because they had some sort of vendetta against this guy. And hey, if my op gives me an inch, I'm gonna take a mile as well. I totally understand that. But also because of this situation in which Abba has positioned himself as a commentator. This is where I think everybody is like missing the mark. There's a difference between covering a story and trying to bury somebody. I think there's a difference between commentary and, being a prosecutor versus somebody who is on the defense of the internet's persecution. The issue isn't that Myron or Stevie or any of these other commentary channels that ran with this, took these things seriously and covered it. That's not. Someone makes a serious accusation, people are going to talk about it, people are going to cover it, all these things like that. But the issue is when you already dislike somebody, you're treating all of these accusations like they are 100% proof. And part of that is because Abba and other commentators, for what it's worth, position themselves to be holier than thou. And I don't believe that to be true.
Page 107. Gene No Show. Naruto Databook. Page 107. The Geno Show. Naruto Databook. Page 107. What does this translate to? For Databook Kage, ever since humans were given form, the earth was stained with blood. Eventually, the Shinju tree bared a single fruit after the burning turn. Rabbit Galas, twins, the Jubi was transformed, and Shinju attacking them in order to reclaim the chakra was taken by force. In a fierce battle, they turned it into the moon and sealed it away. The caption, Hamura, the Gato statue, remaining shell was sealed in the moon. Hamura took over to watch over the moon. The fuck was this dude's point with that? The moon was hollow. I don't personally care. I was just going to give Naruto a planet level based on the Databook statement, and Boruto to upscale him regardless. I don't personally care where he actually scales. Moon or planetary level is all the same. As for the Tensels, you have to find Databooks that really bones that can fit inside of its... that a tailed beast can fit inside of its hand. Amino Tejikara, Amino Menaka, what the fuck? Oh, in case you guys are wondering, by the way, I am the comment section with the timestamps.
true. Everybody and their mother has an opinion. They are just some content creators who set up cameras and record these things and, you know, speak to them or speak on them. For the most part, they say what many people should be doing, but just like that old saying goes, do as I say, not as I do. I think that sometimes people act as if humans aren't fallible. Now, I'm not using that as an excuse for true degenerate behavior. If he was just having sex with people and abandoning these women and these children and leaving them out to die, then we would be having a total different conversation. But for somebody who had a complex relationship dynamic that ultimately soured, I don't think that this is enough of evidence to say that, yo, everything that he represented for the past X amount of years is wrong. And the only reason why these people are jaded is because they already have had some sort of back and forth with Abba. It is funny though, because as I scroll through the videos that Stevie Knight put out, even in his comment section, you can see many of his supporters, at least I would assume are his supporters, aren't really rocking with the way that he is doing this. You see, I consume Stevie Knight as well.
Showcases of having integrity.
And in his
I appreciate
videos,
that.
he portrays himself to be this masculine man, this testosterone-fueled guy, this guy who doesn't care about the nonsense, the feminized drama, the sissy stuff, whatever the case may be. But he, right now, looks very, very hurt, damaged emotionally, and his audience is calling him out for it. It's funny because in this whole situation with Abba and Libby, Stevie Knight dedicated multiple videos to prove that Abba was some sort of hypocrite, to prove that the way that he positions himself on camera is not the way that he positions himself in real life, because he's a real, what did he say, dick-slinging degenerate?
A raw, dick-slinging, inseminating monster.
But what's nasty is that Stevie Knight has basically abandoned his identity because he wants to get his get back. He wants to get his revenge. He feels as though he got embarrassed in a situation that happened many months ago that people have honestly moved past, and now he wants to get his get back, and he's going to do that by any means necessary, even if it means misinterpreting a situation that is very complex, even if it means propping up Abba in order to then simultaneously tear him down. It's a very weird dynamic. The whole situation is ugly. The whole situation is messy. The whole situation is reckless. It's not clean at all. Ultimately, these are private life matters, and these things should have been kept off the internet. But because there was an enemy in the commentary space of the person who was being targeted, it became something that it should not have been. And people try to take a very complex situation, clean it up, streamline it, paint this guy to be a bad guy, call him a hypocrite, and the whole time expose them for their weaknesses. The power of commentary is real, and Stevie Knight weaponized.
Kurama's 1/5 the size? Where the fuck is it stated that Kurama, the 10 tails size? 10 tails size data book statement. Data book statement. How big is this thing? Incarnate, 10 tails. Yeah. Background, care about the background. Personality, appearance, incomplete form. The 10 tails. Okay, spiky protrusions, reminiscent when initially incomplete. Gotex bulb-like, grows longer arms, but no longer hind legs. Has a wide mouth, multiple rows of teeth, dark veins, and the next form, 10 tails, shape emaciated, shape of an emaciated humanoid with an elongated limb, blah, 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 blah. The bud sounds like an attachment, even head grew in size, it later even more muscular, and horns up top. Next form twisting, with the human form. Elbow down, the head's altered. Yeah. Now contains straight teeth. 2 heads, emaciated. It later grew even more muscular appearance as you on top of his head grew in size. Yeah. It also towered over mountain ranges, being comparable to Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Talking about Boruto 670. 670. When the fuck does it show it's bigger than mountain ranges? Okay. Are you calling these mountains? The fuck? The fuck are we doing? I'm trying to get the hang of more people who might have something good to offer. I got a recommendation for a video, but I'll wait before we're caught up with The Boys. I'm fully caught up. I am fully caught up with The Boys. I finished it yesterday. Yeah, it's not bad. I like the ending. I didn't really have an issue with it. I really didn't have an issue with it. It towered over the mountain ranges. I don't know what it means by that. What does it mean by towered over mountain? Oh wait, it also towered over mountain ranges comparable. Okay, it's referencing the anime. The tree form and dwarf. The completely dwarfed the 10 tails in size. Possessed a tall straight trunk. Yeah. The eye on top is later referred to as the 10 tails. Yeah. Oh wait, I'll wait until you catch up this week. Yeah, no worries about that. I also got a comment from this dude. I'm probably just gonna go over it tomorrow then. He says something about, okay, the Tensegon, if Oda can joke about 4th data book. Okay, so he says it's the 4th data book. Naruto 4th data book. Naruto 4th data book. It has to be something in reference to like the jutsu files, but I don't care about the jutsu files themselves. Data books and fan books. Okay, would it be character files then? Shinobi facts, mini character files. Shinobi facts, this and this, right? Gombe, Village, Akimichi, Kampu, Keiri, Urushi. Nothing here matters. Nothing here matters. Ten Tails. Okay, right here. He was referencing this page. From the moment they assumed, walk from mankind, take root deep in the earth. Assumed humanoid. From the moment they assumed humanoid form, mankind walked in the world, striving, waging war against one another. The ground stained with blood as a drinking earth took root. The divine tree took root in earth. The Kaguya clan. In search of it, the divine tree tore a single fruit. A clan migrated from another world in search of it. They were Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya ate the divine tree and became its originator. Desired. The Ten Tails Husk and the Moon Seal, the leader of the clans. The Jubi itself, the core of the Chibaku Tensei. Kaguya used to unite Hagoromo and split. She integrated the god tree. The two engaged in battle, struggle, deep way underground. Atsu Kogutsuki, incarnation of the divine tree. In order and truth, they were battle, doing so with their own mother. So they were also doing battle. Hagoromo gave birth. Yeah. Okay, Hamura and all that stuff. Weapons, the history of the shinobi world. Okay, I'll just wait. Jutsu character files. I don't care about the character files. I did character files, then I did shinobi facts. Is this the shinobi facts one? Shinobi facts. God, this takes forever. What the fuck? Akatsuchi. The Ten Tails. Control F. 10 Tails. 10 Tails. Progenitor, yeah. Although it's a demon beast entirely from existence, a stronger, more evil world, the Ten Tails true forms a divine tree. Kaguya stole its power, its absolute and combined power. Tail beast is no match for it. Destruction on scale of a natural disaster. Okay, although the origin of the stronger, more evil than any of the others, to bringing the world to the end. Brings world to an end. Yeah. Each water manipulates, circulates around the world. Earth, water, fire, then manipulates natural energy that circulates around the world. Such power is immeasurable. Previously sealed on the moon, contains the chakra of the tailed beast, tame and rival. Moon Eye of the Moon Plan. Yeah, there's nothing in the data books. Give me an objective reason. Yeah, no, there's nothing here that even remotely implies. 70 years ago, in the span of about 70 years, the problem concerning the tailed beast gave birth to a lot of incidents. The kidnapping of the Jinchuriki. Yeah, no, none of this matters. Okay, none of that matters. Obito, Kaguya Otsutsuki's revival, Yin Yang, Hagoromo, secret, otherwise, like the Ten Tails, a Biju gift, within the Senju clan. Definitely manipulated the two properties, manipulated the creation of all things likewise, created 9 bodies, traces, Senju. Yeah, no, there's no data book that explicitly states the size of the Ten Tails, so that's wrong. Yeah, I tried to look into this. 637, Gamakichi is literally then the Jubi's head. There is shown 638. Yeah. You also make absolutely no sense that was contradicting the source until you state that Kishimoto's drawings are inconsistent and then state that databooks contradict the source material, even though what I truly say, but then use the databooks to get 17 meters, which the manga contradicts several times. Over hell, the PS size isn't even relative to the panel and in the first appearance, objectively at least comparable to mountains, so why can't you use 17 meters but not other two sizes comparison? They're all in the fucking data books. There is no size comparison. I don't know what the fuck this dude's bringing up. I'm gonna leave that for tomorrow. I don't personally care. I'm gonna leave it there. I don't personally care. I'm gonna leave it for tomorrow. I'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah. Uninstall. There we go. I had to uninstall Uber Eats. Always data books. Yeah, it's always data books. Yeah. She's only large mountain level. Author. Yeah. Putting Asta belt on SSJ1 Goku. Always data books, never manga. Yeah, so, actually, let me just pull it up real quick. That should be a meme. That should be a meme. So, let me just pull it up real quick for you guys, so you guys can see what I'm referencing. Okay, so... I'll just show you guys real quick. I want to meet a meet databook man thing. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, so... This dude said the hollow stuff is so much copium, dog. Can somebody please tell me where it stated even once that the moon in Naruto is completely hollow? I never said it was completely hollow because it certainly isn't shown. I never seen a piece of material go so out of its way to say that character is moon level. There are at least 3 different avenues where you can say that Toneri is moon level without using a single data book statement and just what the movie tells us. Naruto's moon level by the last. I don't care about him being planetary or whatever. He is moon level solidly in that movie. Edit, I really have no idea where you're getting these sizes from at around 230. You have the page of the 10 tails is around 60 meters, literally based on what? We have a data book statement of the Biju can fit in one hand of the data book. If I agree with you, Kurama being around 20 meters, he'd very generously say that the 10 tails hand is 1/5 the size. Its size, it makes the 10 tails at least 100 meters tall. What makes the 10 tails hand 1/5 of that. So in general, your own statement, Madara's meteor, 80 meters tall at best, and PS should be smaller than the Jubi. What's PS? Perfect Susanoo should be smaller than the Jubi. The Perfect Susanoo is flat out stated to be taller than Mountain, so I don't even know where you're talking about with numbers less than 300 meters. Size scaling isn't all that's important in these debates, but it seems very downplay. A mountain is the size based on the constraint. It falls below 300 meters. I simply cannot be a mountain, at least with its several exceptions. You have to think Kishimoto is making exceptions for the entire topography, which never once stated or implied. So I says, we need them data books on Abba soon. Yeah, so I said the moon is hollow, not entirely, but it is hollow because people lived inside of it. There's an entire society lived inside. How big is it? No one knows. You can see it when Toneri tries to split it. Personally, whenever I make Naruto versus Luffy, I'm going to give Naruto a planet level based on the Boruto data book statement in order to upscale Naruto, because regardless, I don't personally care where he actually scales. Moon level, planet level, the result will be the same. As for the 10 tails, I have yet to find a data book statement that even remotely implies the tailed beast can fit inside of one of its hands. Even then I'll go out of my way to look at it for the stream today. I forgot to do that, to be honest. Regardless, I could literally care less what a data book statement says when the source material shows otherwise. The 10 tails when attacking Naruto and B has a direct image when you can see it. Its hand it's not big enough to hold either one of them. The data book is not a source material. I don't care what's inside the data book if it directly contradicts what is shown. That's 100. Therefore, it's not 100 meters tall. Whereas the Perfect Susanoo is stated to be larger than mountains because it's clearly not stated in the source material. I gave the Perfect Susanoo the meteors a general size scaling of 80 meters just to show that if you wank the size of the Perfect Susanoo in Kurama's full size by 4 times, it still would reach 100 meters. This is just an example. Still, Kishimoto's perspective shots and drawings are entirely consistent and nearly as big as people seem to believe that they are because of pixel scaling. No one was downplaying the size of the mountain simply because without any prior information given to us by the author, and the only thing that we have to go off of is a single statement that says Gamma Bunta is 17 meters tall, using the scale of the size of the tailed beast, the 10 tails, the Perfect Susanoo, and the modern meters to drop. Oh, for the hollow moon, it isn't hollow as you think. It's hollow, broski. It isn't as hollow as you think. It's hollow, broski. I know it's hollow, but I mean, what do you want me to tell this guy? Size scaling, especially when talking about versus battles between two stories, as popular as they actually does matter to an extent. If Luffy is defeating creatures larger than the tailed beast, then that means he's taking down creatures with arguably more mass. If he can pick up a sea beast in the very first arc that is canonically over twice as large as Gamma Bunta, who is about the same size as the other tailed beast, it's reasonable to assume that we can say that he can do the same thing to any tailed beast. You don't have the stated sizes, they don't have stated weights, but Luffy can pick up a 16-ton, 36-meter tall sea cow in the very first arc of the series, something Naruto can only replicate at about half the size and arguably weight after training to unlock Sage 1 and mastering it. 2 arcs before that final arc. It's also important that for other kinds of scaling, like if I were making a video on Loki versus the Ten Tails, because I can unironically argue that Loki can squash the Ten Tails in his hand based on the giants of Alpha being around 16 to 22 meters tall, and their houses obviously being 5 times larger than them, which he can easily squash. So then the guy says briefly about the moon thing. My brother in Christ, the Earth means that means Earth is by definition hollow as well, having massive crevices in space between the structures. None of that matters, as the Tentagon explicitly states to move the power of the moon, and Hamura and Hagoromo move the moon prior. I never said he was in moon level, so I don't know why you're bringing that up. I never said it wasn't moon level, so I don't know why he's bringing that up. He says it credits Masashi Kishimoto as the primary author, and Shueisha released it as a supplemental canonical info material. Kishimoto directly encourages readers to appreciate the book as he and his staff work hard to compile it. Non-canon my ass. If Oda jokes about Luffy's dick and describes the 7,000 ways to play his character's boobs, it's canon then. The fourth data book at least is canon. Page 407 for the Ten Tails. Yeah, where the fuck is it? I'm still looking for it. There's literally nowhere is it stated how big the Ten Tails is. What is the Ten Tails canon height based on the data books? No official canon height. Yeah, so a couple things. Never said it. Yeah, so a couple of things. I never said the moon was mostly hollow, or that because it was hollow, it's not moon level. Not a moon level feat. I just said it's hollow. There's an underground lakes and seas. These interpretations would mean Earth is hollow. Yeah, but I don't care about Earth. I'm talking about the moon. I could give literally two shits. Peeking back, you're still doing well mentally? I'm here and there. Second, it has no canon height. Second, I looked for the data book. I looked for the data book page you mentioned. Nowhere is the height objectively stated. Let me read the rest of this. While the databook provides exact humans for shinobis, the Gamma Bunta, they do not specify exact numericals for towering the tailed beast. However, manga panel references. The first form is 600 to 1,000 meters. Nothing even remotely backs that up. Final form, 600 to 1,000 meters. Immense scaling, deduced. Yeah, I don't care about that. What is this? Size comparison. Yeah, what about this? How big exactly is the Ten Tails? Image provides scales for the Ten Tails and its second form. El chakra maligno mazo desperdiciado. Ah, nos engañaron. Esa cosa no tiene sentimientos e ideales. Yeah, so what about it? I feel like people don't understand how big 600 meters is and how two people standing on top of that would still not make this thing 600 meters. Size isn't exactly consistent, so the answer is probably just whatever Kishimoto felt like it. Depends on the size. Yeah, right here you can literally see that that's not even remotely true because it's also about the size. Literally, Kurama's head is about the size of its fucking eye, dude. Biggest tailed beast to exist. Probably about twice the size of Kurama, who's a bit larger than Gamma Bunta. Yeah. Nowhere is the height objectively stated, so I genuinely could not care less what conclusion you come down to. Could not care less. Care less about what conclusion you come down to. Conclusion you come down to. Conclusion you come down to. I can give it 100 meters at best, and I'm being generous. I'm being generous. Let's see, what was the other point he tried to make? Supplementary sources, yeah. Kishimoto's data books. You also no sense of contradicting the source material. No sense on the data books contradicting the source material. The data books consistently contradict the source material. The data books consistently do contradict the source material, from Kirin being light speed when it's stated to be a literal bolt of lightning that Sasuke stated himself. He's nearly out of chakra and is merely I can't believe I forgot. Merely guiding it to Temari being able to blow away the universe. To Temari blowing away the universe. To Amaterasu. Terasu being as hot as the sun, even though it doesn't instantly reduce regular trees to dust. I have... There are contradictions. There are plenty of contradictions. And hyperbolic statements that makes their statements contentious. That makes their statements contentious. Alright, contradicting the data books, but you use the data books, contradict the source material, is even what I say is true. The reason why I use the Gamma Bunta statement is because it is the only canon statement for a summon. Canon statement within the entire context of the story for its size within the context of the story. More correct argument would be the data books are consistent, but people choose to interpret it wrong and will develop arguments with better proof. Almost done with Bleach. Nice. But two other statements, they all are fucking... But not two other size statements? What other size statements are you referencing? Design statements and the Perfect Susanoo are more recent data books regardless. One of the author's manga notes is the primary... One of which the author of the manga is noted as the primary author of the book. Is Gamma Bunta size not from the data books? Why the fuck is size not from a data book? Why is it canon then? Like, you're arguing pixel scaling is both unreliable, which is true because authors and Oda especially don't give a flying fuck about artistic scaling. And if the data books are supplementary canon designed to be objective parameters for niche info and the series contradicts information, it's not canon. Then using a data book to assign a canonical size to a character that is being drawn inconsistently to the environment and stated size anyways, how the hell would you even disagree with the purpose of being smaller than a mountain? The Perfect Susanoo is never stated to be larger than a mountain. Is inconsistent because you're saying the trees are way below 70 meters, which is not at all. Where are they not at all? Where's the statement for the tree size? If the data book contradicts a specific one, then don't use that part of the data book. I don't believe in using the entirety of the data book, but I still have to use some of it. Its size within the story. Its size within the story. The Perfect Susanoo is also never stated. The Perfect Susanoo is also never stated to be larger than mountains. Perfect Susanoo. Where's the data book thing again? I need that shit again. Fourth data book. I need it for like the jutsu stuff, right? Yeah, it has to be for like the jutsu stuff. Character, Shinobi Facts, Jutsu, Susanoo. Find. Susanoo. Majestic Attire, Susanoo. That's the only one. Okay. So that's the only one for that. Character files, mini character files, Shinobi Facts, mini Jutsu files. Oh, not that. Control F, Susanoo. Nope. 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 The Perfect Susanoo also has no stated. Susanoo is also never stated to be bigger than mountains. I don't know where you got that. I don't know where you got that. Where you got that. It's the only canon statement for its size within the context of the story. What are you saying? Is Game of to size, which is true because authors don't give a flying fuck. Niche for scaling that's not, and then using a data book to assign a canonical size to a character that is drawn inconsistently to his environment state anyways. How the hell are you even disagree with the perks between mountains when the author says he's bigger? At least mountains, and we see him comparable to other mountains. Mountains in real life Asia, by the way, range from 300 meters, so he's literally allowed to be taller than some mountains and shorter than others. Your logic actually gets more confusing the more you think about it. Even though those are proven faulty, which in many cases they are literally more instances of being closer to the truth than in the manga, than not in the manga, regardless. If you want to believe, that's, I don't know where you got that. If you want to believe that if you want to trust the data books over the source material, you are more than welcome to, but there is no objective reason for me to agree with that. They are a supplementary source. They are nothing more than supplementary sources that have been used, that have been misinterpreted to hell and back countless times. Alright, canonical size, bigger than amount. We see comparable, you literally allow taller. Oh, yeah. There's literally one goddamn panel where the Jubi completely height-mogged Kurama when indirect. Bee's tailed beast bombs are larger than his head. Bee's tailed beast bombs, already larger than his head, is flicked away by the tailed beast bomb. The tailed 611. Fun fact, the stream is already top 6 longest in Eon history. Oh, sweet. 4th Great Ninja War. Here we go, 611. Fantastic. The tailed beast bomb. Where is it bigger than Bee's head? Fantastic. Where is the tailed beast bomb? You lied about 611. You lied about the tailed beast bomb being bigger than Bee's head. 611. You lied about the tailed beast bomb being bigger than his head. Being bigger than Bee's head. Bee's head. Yeah, this thing is super inconsistent in fucking size, dude. Yeah. Yeah, the Ten Tails was not that big in previous panels. Damn, you're still alive? Yeah, some guy's just giving me a bunch of shit, so I'm just countering a lot of his points. Bee's tail beast bomb already larger than his head is flicked away by the bee. Bee doesn't cover the distance between the Jubi's fingers. What is he talking about? The distance between the Jubi's fingers. Doesn't cover the distance. Literally in the previous chapter, Bee is the size of his hand. In the previous chapter, Bee's entire body is as big as its head. In the previous chapter, Bee is literally Bee's head. In the previous chapter, Bee's body is the same size as its hand, and he's in the background behind Kurama, who's the same size and larger than the hand. You realize the size comparisons constantly shift, right? Because it's impossible for the constantly, because it's impossible for the author to draw everything perfectly to scale. Perfectly to scale every time. Hence why I stick with the only canon height available. Also why pixel scaling is meaningless. Okay, what was his next point? Biju Dama from Bai Biju, Vaporized Mountains, by the way. 615B transforms fully into 8-0. Literally can't fit inside the Juby's mouth. Sure, let's kick that one away. Let's go again for that one. Can fit its size. Fantastic. Again. Only his head can fit inside the Juby's mouth. Only his head fits inside the Juby's mouth, and not even entirely. How do you guys think the Ten-Tail's breath smells? $6.15. Only his head fits inside. And you can literally argue it got slightly bigger. And you can literally argue it got slightly bigger from transforming into its second form. Eon and Preach, hot as probably like an ancient forest. Yeah. Really? An ancient forest? You think so? And we see its full body barely escape its head. Its full body and tails barely escape its head. Can fit inside only the head. The Buddha statue literally picks up Kurama with one hand. Fantastic. The Buddha statue. 626. The Buddha statue picking up Kurama means it is larger than Kurama. There's no Hashirama's Buddha statue picking up Kurama means it's larger than Kurama. That's it. That's it. No other size comparison. And even if I gave it 10 times his size, that would only make it at best 340 to 400 meters. Make it only 300 to 400 meters. The Ten-Tails makes miniature copies of little soldiers. Compare, some of the soldiers are as large as sage summons. Some of them are not as large as sage summons. Some of them are not as large as sage summons. 634. 634. 634. I don't know where the hell you been. When the fuck is there a size comparison between these things and the sage summons? Some of them are... Uh-huh. Sage summons. Yup. 17 to 20 meters tall. Fantastic. They are... Okay. 634. They can be as large as the summons. That just means they are 17 meters tall. That just means they're 17 meters tall. 5, once again, confirm the Juby Sprouts are bigger than Gamma Bunta. 35. Gamma Bunta. I got a copy here. Okay. The fuck? Where the fuck am I missing chapters? Dude, what? This pisses me off so much. How the fuck am I missing chapters? I literally read these live. 635. Dude, it genuinely pisses me off to find out I'm missing chapters, dude. Let it burn. Oh, this bitch. Yeah. Fantastic. $6.15. 637. Oh, the Great Snake climbed up to the Juby's arm to reach it and restrain its miniature arm with the Juby arms. Yeah. 637. Yeah. 637. 1, 2. Yeah. 4, 5. How the fuck am I missing chapters, dude? Oh, because it's these. Alright. Fantastic. Aoda can be longer than... 637. Aoda can be longer than 17 meters, but like Manda, it's only relative in size. Till Beast Bombs. But like Manda, it's only the same height while coiled up. Its actual length is unquantifiable. Quantifiable. And you can just argue. And you can just argue. Ten Tails grew in size again after its third transformation, which is also unquantifiable. Its third transformation, which is also unquantifiable. Kamakichi is literally than the Juby's head. Fantastic. Fantastic. It's bigger than its head. 17 meters tall. Kind of cool. Its head's being sucked in. Fantastic. How big is its head? Fantastic. How big is its head? I already covered that then. Which is also... I have to bring up the data book thing one more time because you literally said that you use the Boruto era, the upscale era, the planetary that exists outside the source material, but then you don't think Lightspeed exists when Child Sarada is the first Chidori stated to be superluminal. As for the reason why I bring up the reason why I'm going to bring that up earlier. I don't have the reason data books are contentious. I use the Boruto era statement because Naruto has no statements or feats within the entirety of Boruto that even remotely imply, I can give it 100 minutes, but I'm being generous, at best in its first form, and I'm being generous because its other forms are unquantifiably larger. That even remotely implies an objective feat or statement for his AP and DC. Because Naruto has, as far as I'm aware, that he has within the actual context of the series, within the actual context of the series and manga, there is objectively zero statements or feats that imply any character or jutsu is light speed in the first place, besides Mabui's ethereal jutsu, which is the only time speed of light is written in the source material. The entirety of the light speed scaling is reliant on the data books. Personally, I don't care. Personally, I don't care for the superluminal Sarada statement. Sarada. And none of them say FTL, only light speed. Personally, I don't care for the superluminal Sarada statement. Superluminal does not superluminal doesn't objectively mean FTL. But even if it did, superluminal doesn't objectively mean FTL. That is an interpretation. That is an interpretation. Even if it did, cool. Sarada is faster than 10 Tails Madara's fastest quantifiable jutsu, and the fastest shinobi on the planet prior to the war arc. It doesn't change any of my scaling. It doesn't change my scaling in the slightest. In the slightest. Alright. Nowhere is the height objectively stated, so I genuinely could care less about what conclusion you come down to. I can give it 100 meters in its best form, and I'm being generous because its form is ticky funk. The data books do contradict the source material from Kieran being light speed when it's listed to be a literal bolt of lightning that Sasuke stated himself. He's nearly... Sasuke stated himself that he's nearly out of chakra. He's nearly out of chakra and is merely guiding it to Tamari. To the Amaterasu being as hot as the sun, even though to dust doesn't reduce regular trees to dust, doesn't instantly reduce. There are plenty of contradictions and hyperbolic statements that makes their statements that makes their use contentious. And I personally, and if people didn't complain like little babies, if people didn't complain that one has to use the data books, I would completely ignore them. I would completely ignore them because I don't believe in using a source that is hyperbolic, contradicting. I sort of fucking got, who is that? 1 second. Yo, I'm back. My bad. Only fits in his head. Can I understand you picking it up? And no other size comparison. Even if I gave it 10 times its size, it would only make it 300 or 400 meters. They can be at less. You could have played Night Rain. I don't want to play Night Rain though. I'll leave it be. I'm gonna turn off stream. It's been 7 hours. I'm starving. Have a good night, guys. And I'll go check the Discord in just a moment. Have a good night, guys. Peace out.